Wait a moment. Seeing that Bai Zemin directly walked out without intending to talk about anything, Shang Yuan Bingzu unconsciously stopped him and abruptly sat down on the bed. Bai Zemin effectively stopped his steps. However, the next moment he continued walking toward the door and pointed behind him as he calmly said, "Perhaps we'd better talk later. I think you might want to take a shower and change your clothes." Before she could even respond, he had already opened the door and left without giving her time to say anything else. Shang Yuan Bingzu was stunned as she listened to the sound of footsteps moving farther and farther away, until it reached the point where she could hear no sound other than the one coming from the outside world, beyond the large window in her room. Bai Zemin's last words still hung in the air, and confused, Shang Yuan Bingzu looked down to observe her own body. Her white dress was completely soaked with sweat from her own body, which consequently made the silky material strive to embrace every curve of her magnificence, outlining her seductive figure in an especially tempting way. As if this were not enough, because the material of the dress was white and delicate, the sweat caused the deep black color of her bra to contrast with the white and be partially visible from the exterior. While looking at her own clothes pressed to her body, and her slender legs as well as fleshy thighs glistening due to her own body's sweat, Shang Yuan Bingzu was stunned for almost a full minute. After she finally reacted, she raised her head and looked towards the closed wooden door. A small sigh slipped through her pink lips at the same time as a complicated look appeared on her beautiful face. Earlier she had decided to test Bai Zemin, and in that way get to know his true self. That was why she basically decided to leave her life and body in his hands. Of course, before doing this, she had been observing his attitude towards everyone since day one of the apocalypse when the soul record reached Earth. However, even though based on what she had seen so far he would do nothing, people's hearts were unfathomable and deep, so nothing was definitive. If Bai Zemin had wanted to hurt her or do improper things to her while she was unconscious, there was nothing she could do about it. However, if this really happened, then she would easily know 24 hours later, since her ice maker skill kept the temperature of every part of her body always at the same level. In short, if Bai Zemin's hands or any part of his body had improperly touched Shang Yuan Bingzu's body, she would have known right away as soon as she woke up a day later. However, not to her surprise, the only places she felt that were touched by Bai Zemin were her back and lower knees. Shang Yuan Bingzu soon realized that he probably should have carried her personally, and this was the reason why he had no choice. From her point of view, such a thing was natural considering that she had entrusted him with her entire life, so it was understandable that he did not let other people get too close when she was not even able to protect herself. Not only did Bai Zemin not touch her more than necessary and in areas that could not even be considered offensive, but he also stayed locked inside her room, sitting a distance large enough not to be considered dangerously close, but at the same time close enough to reach her at the slightest hint of trouble. Moreover, while Shang Yuan Bingzu did not know for certain whether he had been looking at her body while she was unconscious, the probabilities were slim since the couch on which he was sitting had its back to the bed where she was lying. The reason she was fairly certain of this was because she could clearly see how the leather of the armrests dipped slightly inward with the mark of his arm, indicating that he hadn't moved from there in a long, long time. As she stood up and headed to the bathroom after getting some clothes, she felt extremely confused inside as Bai Zemin's performance was even better than she expected from him. In the end, he even refused to look at her because he knew she was in no condition to talk. While this also meant that he had already seen her situation, this could not be blamed on anyone as it was simply unavoidable. Shang Yuan Bingzu's emotions were very difficult to move since her mother passed away. There was practically nothing in the world capable of making her heart seemingly buried under a thick layer of frost shudder or beat erratically. However, even if she wanted to deny it, it was impossible not to accept that Bai Zemin was a man who could truly be trusted. "I guess we really can be friends after all," she murmured as she relaxed in her private tub. Backslash backslash backslash. Of course, Bai Zemin had no idea that if he had done anything improper Shang Yuan Bingzu would have found out. He wasn't a pervert to begin with, and as if that wasn't enough, Shang Yuan Bingzu was not a woman capable of biasing his judgment regardless of how beautiful she was. Bai Zemin could even resist the suppressed charm of Lilith, who was a sixth-order succubus. Then how could he not be able to resist Shang Yuan Bingzu? No matter how beautiful the Ice Princess might be, there was simply no comparison to Lilith. The only way Shang Yuan Bingzu could compete for a couple of seconds before being defeated was when she smiled. Regardless of what thoughts, emotions, or ideas Shangyuan Bingzu might have in her head, Bai Zemin immediately became busy after leaving the villa. The first thing he did was to meet with Lu Yan. There, the two men chatted for more than an hour, where they planned the movement to start moving the survivors out in 2 days. After leaving Lu Yan's villa, Bai Zemin met Evangeline in the private area east of the base, and the two joined together for a walk around the surrounding area. Bai Zemin's dark leather armor attracted a lot of attention from the survivors who saw him passing by, and the great red sword on his back was responsible for automatically clearing a path through the masses just by its presence. As for Evangeline, this young assassin naturally attracted the eyes of many men, due not only to her small but lovely body, but also because of her clear mixed-blood characteristics. However, whenever the eyes of the survivors met her pair of emerald eyes, they would immediately look away in fright, fearing that they would be cut into pieces because of how sharp the young beauty's gaze was. Bai Zemin together with Evangeline arrived at an area that was guarded by several armed men. Even before they walked into the yard, they could already hear the sound of hammers, drills, grinders, and many other power tools roaring against the night sky. When the armed men saw the young man walking next to a beautiful woman, they all stood up straight and greeted hurriedly with somewhat fearful expressions. At this moment, there was no one in the entire base who did not know that a person named Bai Zemin had taken total power and control of the base. Even if not many had seen him in person, every armed person or soul evolver had seen him when they were called and assembled in the open field. Therefore, no one dared to disrespect this young man, who always had a slight indifferent smile on his face, nor did they dare to look at any woman standing next to him with burning eyes for fear of losing their sight soon after. Naturally, Bai Zemin and Evangeline had no idea that the armed men guarding the site had automatically identified them as a male and female couple. When the two walked into the yard, they saw a group of over 300 survivors working relentlessly late into the night. As floodlights illuminated a perimeter of 100 meters in length and breadth, everyone moved busily, and shouts could be heard amidst metal being cut or smashed. The bones of mutated beasts of major size were being laboriously cut and then modified to take a circular shape. These bones were then tossed aside, and a subgroup of survivors picked them up before beginning to wrap mutant beast hide around them. Slowly, wheel after wheel was built and moved into a large factory, where another large subgroup of survivors were modifying several buses and big trucks. The mechanics removed practically all the carcasses from the vehicles and exchanged them with heavy parts of monster shells that were killed by the soul evolvers after a hard battle. These shells with high defense could make medium-caliber bullets ricochet, leaving small white marks, and only heavy bullets could pass through their defenses. Even level 15 wild beasts with sharp claws would not be able to break through the defenses of these shells that previously belonged to beetles, turtles, and other creatures. The crystals had been removed long ago from the vehicles. What replaced them were lines the height of an adult palm, and with extensions that ran from the rear of the vehicle to the front, just before the driver's seat. Along these lines, the soldiers could position their firearms to aim outward, and thanks to the long length they could move relatively comfortably to take better aim and fire more accurately at the enemy target. After observing the progress for approximately 30 minutes, Bai Zemin and Evangeline quietly walked away without disturbing anyone. At this rate, it is very likely that within 2 days and a maximum of 3 days, all the vehicles will be completed to move the survivors. Evangeline struck up a conversation as they walked through the lighted streets of what had been temporarily transformed into a military area. "I hope so," Bai Zemin sighed. "With over 80 large vehicles capable of supporting several tons of weight thanks to the change in their materials, we can probably move around 150 survivors in each one as long as they are squeezed in a bit." "That's pretty good if you ask me," Evangeline noted calmly. "A total of approximately 23 or 24 vehicles to move all the survivors, which would leave over 50 to move ammunition, weaponry, personal property of the top echelons of the base as well as their families, all the food in reserve, monster materials, etc. Indeed, the reason Bai Zemin was willing to spend large amounts of mutated meat and rice grains to hire approximately 300 mechanically experienced employees from among the survivors was because he was really in a hurry to finish the modifications of the various vehicles. Previously, he had planned to move everyone slowly, but for some reason, he felt apprehensive, so he decided to speed up the pace as much as possible in order to move everything that had to be moved to the beginning village in one go. That anxiety made him feel really uncomfortable, but he didn't know where it came from. Therefore, he could only expect the worst and adapt to the circumstances as best as possible since, unfortunately, Bai Zemin was still a human no matter how strong he was. With the amount of vehicles that Fu Zufeng and Kang Lan's group brought from the beginning village added to the amount of vehicles in the North Camp, Bai Zemin somehow believed that, within a couple of days, he could leave this territory and return to his true domain. Only then would he feel more at ease. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 293, Slight Warmth Amidst the Coldness. After returning to his villa inside the North Camp, Bai Zemin ordered some maids to start preparing today's dinner. For his part, he went to the villa's large, luxurious bath located on the first floor and plunged into the pool. This is life. He couldn't help but let out a big sigh of gratification as the warm water touched his body, and the bubbles began to massage every fiber of his being. Although with Bai Zemin's current statistics, he could go even a month without sleep, so going around 30 hours without sleep did not represent a great challenge to him. It was not the most recommendable thing to do. When the body did not have at least a few hours of sleep a day, without us even realizing it, the response of our brain was considerably delayed by a margin of several milliseconds, and up to several seconds depending on the scale of accumulated fatigue. In addition, the vision would gradually become more and more blurred, making one's field of vision very difficult. In the past, a response delay of a few seconds might not be much except in some cases, however. That was no different than seeking suicide in this new world where death was as normal as the air one breathed every day. A small delay of a tiny fraction of a second meant death in a battle where life was not guaranteed against an enemy of similar or even higher power. Therefore, Bai Zemin always opted to sleep at least 3 or 4 hours every day. It was not optimal, but it was good enough to keep his mind considerably in good condition. Physical exhaustion and mental exhaustion were closely related, but at the same time, they were completely different after all. Taking advantage of the calm, pleasant sound of rushing water, along with the soft gurgling of warm water bubbles, Bai Zemin fell asleep in the bath once again, just like the first night when he took over Kang Rong's faction. About an hour and a half later, a maid gently knocked on the door outside and called his name respectfully. This naturally awakened Bai Zemin, for even while sleeping he was never sound asleep as it was simply impossible to relax 100%. In fact, the best rest he had in a long time was when he fell asleep with Lilith hugging him all night long. That was the only night in over a month that he was able to sleep deeply and without fear of anything. It was as if he felt all the worries and burdens that dragged him behind vanishing without a trace. After getting dressed in some comfortable clothes, Bai Zemin walked to the dining room where several people were already seated around the table piled with delicious hot dishes, consisting mainly of different types of meats cooked in different ways, which gave them a more varied and defining flavor. Nangong Yi, Nangong Lingxin, Evangeline, Shangyu and Bing Zhu had been waiting for Bai Zemin out of politeness. It was only after he sat down that they all began to serve themselves, enjoying the delicacies that the maidens with the constantly evolving cooking skill had prepared for them tonight. The small children that Evangeline had encountered during her path of survival were currently eating in the kitchen next to Xiang Feng and the maidens. As they were young children who would soon be entering education once again, education with differences from the past, it was not good for them to be too close to people who practically lived to fight day and night with no real rest. Besides, the things that Bai Zemin and the others talked about were not too pleasant for young children to listen to. As the dinner progressed almost in total silence except for the dinnerware and chopsticks, Nangong Lingxin suddenly looked at Bai Zemin and asked curiously, "What are you going to do about Luo Ning? That girl had already reached level 13 before we marched north, and she is progressing very fast as well. It's probable that she has already reached level 15 if she kept her growth speed steady." Luo Ning. Bai Zemin frowned slightly, and his movement slowed down a bit at Nangong Lingxin's question. Luo Ning was a rather powerful soul evolver with an active first-order summoning-type skill. The girl often went hunting with different expedition teams, and thanks to her soul power-empowered body that fed and nourished her flesh and blood, her overall stats made her several times stronger than a normal adult, although she was only 9 years old. The girl was incredibly kind, and even after killing thousands of zombies, she still kept her innocent smile every day, brightening the mood of the battlefield where occasionally one or two soldiers were scratched by the zombies and had to be executed with grief. Everyone cherished her very much and treated her like a dear little sister. No matter whether they were normal soldiers or soul evolvers, everyone seemed to like this small but brave and kind-hearted girl who had saved the lives of many comrades in times of crisis. Back then, Bai Zemin had not thought too much about it since from his point of view, giving power to Luo Ning was a good thing for her, which would increase her chances of survival and a better life in this new world, where the law of the jungle reigned no matter where. However, now that his faction was growing and his ideals were becoming bigger and bigger as time went by, Bai Zemin couldn't help but wonder if what he did back then was really the right thing to do. After all, even though having power was not bad, Luo Ning was only 9 years old. Bai Zemin believed that the lives of such young children should at least be a little more colorful and without so much blood red. These children were the future of humanity in this new era. They would all have many wars to fight later in their lives, so he wanted to at least let them relax in their early years. Shangyuan Bingzhu put a small piece of roast pork into her mouth gracefully. Every gesture she made while eating was extremely refined and delicate, from the way she moved her chopsticks to how she cut the meat or moved her mouth to taste the food. All of her movements were fluid and brimming with such elegance that people from normal families like the Nangong siblings or Bai Zemin would not be able to imitate. Even Evangeline, who had learned etiquette as it was a requirement to infiltrate into the high society, could not compare to her. As she tasted her food and felt her soul power grow tiny for every bite of first-order meat, Shangyuan Bingzhu noticed that Bai Zemin seemed to be in a dilemma about what to do. As one of the people who had been fighting alongside him and who had helped him devise countless strategies, plans, and laws for the new society they were trying to build, Shangyuan Bingzhu was basically one of the people who knew him the best. From a certain point of view, it could be said that she knew him even better than his own family, since the current Bai Zemin was a world apart from the previous him, before the evolution through the soul record. "Why don't you let her decide for herself what to do?" she asked calmly. "What do you mean?" he asked as looked at her with mild interest. Shangyuan Bingzhu put her chopsticks down on the table and looked him in the eye before explaining. "If you are worried about making the wrong choice, perhaps it is better to let others choose for themselves. There are many times when choosing what we believe is best for others does not necessarily lead to the most optimal outcome." Bai Zemin lowered his head slightly, and after thinking for a moment realized that what she said was very reasonable. Unconsciously, he had been protecting the little children as they reminded him of his little sister when she was still the age of those kids. However, maybe he was being too selfish in trying to protect them, as perhaps those children wanted to fight too. Many children lost their parents, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, grandparents, grandmothers, and were separated from their families because of the zombies and mutated beasts that killed everything in their path regardless of gender or age. Luo Ning was one of these children. Except for her older blood brother, the girl had lost everything even though she always had a positive attitude and a kind, pure smile on her face. Children were also human beings with desires of their own. It was only natural that many of them were filled with deep hatred towards these beings, who took away their happiness and the warmth of their families at such a young age. Ironically, hatred was one of the most powerful sources of fast growth. Perhaps, those children who were filled with repressed hatred inside desired revenge. Many of them would probably be more than willing to risk their lives for the good of killing at least a single wild beast for each lost family member. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart and looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu before nodding. "You're probably right. Let's let Luo Ning herself decide what to do." Luo Ning was the only child who had gone deep into the battlefield. She had not only seen a lot of blood, but her own hands were stained with the blood of countless enemies that blocked her path and her allies' paths. Therefore, she had the right to choose whether she wished to continue living her current lifestyle or begin a peaceful life hidden behind the protection of those who would continue to fight ceaselessly until the end of their lives, or until the enemies of humanity finally fell defeated. However, those who have not yet evolved will have to attend school independently, but at least we will take them to the battlefield once, so that they will see death as close as they have ever seen it. They will then be able to decide if they wish to start fighting right away or continue to live safe lives behind defensive lines. He culminated there. This was probably the best option. Those who had already experienced the taste of blood and knew the feeling of killing enemies could decide whether to study or continue living their lives the way they were doing so far. As for those who were still relatively innocent and without blood on their hands, they would be given the chance to choose. I think that's the right thing to do. Shang Yuan Bingzu smiled slightly and nodded towards him. Nangong Yi was briefly stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before secretly looking at Bai Zemin with a raised eyebrow. Nangong Lingxin looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin with suspicious eyes filled with doubt. Even a fool would realize that the indifference of the usually cold Shang Yuan Bingzu was considerably softer and warmer than in the past. As for Evangeline, she was quietly listening to the conversation, and when the topic finally concluded, she seemed to agree with what Bai Zemin finished deciding, so she returned her focus to the food in front of her. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and was about to say that it was all thanks to what she had said to him, but he suddenly remembered the advice Lilith had given him the night before, so he decided to swallow his words and let that small smile be his answer to her. As for how Shang Yuan Bingzu took it, he didn't know. However, Bai Zemin thought that Lilith was right, and he should be more careful with his words from now on to avoid any unnecessary confusions or misunderstandings. In fact, perhaps, if he had been more careful, Chen would not feel so jealous of his apparent closeness with the woman he had loved for years. So be it then. Bai Zemin thought silently as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the first order's evolved meat melting inside his mouth. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 294 Night Training in Bed, or in the Forest. Unlike Bai Zemin's thoughts, the other party involved, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu, did not think too much about the matter. Seeing that he simply smiled and stopped talking, she simply assumed that words were not necessary. To begin with, neither Bai Zemin nor Shang Yuan Bing Zhu were people of talking too much. Both preferred more to show with actions, because words were often carried away by the wind, and their meaning was lost with as much speed as their poor value. After dinner, they each returned to their own room. One thing that seemed slightly peculiar to Bai Zemin was that just before Shang Yuan Bing Zhu walked into her room, she looked at him for a second or two before disappearing behind the wooden door. However, after he thought better of it, he realized the reason why she looked at him, and could not help but secretly force a bitter smile. When he went into his room, what greeted Bai Zemin was a sight capable of driving any man mad with lust. No, probably any living being. The most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life was dressed in a blood-red baby doll-style night camisole that left little to the imagination. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the style chosen was one of those that covered the woman's abdomen and private part, or else it would be hard for him to resist the temptation to jump over her. Lilith Yu. Bai Zemin really didn't know what to do with her, and in the end he couldn't help but sigh. What, you don't want to sleep with me anymore? Lilith made a cute pout that emphasized her hot lips and jumped lightly on the box spring bed, making her body bounce gently as her plentiful assets moved up and down following the movement of the mattress. With such a view, what man wouldn't want to sleep with such a woman? However, Bai Zemin shook his head and said serenely, I won't be sleeping here tonight. Oh, Lilith looked at him in confusion and stopped playing. She asked puzzled, then what do you plan to do? Training, Bai Zemin answered concisely, as he walked to the dressing room inside the bedroom to get his armor. Training? Lilith inquired as she tilted her head slightly to the side in an extremely tender manner, causing her long dark hair to flow over the white bed sheets, making a strong contrast between black and white. Bai Zemin began to put on the armor as he calmly replied, I want to practice fighting with the skill gravity manipulation while taking the opportunity to absorb soul power from other beings. I see. Lilith raised her head to look at the lamp that released a faint white light and thought aloud, even though you have studied that lower existence called. I don't remember it. In any case, even though you know how the skill works, it's different to use it in combat. That's right, Bai Zemin nodded, finally finishing dressing his full body armor. He turned and looked at her as he said with a slight smile on his face, you could say that I currently have the theory but I still lack field experience. Lilith nodded and said with an extremely serious expression, You're right. Basically, it's the same as in the bedroom. You may know what sex is and a lot of ideas on how to do it, but it's completely different when you're with a woman in bed. How about a quick training session? Bai Zemin grunted as he looked at the wonderful body before him, and a fire began to ignite in his crotch. He was a completely healthy young adult after all. It took practically all of his willpower not to rush at her right then and there. I'm leaving. After saying those words, he walked to the open window and jumped out silently. In just a matter of seconds, he disappeared into the darkness, slightly illuminated by the headlights at the edge of the street, but even his shadow was barely visible for a split second before vanishing without a trace. "Oh, what a stingy man," Lilith muttered to herself and stood up. "If it wasn't for his heated look, I would have even begun to think that either he really is gay or my charm began to fade with the passage of time." After those words, Lilith waved her hand gently in the air and turned her body gracefully. A moment later, the seductive sleep dress disappeared from her body and was replaced by her distinctive jet black dress that covered practically most of her body but highlighted every curve to perfection. A second later, she disappeared from the room, leaving behind her unique fragrance floating in the air. Backslash backslash backslash. This particular night was more frightening than many other nights. This was because there were so many dark clouds in the sky, partially covering the silver moonlight that struggled to illuminate the world in chaos. The beautiful stars were completely obscured by the dense clouds that hovered in the atmosphere as if to indicate that a storm might begin to hit the earth at any moment. The wind howled with enough vigor to shake the tops of those huge trees that reached altitudes of several hundred meters, transforming the desolate forests into terrifying places that no sane human being would go near. While the sound of leaves hitting leaves and branches hitting branches broke the natural silence, the mighty roar of some terrifying beast hidden in the deep parts of this savage land echoed loudly throughout, as if it wanted to shake the whole sky itself. Whenever this happened, some weaker beasts that could only maintain their existence in the outer perimeter of the forest would roar softly as they bowed their heads to express submission and good behavior as a form of response. Swoosh! A slight breeze other than the natural air current altered the wind flow in a certain area of the forest, and some weak beasts hurriedly glanced at the surroundings while growling menacingly. However, not sensing anything, they returned to their inactive state, walking around their controlled areas. "Truly can't see a hell in here," Bai Zemin grumbled under his breath as he moved deeper and deeper into the forest. "The moonlight is partially covered by the clouds, so it's very difficult for its weakened light to penetrate through the large treetops of the densely populated areas." Lilith appeared at his side, walking gracefully and naturally swinging her small waist invitingly. Even if Bai Zemin was a powerful soul evolver near level 50, he did not possess a skill that gave him superior eyesight in the dark similar to night vision. Therefore, he himself could not see beyond 20 meters in front of him or his surroundings. Going into a forest overpopulated by evolved beasts in the middle of such a dark night, the way Bai Zemin was doing at the moment was no different from going and knocking on the gates of hell of his own volition. However, his expression was calm, and his indifferent eyes glittered blood-curdlingly as the moonshine rays reached his face. Although the dangers were naturally high, Bai Zemin decided to take a chance and take advantage of the night to hunt. After all, most beasts only moved during the night because they were well aware of their superiority in such environments. Therefore, he decided to try hunting some first-order beasts while training his own skills. After about 10 minutes of charging into the forest at a speed neither too fast nor too slow, Bai Zemin suddenly looked to the northwest. "I found one," he muttered before changing direction. His speed almost completely exploded, and the ground beneath his feet cracked in the next instant, because even for him, it was not easy to control such an instantaneous burst of explosive power. A blue-scaled snake about 50 meters long was lying on a large tree. The snake was coiled around a thick branch, and as it camouflaged itself with the leaves taking advantage of the darkness of the night, its shadowy yellow eyes seemed to glow fluorescently as it gazed at a white mouse about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. The mutated mouse had not yet evolved to first order, so it had to be much more careful than those that had, as its life was in constant danger. After all, easy prey were always the first to be selected by the strong before being devoured. They were considered soul power and free evolutionary impulse. Just as the white-furred mutated mouse walked along the bottom of a huge tree, its fur stood on end, and its red eyes quivered with fear. The mutated rodent felt mortal danger and hastily dug its sharp claws into the earth beneath its feet in an attempt to use a great leap and take advantage of that momentum to flee in a hurry. However, before the mutated mouse could move, a putrid smell filled the air, followed by a dense dark fog surrounding the entire 50 feet around the tree. The thick trunk of the tree began to turn black and crackle, as if it would fall over at any moment, while the leaves previously bursting with lively green suddenly withered, turning black and falling to the ground in several broken fragments. The grass withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the mouse squealed horribly as it felt its skin being corroded. The beast let out a second screech of pain as it ran forward in an attempt to get out of the area of effect, while doing its best to endure the pain and fear that consumed it. Unfortunately for the mutated rodent, when it finally crossed the 15-meter distance 2 seconds later, its body collapsed lifelessly and rolled a couple of times before coming to a complete stop. Its lustrous white fur was nowhere to be seen anymore, and the flesh of its body had turned almost completely black with pus-filled blood running down its body and staining the ground at the same time as an overwhelmingly foul, rotting smell filled the area. The giant snake uncoiled its body and let itself fall to the ground with a bang that raised a huge cloud of dust before moving cautiously towards the mutated mouse's body. Seeing that its prey had fallen, the blue-scaled snake hissed with its tongue once before lowering its head to begin feasting. Not only had the snake absorbed the mutated mouse's soul power, but it also became slightly more powerful by eating the flesh of its prey. This mouse was not the first one tonight. The snake had already slaughtered more than 20 smaller creatures and had devoured them, barely leaving the bones behind. As the snake savored the reward of its victory, it suddenly seemed to detect something and raised its big head abruptly as it looked to the right. Its glowing eyes narrowed dangerously, but a glint of wariness shone within it as it looked at the human standing only 10 meters away. Bai Zemin looked at the huge snake in front of him and couldn't help but notice that its size was about twice the size of the snakes he had encountered at the university back then. Not only were its scales more lustrous, but it also seemed to have thin spines on its tail that could be used as a lethal weapon. This snake must be incredibly close to breaking into the next order. It must definitely be level 49 or 50, carrying out its breakthrough mission. He spoke seemingly to the air. MMH looks like it. Lilith's voice, only audible to him, answered him. HSSSS. The snake hissed menacingly as it opened its maw wide. The smell of rotting flesh came from its mouth large enough to devour an entire automobile with ease, and the bloodstains belonging to the mutated mouse and several other creatures gave the beast an extremely savage, cruel, and bloodthirsty appearance. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 295, Gravity Manipulation, a Double-Edged Sword. Damn, you sure smell. Bai Zemin frowned hard as the nauseating fishy breath coming from inside the great beast's maw hit his face squarely. The only reason the snake had not attacked him so far was only because the beast could sense great danger from the being before it. Otherwise, it would not have wasted its time hissing in an attempt to threaten the counterpart so as to warn it not to come any closer, or it would go into combat mode. However, this snake was one of the supreme lords in this area, and except for those beasts that lived in the central parts of this forest, there was no one who dared to oppose it. All who dared to offend it were devoured, and those who were marked as targets, though they tried to fight for their lives without surrendering to death, the snake was simply too strong for any of them to handle. Therefore, this beast grew used to being dominant and acting powerful. Precisely because of this, when Bai Zemin scolded the beast and even ignored it, the snake finally could no longer take it and immediately attacked. With lightning speed, the blue-scaled snake opened its jaws again, and a second later a dense dark mist shot out from inside its mouth. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and a slightly grave expression appeared on his face. The mist was advancing rapidly in his direction as it surrounded everything several meters around, and no matter if it was trees, grass, small low-level insects. Everything was corroded as if they had been sprayed by acidic liquid. Even the rocks began to sizzle. He was sure that even a second-order beast would probably suffer from this kind of attack. However, he wasn't nervous or worried, just slightly more alert than usual. After consuming 5 mana points, Bai Zemin activated gravity manipulation without a second thought. But instead of activating the skill to increase the gravity of an area, he activated the skill to the maximum to decrease the pressure within the range of 10 meters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The mist that was steadily advancing and spreading out in a cone shape suddenly seemed to encounter some kind of powerful stractor, as the advancing activity was immediately interrupted, and it began to slowly ascend into the sky. After decreasing the gravity of the area 10 meters in front of him, each extension of poisonous mist that came into that perimeter was expelled into the atmosphere, as the loss of gravity was kept constant thanks to the fact that Bai Zemin never deactivated the skill. The blue-scaled snake hissed in amazement at such a sight. This was the first time the wild beast experienced such a failure, as in the past, regardless of whether the enemy was large or small in size. They were always defeated by its active skill, obtained after successfully evolving to First Order. However, the instincts of the beast were truly worthy of a beast after all. Seeing that the poisonous mist it was proud of was useless against the human in front of it, the blue-scaled snake erupted with a speed of roughly 18 or 19 times the speed of a normal human before the apocalypse, and closed a 15-meter gap in the blink of an eye. A giant body with a length of 50 meters charging towards you was a sight that probably no one in their right mind could look at with indifference and a smile. However, Bai Zemin's expression remained unperturbed by the colossal enemy's attack compared to his insignificant stature of less than even 2 meters. "Really, what a stinky smell," he muttered under his breath and stretched both arms forward. Although his movements seemed slow, they were actually very fast, and what the blue-scaled snake was seeing were indeed remnant images left behind him. With an agility that was easily over 300 points adding up his treasures, the blue-scaled snake could not compare to Bai Zemin in terms of speed. Boom! Bai Zemin's hands were like two relentless steel pincers just as the large beast's head loomed over him. He used both of his hands to cling with unfathomable strength onto the two huge fangs of the blue-scaled snake. The ground beneath both beings cracked, unable to withstand the sudden pressure, and the nearest trees shuddered fiercely, as if threatening to fly away at any moment, while the movements of the huge blue-scaled snake, whose body could be compared to a mythological beast, were stopped in their tracks by a being whose physical size was more than 20 times smaller. The fluorescent eyes of the huge beast met the young man's black eyes for a second as if they were communicating with their gazes. While the first eyes glowed with madness, anger, and wonder, the second's eyes were bone-chillingly indifferent. It was as if he wasn't the least bit surprised at what he had just realized. Before the blue-scaled snake could expel its toxic mist taking advantage of the close proximity, Bai Zemin jumped slightly and used his knee to fiercely strike the beast's chin while releasing his grip over the two large fangs. Bang! Critical hit. A loud explosion rang out as the body of the blue-scaled snake was sent flying back 15 meters distance, stopping only after hitting a large tree and splitting it in half. As wood splinters flew everywhere and the tree fell in a loud crash, the blue-scaled snake writhed in pain as it hissed and spat toxic mist everywhere. Red blood began to spurt uncontrollably from inside its mouth, and a large wound appeared at the bottom of its maw through which the red flesh inside could be clearly seen. The armor spines work well. Bai Zemin clapped his hands after using some dirt to remove the saliva that had been left on his gloves because of the monster's fangs. "Look, even criticals are starting to come out more often." Lilith, who was watching everything with an indifferent expression from the shadows, rolled her eyes at his comment. With 350 physical attack damage coming from the protruding thorns of the different parts of his bloodthirsty wolf full-body armor rank 2, plus a total of almost 360 strength points, plus a critical hit. If not for Bai Zemin holding back a lot, the blue-scaled snake's head would have already exploded into flying chunks of flesh and blood. Seeing the poisonous mist approaching towards him once again, Bai Zemin activated gravity manipulation again. But instead of doing it like the previous time, this time he caused the gravity of the area 10 meters around him to suddenly increase explosively by 15 times. Rumble. The ground rumbled for several seconds before it began to sink as cracks spread like earth dragons far and wide. The only being, regardless of whether it was alive or not, that was unaffected by the increased gravity was naturally Bai Zemin himself. As for the smog, its propagation speed slowed greatly, and instead of floating around it, was practically slammed to the ground as if its gaseous state had suddenly become too heavy to float across the air of Earth's atmosphere. Bai Zemin carefully observed the behavior of the mist, studying every action and movement in detail. Meanwhile, the wounded blue-scaled snake seemed to go into a frenzy as its eyes became bloodshot, and ignoring all pain, it swung furiously forward and lashed its tail in a mighty swing. However, just as the large tail with a thickness of 2 meters was about to hit Bai Zemin, something that shocked the beast again happened. Bang! The heavy tail suddenly seemed to be out of the beast's control, as its weight increased horribly to the point where its speed was affected, so that it seemed to have entered into a swamp or quicksand area. This also caused the trajectory of the attack to deviate accordingly at the sudden change of situation, so that instead of hitting Bai Zemin's body, the monster's tail struck and shattered into pieces the ground more than 5 meters off. For magical attacks in a gaseous state, it's better to use gravity in reverse, Bai Zemin muttered, completely ignoring the blue-scaled snake's previous attack, all his attention focused on the toxic mist. I should move on to the next beast and check if it also works with elemental attacks like fire and other types instead of poison. He reasoned aloud when he suddenly saw out of the corner of his eye as a large scaly tail lashed towards him. Although the blue-scaled snake was infinitely close to becoming a second-order existence, at the end of the day, it was still a first-order being. Therefore, not only could its strength not compare to a real second-order beast, but its intelligence had not reached that milestone either, or else it would definitely have tried to flee after realizing that victory was basically impossible. Because the physical attacks needed to precisely approach to hit the enemy's body, the blue-scaled snake's movements had become approximately 30–40% slower than usual as a result of the increased gravity. In fact, were it not for the fact that beasts had an innately stronger and more powerful body than humans, the beast's speed would have dropped by 70–80% with ease. In itself, the blue-scaled snake's agility was already considerably lower than Bai Zemin's agility. Therefore, the snake's already slow movements from Bai Zemin's point of view only became much slower after falling under the effect of his gravity manipulation skill. Bai Zemin took a large step to the side, evading the attack by a small but sufficient margin. The heavy tail of the beast slammed into the ground, and the earth shook violently with cracks up to 10 terrifying meters wide spread everywhere. Since the gravity had increased by 15, while it was true that the speed of the attack had decreased, the power behind it was much more powerful, weighing 15 times the normal weight, which basically added 150 strength points to the beast's already horrendous strength. If that attack hit Bai Zemin, even he would be seriously injured despite having his rank 2 armor on. This skill is a double-edged sword. Bai Zemin sighed, glad that he decided to invest time in carefully studying the details of his newly acquired 5th skill. If this sort of thing happened in the middle of close combat against an existence capable of threatening his life, and he was taken by surprise, then it was highly likely that his life was in danger because of not knowing the effects and extent of his own skill well. Just as Bai Zemin was thinking about this, he noticed that the tail of the blue-scaled snake was rising again, which made it clear that the beast was preparing to strike again. "Enough of you," he stated casually before pointing his hand towards the beast that was glaring at him in fury over 20 meters away, and as he activated blood manipulation, he muttered, "Die." Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. The blood that had soaked almost the entire body of the beast suddenly took on a slight demonic glow, and before the enraged monster could realize what was happening, more than 33-meter-long spears with their tips inverted inward pierced its body. Although many spears failed to penetrate very deep into the scales, Bai Zemin's blood attacks were really powerful. More than 80% of the spears pierced the scales and flesh of the snake from side to side, impaling its body and turning it into a sieve riddled with holes. Several green messages flashed in Bai Zemin's retina, informing him of critical hits activating again and again. The beast could not even let out a roar of pain before collapsing heavily on the ground and raising a large cloud of dust. Backslash 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 296, Skill Shadow Blink. At the same time that the blue-scaled snake, whose length hovered around 50 meters, collapsed lifelessly onto the ground with a loud bang, 2 green messages flashed in Bai Zemin's retina. One of them informed him of something that had not happened in a while. You have absorbed the soul power of First Order Thousand Thorn Snake level 50. You have received Strength plus 12, Magic plus 10, Mana plus 5. You have leveled up and reached level 46. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. It really has been a while since I leveled up. Bai Zemin sighed as he walked towards the First Order Thousand Thorn Snake, now devoid of any vital signs. Well, but as I said before, levels do not represent the real strength of an existence. Lilith followed closely behind him and remembered. That's true. Although leveling up granted 2 status points to humans every time they acquired enough enemy soul power to push themselves to the next stage, those 2 status points didn't mean much to people like Bai Zemin, who aimed for dangerous and deadly clashes against existences above them in levels or order to get the most out of soul power. This was precisely one of the main reasons why Bai Zemin never bothered with touching his status points since he reached the First Order, and simply let them accumulate. That way, he would at least have an instant source of power that would boost his strength to new heights in cases of immediate need. Furthermore, while it was true that Bai Zemin's level had not increased, This battle against the First Order Thousand Thorn Snake level 50 had made something very important clear. This was that his overall strength had definitely increased explosively compared to when he fought against the Second Order Archaic Bear. The Thousand Thorn Snake naturally could not compare to the Archaic Bear. However, the beast's power could not be underestimated in any way. Its physical body was terrifyingly tough and strong with enormous destructive power, thanks to its powerful and flexible tail, while its poisonous skill was a handicap for anyone who was its enemy to think twice before facing it. In the past, Bai Zemin was sure that he definitely wouldn't have lost against the Thousand Thorn Snake, but he definitely could not have played with the beast casually as he did tonight. His overall strength had increased so much that Bai Zemin basically used an evolving beast as if it was his personal punching bag. I guess I can now say that I really am invincible among the First Order, he stated matter-of-factly. Even if it is a powerful beast on the verge of evolution, it doesn't represent the slightest danger to my current self. I believe you were already invincible in the First Order for quite some time. Lilith giggled graciously and pointed out, though it definitely wouldn't be as overwhelming as it is now. Bai Zemin smiled and pulled his dagger from his waist. Then he carelessly stabbed at the center of the Thousand Thorn Snake's forehead. However, even as he stabbed with all his might, it was defiantly piercing through the beast's scales. This was so now that the snake was dead. One could imagine how defiant it would be to pierce through its defenses with this dagger if the beast was still alive. This steel-toothed dagger is a rank 1 weapon with 350 physical attack points, but it still can't casually cut through the snake. Bai Zemin lamented as he continued working to remove one of the scales. I'll have to craft a better one later. I have a lot more better quality materials now anyway. You can use the claws of the Second Order Archaic Bear you killed back then. The survivors under your command probably already finished dismantling its body, or whatever they were able to extract in good condition. Lilith coughed slightly and remembered. Bai Zemin couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was truly ironic how the strongest beast he had met so far, which also meant that it was the beast with the best material for building equipment, ended up in such a miserable state that its pelt was basically useless, and even several claws were destroyed by the IFV's shots. After pulling out a palm-sized scale and casually throwing it aside, Bai Zemin began to cut the snake's flesh with the dagger in his hands. Although it was challenging to cut through the tough, slippery scales of the snake, its flesh was incredibly tender and soft. The dagger in Bai Zemin's hands cut with ease, as if instead of cutting flesh it was cutting a piece of hot butter. Bai Zemin unconsciously swallowed and muttered, I think I'm really going crazy. Even though it's covered in blood and the meat is raw, I can't help but want to take a bite. The corner of Lilith's mouth trembled a little when she heard this, and she said dumbfounded, I say, little brother Zemin, didn't you eat just now? Besides, you really can't eat raw meat. You'll probably get poisoned by the beast's mana. You'd better cook it properly before you do something crazy. Keck, I won't, just saying, he pointed out before finally slamming his fist forward. His arm buried itself deep into the dead beast's head, piercing through the layers of sliced flesh until it finally reached the brain. This sensation is really disgusting. He grunted with a grimace. However, his eyes soon lit up as he felt something hard within reach of his hand, and he quickly picked it up before pulling his arm out again. The entirety of his arm was stained with blood. More specifically, it was his armor and gloves, while only a minor part stained his fingers. In addition, several pieces of flesh were stuck on the wrist and elbow, thorns protruding from the armor. Bai Zemin ignored the encephalic matter dripping down the armor, and his gaze immediately focused on the object he clutched tightly with his left fist. With this soul stone, the total number of First Order soul stones I have finally reached 30. He rejoiced aloud. Furthermore, there is also a possibility that a few more were found in the beginning village area. Why don't you level up some skills now then? Lilith suggested. In any case, if you die it's all over, so you might as well become more powerful. While it might be a bit selfish to monopolize everything for yourself, you can at least take several of them. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. In fact, now that he had some supply of soul stones, he could upgrade some skills. Although he didn't have all the First Order soul stones on him at the moment, he had 5 stones that he always kept in his bag. Together with the one he had just found now, the count totaled 6 First Order soul stones. Bai Zemin was about to head to the records of his blood manipulation skill when he suddenly remembered something and immediately skipped to somewhere else. Deep within his soul, where the runes that represented the skills, Bai Zemin searched through the active skills part until he finally stopped at a dark-colored rune with what looked like a person running engraved on it. Unstoppable front charge, unranked active skill level 5. This skill has reached the maximum level and can evolve to the next order. You have fulfilled the requirements to evolve unstoppable front charge to first order. Do you wish to continue? MMH. Bai Zemin frowned slightly, and before agreeing decided to check the evolution requirements first. Unstoppable front charge was an external active skill that he had learned through a scroll he obtained after defeating the First Order reinforced iron boar Jabali level 49 when he visited the smithy where he used to work in the past. All of Bai Zemin's companions, including the old man who taught him about blacksmithing, had either died or turned into zombies. At that time, the First Order reinforced iron boar appeared like a colossal beast on the horizon, knocking down the trees and crushing everything in its path as it charged towards them. Bai Zemin could still remember that back then it was difficult to kill the beast, not because of the power of the beast itself, but because he back then still wielded the Xuanyuan sword that did not have the ability to break through the tough defenses of the evolved boar. Why did you learn that skill? Lilith asked, slightly confused. Although there is no doubt that it is a good skill to make both an instant attack and escape from dangerous situations in the blink of an eye, I don't think it suits the path of evolver that you have chosen to walk. She continued, from your blood manipulation skill to your newly acquired gravity manipulation, both skills grant you the ability to practically freely control different elements. Crimson Blood Judgment is an extremely destructive skill that does not distinguish between ally or enemy. Lightning movement together with invisibility gives you a mortal power rarely seen anywhere else. And even your regeneration skill that you haven't used even once so far is extremely useful in extended combat. Basically, each and every one of your skills were carefully chosen to completely overwhelm. This means that the evolutive path you have chosen is the most difficult but also the best one, which is the path of total supremacy. However, that skill unstoppable front charge somehow doesn't seem to suit any of these skills of yours. Lilith finished, and the more she spoke the more perplexed she became. Call it instinct. Bai Zemin sighed and calmly explained, somehow I feel that this skill will turn into something good after evolving. I wonder where that instinct of yours comes from. Lilith really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fantasies of the young man in front of her. Hey, in many video games the weakest skill sometimes turns out to be the most mysterious and powerful in the end. Bai Zemin defended before finally confirming the evolution requirements of the skill Unstoppable Front Charge. Unstoppable Front Charge evolution requirements. Kill enemies type agility, 10,000/10,000. Kill enemies with high jumping power, 10,000/10,000. First Order Soul Stone, 6/6. Those mutated spiders were at least good for something. Bai Zemin smiled slightly as he confirmed the skill requirements. Lilith rolled her eyes and remembered. They also gave you thousands of unclassified soul stones. Bai Zemin did not reply and simply decided to confirm the question of the soul record. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The First Order soul stones that were inside the bag tied to Bai Zemin's waist immediately flew out, followed a second later by the soul stone that was still in his hand. The 6 First Order soul stones began to spin in the air at speeds that even an extremely powerful existence like Lilith could not follow with her eyes, until it reached a point where only a spiral could be seen. Gradually, the spiral of light began to illuminate with a multicolored glow for several seconds before the multicolored light dimmed and turned into a deep black light that had practically blended in with the darkness of the forest. The deep black light flew into the sky and then plummeted down before hitting Bai Zemin's body without him even being able to react. Fortunately, he was already familiar with such a sight, or else he might have been scared out of his wits. The deep black light immediately traveled into his soul and surrounded his spirit for several rounds before finally stopping in front of the rune representing the skill Unstoppable Front Charge. In the next instant, the black light collided with the rune and Bai Zemin's soul shuddered fiercely. His face crumpled slightly as the rune began to change quickly. The rune that previously had a barely visible scribble of a person who appeared to be running suddenly shuddered, and the design blurred. It only took a few blinks of an eye for the scribble to change into a huge tree with a large shadow behind it, along with strange engravings of mysterious white color. The skill Unstoppable Front Charge Unranked has evolved to First Order successfully. Unstoppable Front Charge, Unranked Level 5 First Order Shadow Blink Level 1. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 297, Anomaly, a huge mystery. Shadow Blink, First Order Active Skill Level 1. Previously a skill that allowed the user to become an unstoppable shadow capable of moving in a straight line at almost unsurpassable speeds. After evolving, this skill allows the user to blink between shadows of equal or larger size than yours within a range of 50 meters with total freedom. It consumes 30 mana points per activation and has a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Bai Zemin's first reaction, after seeing the description and details of the evolved skill, Unstoppable Front Charge, was to be stunned before his body began to shake uncontrollably. Powerful. An incredibly excited look steadily grew on his face as he read the same message over and over again. Regardless of whether it was range, mobility, utility, everything about the skill had improved to a whole new level, even with a cooldown time of 60 seconds, which made it difficult to use the skill too many times in a combat. The Shadow Blink skill was undoubtedly powerful enough to be comparable even to second-order skills. As for the consumption of 30 mana points, such a requirement was completely ignored by Bai Zemin. With his current mana reserve, he would need to activate the skill more than 10 times to consume all his mana, which he honestly couldn't imagine, since if he couldn't finish a fight quickly even after using Shadow Blink once to take the enemy by surprise, then it would be better to use it to flee or save his mana to fight with deadly attacks. Lilith was surprised to see the excited look on his face and couldn't help but wonder if the skill was so good that he reacted in such a way. Even in the darkness, she could see his sparkling eyes, unable to hide his joy. One must know that even when Bai Zemin evolved blood manipulation to second order, he wasn't as excited as he was now. However, what Lilith didn't know was that Bai Zemin's excitement didn't just come from the fact that the evolution of the skill Unstoppable Front Charge was powerful. A big part of that excitement he felt was born from the fact that he actually gambled well and didn't make a misstep. As a first-order existence, Bai Zemin, just like any other human, could only learn 5 external active skills. This meant that he had to be very careful when choosing which active skill scrolls he chose to learn. After all, once he learned a scroll, a skill immediately took up a slot in his soul, which negated the possible entry of a more powerful future skill. If the skill Unstoppable Front Charge evolved into a useless skill, then Bai Zemin would probably be left with that regret for his entire life. He might even end up dying in the future, since a basically useless skill was no different from slowing his steps. For example, if the skill Unstoppable Front Charge had evolved into a skill that allowed him to perform a forward dash for a distance of 100 meters or something similar, Bai Zemin definitely might have cried in sorrow, since that would mean that the only thing the skill would do with each evolution would be to increase the distance of the dash. Fortunately, his worries were not necessary, and in fact, his gamble turned out to be more than correct. "How good is that skill to get you excited to such a degree?" Lilith asked. She finally couldn't bear the curiosity in her heart anymore. Bai Zemin looked at her with a smile and extended his hand palm up. "Why don't you look it by yourself?" Her red eyes looked at his hand for a moment before she smiled slightly and extended her comparatively smaller and clearly delicate woman's hand to take his. When he felt Lilith's hand touch his, even through the leather gloves, Bai Zemin could distinguish the warmth of her body. Even though they had already did this many times since they met, it was still hard for him to control himself completely. It was not for nothing that Lilith was a succubus after all. Her charm was simply too overwhelmingly high. Shaking his head to clear unnecessary thoughts, Bai Zemin focused on the record of his newly evolved skill, and soon Lilith could see the details of the new skill. After reading it once, a glint of shock flashed in her beautiful ruby-like eyes, and she muttered in disbelief, "This, first-order Shadow Blink. How can this be possible? Oh, is something wrong?" Bai Zemin frowned slightly, realizing that apparently nothing was as simple as evolving the skill, and that was it. Lilith still looked slightly dazed, and it was only after he gently tightened his grip on her hand that she finally focused and looked at his face. Even though the forest was completely dark, as the moonlight could not break through the thick branches and large amounts of leaves of the huge trees towering high in the sky, Bai Zemin could still see the shock written all over her pretty face from an arm's length away. Lilith took a deep breath and nodded. "That skill, I'm referring to Shadow Blink. That skill, I saw it before. But the strange thing is that the human who used it back then said his skill was third order." "What?" Bai Zemin opened his eyes wide and muttered in shock. "Third order? Nonsense." He looked at his skill again to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. Indeed, no matter how many times he looked at it, the order of the skill did not change in any way. It still clearly stated that Shadow Blink was a first-order skill. Even if you ask me, Lilith shook her head, she was truly perplexed. What is this all about? Bai Zemin forced a smile and pointed to himself as he said, I hope that question isn't directed at me, Miss Higher Existence. He had no idea what the world outside of China was even like, much less was he aware of such distant and strange things as the soul record or its skills. Even if Lilith asked him, there was no way he would know something she didn't. They were both silent, each with different thoughts but at the same time on the same theme. After several minutes of silence, Bai Zemin reasoned, could it be that this person you speak of lied to you? This was the only reasonable thought he could find regarding this. From his point of view, it simply didn't seem to be plausible, this whole thing regarding the same skill, but with completely different stages. Moreover, it was not just one stage, but was two stages. The difference between first order and third order was colossal, so much so that the difference between first order blood manipulation and second order blood manipulation alone caused the power Bai Zemin controlled over the blood element to increase to a whole new level never seen before. From this one could imagine how big the difference was. No, that's impossible. Lilith shook her head without hesitation. She looked at Bai Zemin and her red eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Bai Zemin, you may not know how special it is that you can resist my charm even if I am suppressing it as much as possible to not affect your mind. But do you think everyone can do that? Bai Zemin's eyes widened slightly and he whispered, that person. That's right, that person I'm telling you about was a human being, a man. Lilith nodded and said coldly, that man was head over heels for me. It is simply impossible for him to lie to me about anything, and the mere thought of doing so would never be born inside him. The fact that a man would fall in love for Lilith did not surprise Bai Zemin at all. Considering her beauty alone, she was beautiful enough for even kings and gods to want to have her. This was something he was sure of. What surprised him a little was that she was speaking in the past tense, which meant that the man was most likely already dead. As to how that person died or the reason, Bai Zemin had his own guesses, but it was also none of his business. After a moment of silence, he asked, did you check that person's records just to be sure? You still underestimate my charm, boy. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I guess you'll understand better someday. Lilith shook her head and chuckled. Her face went slightly cold and she said indifferently, as for your question, no. To check someone's records, I need the full approval of that existence and come into direct contact. Do you think I will allow anyone to casually touch me? If anyone ever tries it, I will definitely freeze them to death before destroying them into molecular fragments until there is no trace of their existence. Hearing the coldness in her voice, Bai Zemin's heart shuddered. Such a bone-chilling level of indifference was something that could rarely be seen in a person. Bai Zemin had never seen such a depth of indifference and coldness even in Shangyuan Bingzhu. This made it clear that Lilith really valued herself greatly. But at the same time, it caused a huge doubt to grow in Bai Zemin's heart. And she would definitely not allow other existences to touch her casually. Then why did she not hesitate to have physical contact with him? Could it be that she wanted to build a trusting relationship because in the future she would be needing his help? But that didn't seem to be plausible. After all, Lilith had gone as far as lying in the same bed with him in extremely revealing clothes, and even did not show the slightest disguise or murderous intent when he spanked her twice a couple of nights ago. Bai Zemin had many doubts and questions, but somehow he knew that none of them would be answered even if he said them out loud. I can't think of anything else. He shook his head and sighed wearily. The only workable option I can find is that this person lied to you, but seeing how sure you are, it seems that's not the case. Lilith was silent as she stared at the tops of the huge trees. More specifically, her gaze seemed to be able to look beyond, straight up into the cloud-covered sky. After a moment, she finally spoke somewhat hesitantly. I have two theories at the moment. But to be honest with you, I'm not quite sure about this, and it's highly probable that I'm wrong. Bai Zemin said nothing and waited patiently. The first theory is that maybe that person got his skill directly from a scroll. Lilith calmly explained as she continued to look off into the distance. Although I never heard of anything similar, there is a possibility that weaker unranked skills can evolve into skills that are usually only found in higher orders. Do you understand what I mean? Bai Zemin pondered for a few seconds before answering in a serious manner. Basically, a fourth-order skill that comes directly from a scroll can also be obtained by evolving a much weaker skill from a scroll that people would usually ignore, and definitely not learn, as this would mean wasting a slot for external active skills. That's right, Lilith nodded. Although I've never heard of anything similar, I think that maybe, just maybe, when an existence evolves a weak skill, there's a chance that the weak skill will become into a powerful skill. So powerful that even in a lower order it can compare to its counterpart with a higher order, which means with a higher evolutive path. If it really is like that, then I think it's completely natural that you've never heard of anything similar. Bai Zemin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who in their right mind would do something as stupid as learning a seemingly useless skill and then consuming huge amounts of resources to evolve it to the next order? Probably no one. Even a madman wouldn't be stupid enough to do something like that. Therefore, it was completely understandable that, in case Lilith's theory was valid, she had never heard anything like this. Backslash 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 298, Hidden Effect of the Skill Blood Manipulation. Taking into consideration that Bai Zemin had to not only kill a total of 20,000 enemies with specific characteristics, and besides that consume an astronomical total of 6 first-order soul stones, the amount of resources and time needed to fulfill the requirements needed to evolve the unranked skill Unstoppable Front Charge to the first-order skill Shadow Blink could be considered colossal. To begin with, while it seemed easy, the two requirements were Bai Zemin needed to kill 10,000 agility-type enemies and 10,000 enemies with high-jumping ability were not easy at all. Sure, killing such beings might not be crazy depending on the overall strength difference, however. Finding that number of those specific types of enemies would definitely not be a simple task considering that the soul record had only just reached Earth a little over a month and a week ago. As for the 6 first-order soul stones, it was naturally even more difficult since even if one had the power to take down first-order existences with ease, one would not necessarily will obtain a soul stone by killing them. Moreover, it was also in question whether one managed to find such existences in the first place. Although all of the above was exclusively related to the evolutionary stage of the world and its inhabitants, this did not represent an impediment in Lilith's theory nor in Bai Zemin's reasoning. After all, when the world entered into higher evolutionary stages and its inhabitants became more powerful, the skill scrolls that defeated enemies would drop would naturally be of a higher order. At the very least, the quantity of first-order skill scrolls would no longer be a rarity. In that case, who would bother to learn unranked skills and then consume so many resources to evolve it when they could easily get that skill upgraded from a scroll? Probably no one. With all this in mind, while Lilith's idea sounded a bit fanciful, it wasn't particularly crazy either. Bai Zemin could imagine such a thing happening. Even if it is, it's insane. He sighed and forced a smile as he said, by learning a poor-quality active skill, we would not only be consuming a precious skill slot, but we would also have to consume a lot of resources to raise it. But more importantly, nothing really guarantees that the evolution of that skill will be good. Wouldn't it be reason for suicide if in the end, the skill ends up morphing into a slightly better piece of junk than the previous piece of junk? And Lilith nodded and looked him straight in the eyes. That's precisely why I came up with that theory. It's the only reason with any validity that at least somewhat backed up the fact that such an occurrence never became universally known among the higher existences. Bai Zemin sighed again before asking curiously, what about the second theory? Lilith narrowed her eyes and said deeply, my second theory is that you are an anomaly. Thank you, Bai Zemin was speechless. Was that an insult or was it a compliment? Lilith ignored him and said earnestly, either something inside you provoked it or your blood manipulation skill has a hidden effect. Bai Zemin frowned and said puzzled, what does the skill blood manipulation have to do with it? As you well know, we can use skills thanks to the fact that the runes were engraved into our souls. Lilith explained calmly and then asked, tell me something, do you know how the body and soul of a living being works? Bai Zemin raised both hands and said bitterly, before the soul record came to this world, mankind on this planet had not even been able to confirm with absolute certainty that we had a soul or spirit inside our bodies. How am I supposed to know how such mysterious things work? Lilith contemplated for a moment and then calmly said, in that case, how do light bulbs and electricity work? Bai Zemin didn't know why she asked such a question, but still answered. The light bulb must be placed on an electric switch with an electrical connection to allow energy to flow through and thus produce luminous energy. That is correct. Now tell me what happens if the amount of energy or power a bulb receives exceeds its own capacity. The bulb burns out or explodes into pieces. Lilith smiled and nodded. Correct. It is precisely the same with the human body. I don't understand. Bai Zemin shook his head. Let's take the light bulb as if it were the body and the electricity as if it were the soul. Lilith patiently explained. If the body cannot contain the power of the soul, then the body will immediately collapse and the owner will die, which will eventually lead to the death of the soul as well, since souls cannot live normally without a vessel. Easy to understand, isn't it? Bai Zemin's eyes glittered with understanding, and he nodded firmly. Easy. What a joke! It was impossible not to understand something so simple. Even so, there was something he didn't understand. But what does that have to do with the skill blood manipulation? He asked, puzzled. Lilith blinked at him and narrowed her eyes as she said, Remember that this is all just a theory. My thoughts on the matter are based solely on limited information. Seeing him nod, she explained, Perhaps your blood manipulation skill is nourishing your own blood from the moment the rune containing the skill was engraved in your soul. By nourishing your blood, the blood manipulation skill is at the same time strengthening your body unconsciously. This would lead to the consequence that your soul would gradually become stronger, or rather, mold itself to better adapt to a stronger body. After a short pause, she said uncertainly, So, since your soul silently grows stronger, perhaps the skill runes engraved in it will also grow stronger to adapt to your soul. Bai Zemin was silent for a long time before finally saying with a deadpan expression, What the bloody hell? Blood manipulation strengthens his blood strengthens his body causes his soul to strengthen, and as his soul strengthened, the skill runes also strengthen, which would lead as a consequence to a mutation of a poor quality skill to transform it into something stronger. Bai Zemin felt like his head was going to literally explode just thinking about the tedious process of this. However, if Lilith's theory was true, then it could be said that the skill blood manipulation was indeed just incredibly terrifying to the point where it could not be described in words. But if that were the case, why did only the rune of the skill Unstoppable Front Charge improve? Bai Zemin pointed out doubtfully. Besides, the improvement only happened after Unstoppable Front Charge evolved into Shadow Blink. Lilith shook her head and said in exasperation, Didn't I just tell you? This is all nothing but my own thoughts. I have no way of knowing if I'm right or wrong, so I can't answer all the unknowns born here at all. She was in a bad mood at this point. Of course, she was very happy that Bai Zemin received a powerful skill from a skill not so outstanding from her point of view. However, when something that she did not expect happened, her mood would immediately darken, as variables were what Lilith hated the most. Variable, unknown, uncertain. These were all words that Lilith hated very much, as variables could be bad, unknown could represent hidden danger, and uncertain meant that the positive could turn negative before she realized it. First, the firmament fragment where the will of the heavenly wolf Sirius rested, and now, the appearance of a first-order skill which Lilith knew in the past as a third-order skill. In such a short time, the surprises she had received from being close to Bai Zemin had been far greater than she had initially expected to encounter, even when she already had a rough idea of where she was getting into. Forget it. Bai Zemin slapped his cheeks hard and shook his head. His wandering eyes regained their usual steadiness, and he said casually, Regardless of whatever is going on, since it's good, there's no need to worry too much. I'm sure that someday the answers will naturally come by themselves even without us looking for them. Lilith sighed in her heart. Still, she smiled and nodded calmly. Maybe you're right, we'll see in the future, but since it's a good thing, I guess it's okay. Now, Bai Zemin pushed the matter of the Shadow Blink skill to the back of his mind, since there was nothing he could do about it anyway. Therefore, he decided to focus and work on what he could do at the moment. What shall I do with this thing? He muttered as he looked at the huge body of the first-order snake he had just killed not too long ago. Should he just leave it here, or should he take it back to the base? While it was true that it was highly improbable for an unclassified beast to approach the body of a first-order beast that still exuded its terrifying aura despite being dead, the same could not be said for other first-order beasts. If the precious meat of the huge snake in front of him was devoured by a monster and its valuable scales destroyed, Bai Zemin would really have no place to shed his tears. The problem was that if he carried this first-order snake to the base, it would probably also mean that he would have to carry each and every monster he killed in the forest. Even if his overall speed was high, it wasn't like if he could maintain such a speed for more than a couple of minutes before consuming all of his stamina. Forget it, apparently tonight I really won't be able to sleep as well. In the end, he sighed tiredly and clung to the tail of the giant corpse. I'll give you a shoulder massage later, Tilda. Lilith smiled and her eyes closed as her beautifully outlined eyebrows curved into a crescent moon shape. I suddenly feel more energetic. Bai Zemin joked before he began to drag the evolved snake's body along. Even with his strength stat, it would definitely not be a simple task to carry the body of a giant monster whose length had exceeded 50 meters. However, just as he was leaving a large furrow in the ground where he passed by, Lilith's voice sounded from behind him. Why don't you use gravity manipulation to lighten the weight of that snake? Bai Zemin's footsteps stopped. You hadn't thought of that, had you? Really? You should stop thinking of skills as only useful in combat. At the end of the day, you're still thinking like a normal human doing the hard work. Bai Zemin sighed and obediently activated gravity manipulation. ////. Standing atop a large tower 5 or 6 meters high, two armed men dressed in police uniforms observed the surroundings cautiously. Each of them held night vision binoculars that were part of the equipment the police stations were equipped with, making sure that no monsters, zombies, or human enemies would sneak into the base, which would lead to chaos. Unnecessary chaos considering how chaotic everything was already. There were several of these towers placed at different perimeters and at different distances around the entire North Camp. That way, if something bad happened, the base would have time to react when the sentries reported the situation. Today, like most days, was a boring day. The two men were only doing their jobs seriously because of the good pay, but honestly, none of them expected anything to happen. Just when everything seemed normal, one of the militants suddenly exclaimed in fright, "Hey, look over there." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// yesterday I uploaded only one. If not today, it will be tomorrow. Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 299, Cute Lilith. The second armed man, standing more on the left edge of the tall observation tower, jumped in fright at the sudden loud shout of his colleague. However, he didn't even have time to get angry because when he turned his gaze to the right, just to the north, he saw something that made his heart almost burst out of his mouth. In the middle of the dark night, practically devoid of any natural light and barely illuminated by the light of the base's spotlights, a huge silhouette dozens of meters long was approaching at speeds comparable to those of an all-terrain vehicle. Even more terrifying, that strange creature whose body appeared to be similar to that of a flood dragon jumped over 10 meters before slowly falling to the ground, and then jumped back once more, closing the distance between them quickly. Shit! The second gunman finally lowered his binoculars and shouted at the top of his lungs. Q quickly, report to base, the first gunman shouted in alarm as he pointed behind him. The second gunman was so scared that he almost peed his pants as he ran hurriedly to the corner, where the handheld radio rested on top of a small wooden box. Wait! Just as the second militant was about to initiate communication and call for urgent reinforcements from the soul evolvers, the first man shouted again, so he unconsciously stopped. And now what happened? Shouted the second militant with fear and anger in his voice. Isn't that the leader? The first man pointed forward with his eyes open in the shape of two huge round pans. The second armed man raised his binoculars again, and now that the distance between the giant monster that looked like a huge dragon soaring through the skies had shortened to less than 3 kilometers, he could finally make out something that was previously not possible. Just below the huge body of the large, seemingly mystical beast could be seen a comparatively tiny body that had both hands outstretched pointing skyward while holding the giant monster's back. Seeing the black hair and that black armor with spiky protrusions protruding from various parts, the first and second armed man immediately realized who was the person that was carrying the monster in his hands, as if he was the king of the barbarians returning to his village with his trophy of victory in hand. Holy shit, he really is the leader, the second gunman exclaimed in shock and unconsciously took a step back. The first gunman gulped audibly and lowered his binoculars to rub his eyes, except that he didn't have to use them again since due to the great distance closed by Bai Zemin's powerful jumps, when he opened his eyes again the distance of 3 kilometers had already been practically closed. Bai Zemin arrived in front of the first guard tower that was closest to the side he was on, and stopped before reaching the 10-meter distance to avoid affecting the tower and the guards on it with his skill gravity manipulation in reverse. As he casually threw the body of the First Order snake to the side, he looked at the armed men who were staring at him dumbfounded and ordered in a deep voice, "Call in several trucks and tractor-trailers. Have one of them take this snake back to the military base and have the rest wait here." He didn't wait for a reply and deactivated gravity manipulation before dashing off into the woods and disappearing in a matter of seconds from the sight of the two men guarding the area. A snake. That giant creature is a snake, not a flood dragon from the legends, the second militant gasped. Although he had seen several large monsters over the past month, this was by far the most enormous in terms of length. Now that he was seeing it from such a close distance, he could feel the unconscious pressure his heart felt as every fiber of his body seemed to be begging him to flee. One could imagine how powerful that beast was when it was still alive. "The leader is still human," the first man sighed and shook his head. "Forget it, there is no way for normal people like us to comprehend his level of power. The leader is the leader for a reason after all." The second militant also sighed, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. For a moment, the desire to become stronger was born and grew in his heart. Unfortunately, before that spark became powerful enough to generate fire, he saw the massive body of the blue-scaled snake filled with blood. This was like a snowstorm, totally fatal to that little spark with no resistance whatsoever. "Let's call the base. We have orders to follow given by the leader himself." The second man finally shook his head and stopped thinking useless thoughts. After picking up the radio and saying several words to the other side, the two militants went back to carefully surveying the surroundings. However, this time they were infinitely more tense and attentive as they knew that the leader was in the vicinity fighting giant and powerful monsters. Approximately 20 minutes later, the roar of several engines could be heard from the west gate of the base, and then the two men managed to spot a caravan of approximately 15 cargo vehicles, including 3 cranes approaching in their direction. Of course, Bai Zemin had no idea that his little act had frightened and discouraged a potential fighter. However, even if he did know, it was unlikely that he would care too much. If such a minor matter was enough to scare a person to such a degree, then there was no point in them becoming soul evolvers to begin with. Soul evolvers might not be impressive for now since most of them could not yet challenge the modern weaponry created by mankind in the past, and a single shot was enough to end their lives. However, the more time passed, the more evident it became that the soul evolvers were really the future, and the only hope the human race had if they wanted to overcome the hell they were involuntarily dragged into. As the hope of mankind, the soul evolvers were destined to face existences thousands of times more terrifying than that first-order snake that Bai Zemin had killed several minutes before. Therefore, there was no point in being scared to the point of cowering. If such a thing happened, then there was no future for that person. /////. Inside the dark forest, Bai Zemin's body was like a shadow in the midst of the darkness, flashing through the trees at speeds exceeding 150 km/h, while moving as if he were an agile gecko camouflaging himself with the surroundings. Although he occasionally met some beasts prowling the outer perimeter, these were all ignored by him, since his main objective tonight was not to casually hunt monsters, and his real goal was to train his gravity manipulation skill in combat. What Bai Zemin needed was to find at least a first-order beast, or else all his effort would be meaningless. Unfortunately or fortunately, even after 2 hours of unstoppable searching, Bai Zemin failed to locate a second first-order beast. This discouraged him, as much time had passed without him getting anything in return. However, it also made him feel secretly relieved since this meant that, while first-order beasts were not a super rarity within the woods, at least they were not in astronomically high numbers either. One had to know that even now the number of existences among humanity that could take on first-order enemies were definitely few and far between. Even Bai Zemin's faction, which was working hard every day to raise the level of its troops, only had a handful of such people. During the 2-hour period, Bai Zemin also tried to test his shadow blink skill. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. One of the requirements to activate shadow blink is precisely that there must be a shadow you can move into, isn't it? Lilith asked after thinking about it for a while. "Yeah, I need a shadow equal or larger in size to my own shadow." Bai Zemin nodded as he walked deeper into the huge forest. "In that case, it makes sense that you can't activate your skill." Lilith suddenly seemed to realize something as her eyes glinted with understanding as she slowly said, "While this forest is dark, that doesn't mean it has shadows." Oh, Bai Zemin looked at her with interest. Darkness and shadows are two things that seem similar but are actually completely different at the same time. Lilith calmly pointed out. For example, this forest is dark due to the lack of a light source. However, for a shadow to exist, it needs light either natural or artificial. Do you understand what I mean? I see. Bai Zemin patted his thigh before smiling bitterly. Damn. And here I thought I could casually teleport myself inside this wolf-mouthed dark forest. Heh, well, too bad. Lilith giggled softly. Bai Zemin paused and looked to his right for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. I finally found another one. Without waiting for an answer from anyone, he rushed like a whirlwind into the distance and disappeared into the darkness of the deep forest at the next instant. Lilith pouted prettily and stomped the ground beneath her feet as if she were a little girl trying to express her grievances with the world after being abandoned. Then, she too rushed forward and chased after the cruel man who didn't seem to care about her. After catching up with him in an instant, she said with hidden bitterness, "Little brother Zemin, aren't you afraid that something bad might happen to this big sister? How can you be so cruel as to neglect me just like that?" Bai Zemin rolled his eyes and really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Lilith, there is nothing on the current earth that can threaten even a hair on your body. Am I supposed to need to worry about your safety?" Tusk, tusk, tusk. Lilith clicked her tongue several times and sighed wearily as she said, "Little brother Zemin, we ladies fear the dark by nature. You should be more understanding of us. No, especially with me." "Yeah, sure, whatever." Bai Zemin wisely decided not to argue the matter and continued charging forward. "Hey, don't give me the crazy reason." "Yeah. Holy Mother." Standing in the middle of a tree that ascended over 400 meters high, right on a branch the thickness of a truck, and hidden by hundreds of smaller-sized branches with countless leaves, Bai Zemin looked at the beast 500 meters away and sighed softly. The beast currently had its eyes closed and seemed to be sleeping. Its entire body was covered by a thick layer of scaly skin, with 10 pointed protrusions sticking out from its upper back, with approximately 2 to 3 meters high each. Its body had a length of approximately 20 meters, but due to its long tail, the total length of the beast could definitely be compared to the blue-scaled snake that Bai Zemin had killed a few hours ago. Its tail was also as thick as a tree trunk, and had what appeared to be a large rock-like protrusion at the end tip. The most terrifying thing was that even lying on the ground sleeping, this monster was 10 feet tall. Furthermore, its snoring was so powerful that the surrounding trees trembled while the grass around the monster seemed to have burned due to the heat exuded from its nostrils. What the hell is this? It was definitely a lizard in the past, but no matter how you look at it, this thing definitely looks like a dragon. Bai Zemin was speechless. Backslash 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 backslash. 1-3 chaps today. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 300, Devastating Attack. A dragon. Dragons were legendary beasts, and their mythological legends could be heard all over the world. There were thousands of books for adults or illustrated books for young children that told stories about these powerful monsters capable of destroying entire cities with a single breath and capable of causing earthquakes with their stomping footsteps. In China, dragons were a highly revered and respected species. In fact, one of the most important symbols of the Asian country was precisely the symbol of the Oriental dragon which, unlike Western dragons, was characterized by a long body capable of reaching hundreds or even kilometers in length and soaring through the skies like a true king. Although it looks like a dragon, it naturally isn't. Lilith chuckled and pointed out, "Dragons are beasts with a great talent for magic, and they possess a frightfully strong physical body from the first moment they come into existence. Really, those creatures are basically a bunch of walking hacks." Of course, the beast half a kilometer in front of Bai Zemin was not a true dragon. However, it was true that it did look very much like one. More precisely, it was considerably similar to a Western dragon. Perhaps the clearest difference, apart from the fact that its size was not as overwhelming, and the pressure exuded from its body was not as terrifying as it should be, was probably that on its back there were no fleshy wings to soar in the air. Bai Zemin sighed and said a bit speechlessly, "That thing is clearly only in the first order, but the soul power inside its body is definitely higher than that of the blue-scaled snake I killed before. Lilith, are you sure that the living beings of this world aren't advancing a little too fast?" Lilith looked at him and rolled her eyes. "Yes, I definitely think so. Haven't you looked at yourself?" "That's..." Bai Zemin frowned, and realized that indeed maybe he wasn't the best candidate to say those words, considering that in less than 2 months he was about to break to the second-order stage. That aside, Lilith stopped teasing him and sighed with a slight frown. I think something isn't right here. From the moment you faced those 10 first-order beasts before the second-order archaic bear appeared, I've been thinking that this planet called Earth seems to be moving too fast. Right, Bai Zemin nodded. But, Lilith pointed out with a serious expression, animals and zombies aren't the only ones who are growing and advancing faster than natural. Leaving aside existences like you and that woman named Shangyuan Bingzhu, humans are also growing too fast. The average level in your faction is around 13 at present, and if you were to focus on taking your troops to a forest to train, I'm sure that in a very short time everyone who survives will be able to reach level 25. Considering that there are several beings with great power outside, I don't think mankind is necessarily at a disadvantage. Even though the average level of humans was much lower, Lilith's words were 100% true. Humans had plenty of modern weaponry capable of suppressing beasts and zombies. As long as there was a sufficient supply of the necessary ammunition, then even an army of hundreds of millions of zombies would be easily flattened to nothing. While this was not a long-term solution, since except for those with real skill like Chen he killed the monster, all those who just killed by shooting like crazy would not receive any soul power and could not evolve, the reality was not as grim as Bai Zemin thought. In the past, he obtained a sheepskin scroll that had information to create a substance called magic powder. This magic powder, unlike normal gunpowder, could most likely be used to devise weapons that would adapt to the soul record and its rules, which would eventually lead to everyone being able to evolve correctly. All Bai Zemin needed was time and a bit of luck. As long as he could find more scrolls like magic powder's formula and then the materials needed to make the fabrications, then humanity would have nothing to fear. All right, Bai Zemin's gaze burned with a fire filled with fighting intent, and before Lilith could say anything else he leaped forward like a cannonball. Taking advantage of the approximately 200 meters height where he was, Bai Zemin jumped high into the sky and soared swiftly over 250 meters in no time. As he looked down, the corner of his mouth tightened horribly, and a bead of sweat rolled down his face. At this point, he was so high that even he was no longer so sure what he was going to do next. Damn, I don't think I'll break my legs, he growled and then gritted his teeth. Gravity manipulation X15. Bang! Bai Zemin plummeted downward as if he was a meteorite breaking through the Earth's atmosphere. The air pressure around him increased as if trying to stop him, but unable to do so, it just burst out in a loud bang wherever he passed. On the ground, the dragon-like beast abruptly opened its eyes, as if realizing something, and hurriedly raised its head to look at the treetops above it. Its eyes, as orange as the sunset sun, seemed to have the ability to see beyond the darkness, and in its reptilian pupils reflected what appeared to be an object falling at surprising speed. The monster didn't even have time to get up or launch a counterattack when the object reflected in its pupils seemed to disappear. Boom! A monstrous explosion similar to that of a mother bomb detonating shook the balanced calm within the dark forest. Trees 200 meters around were ripped clean out of the ground or directly torn into pieces as they flew everywhere. The earth shook horribly, and even those beasts that were farther away felt a slight shuddering under their feet which, in conjunction with the dreadful explosion that had not yet calmed down completely, frightened them so much that they roared and began to run around in a disorderly manner. The beasts began to fight each other, and the forest that had seemed calm suddenly seemed to become agitated and savage. Roars and bangs sounded everywhere while cries followed by explosions became normal. A single action was like throwing a 1-ton stone on a lake that was previously quiet and without ripples, raising huge waves and shaking all the calmness of the place. Roar! A furious but pain-filled roar shook the area a kilometer around the center of the explosion. A cloud of dust so large that it covered everything within 500 meters rose high into the sky, even surpassing the height of several trees, and rising beyond to be greeted by the faint moonlight blocked by dark clouds. Swoosh! The dust cloud shuddered in a certain part, and a silhouette slid backward quickly before coming to a stop on the large trunk of one of the shattered trees. This silhouette was Bai Zemin. Damn, he groaned before his mouth opened, and a torrent of blood spurted out uncontrollably. He had greatly underestimated the power of the skill gravity manipulation. No, Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he didn't know how powerful the skill was when he activated it to its maximum. Bai Zemin's weight was 75 kilograms, which for his height of about 1 meter 80 centimeters was pretty good. However, he also carried a suit of armor that, although made of leather, still weighed over 4 kilograms. Even more terrifying, on his back, he carried a huge sword that weighed about 1 ton. By increasing gravity x 15 times the norm, one could imagine how strong was the impact Bai Zemin's body received when he finally hit the ground after falling from a height of over 200 meters. The biggest problem was that apart from not knowing how great the power behind his previous impact would be, Bai Zemin was not a genius scientist to know how gravity worked in its entirety. He had the same knowledge that most of humanity had, but that was all. Besides, he relied too much on his current physical body. He believed that with the toughness of his muscles, bones, plus his passive skill bronze skin, he would definitely come out unscathed. Unfortunately, a 250-meter fall along with around 15 tons was still not something he could face without consequences. Fortunately, I was wearing my rank 2 armor, so my internal organs only shook a little. If I had broken a leg, Bai Zemin muttered in relief as he wiped the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lilith watched everything calmly from a distance. While she might have warned him earlier, the truth was that such knockbacks were sometimes good. Not only would they keep Bai Zemin's feet firmly on the ground, but they would also give him a better understanding of what he and his skills could and could not do. After all, it was different for her to tell him something than for him to experience it for himself. Of course, if she thought he was going to get a bone fracture, she would definitely have stopped him. A leg fracture inside this thick forest might represent the end of his life after all. Bai Zemin looked ahead of him, and the heavy dust slowly began to settle. Because a large area had been cleared of trees, the moonlight finally reached the ground inside the forest, so his vision finally became considerably brighter than before. A crater that easily reached 500 meters had appeared where previously there had been a pile of flat earth and burnt grass. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the bottom of the crater easily exceeded 100 meters. Fuck its mother, Bai Zemin couldn't help but curse. Roar! A second roar proved that the dragon-like beast had not died, and when he focused his vision, he saw the beast in the center of the crater. The only reason this monster had not died was simply because Bai Zemin never aimed to kill it in the first place. Otherwise, even if it had much more defense, it definitely could not have withstood such a vicious attack as the one before. Still, this did not mean that the monster had managed to escape unscathed. Absolutely not. Its tail, which was as thick as a tree trunk, and whose length even exceeded that of the rest of its body, had now been completely ripped off and lay on the ground a short distance away from the main body. A steady stream of red blood flowed out from the broken part, where the tail and the body previously connected, and the beast writhed in pain as it glared with its orange eyes filled with fury at Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin sneered as he sensed the monster's anger. While he had been slightly injured, those injuries were healing at monstrous speeds at the moment, and it definitely wouldn't be more than a few minutes before he returned to his peak condition once again. Bai Zemin's nearly 400 health points were not there just for show after all. As Bai Zemin secretly rejoiced about his high stats, the dragon-like beast suddenly opened its lizard-like jaws wide, releasing a strong smell of sulfur that brought the temperature of the place to new heights. A moment later, a terrifying roar followed by a huge torrent of blue-colored fire shot out from the monster's mouth in the direction of Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin didn't have a lot of time to think as the speed at which the flare was advancing was surprisingly fast. But instead of deciding to dodge the monster's attack, he decided to continue testing the limitations of his own skill, so he activated gravity manipulation again in reverse. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 301, Injuries. When Bai Zemin activated gravity manipulation in reverse, what he expected was that a scene similar to when the First Order blue-scaled snake he killed a couple of hours ago spat out its poisonous mist was to occur. However, things don't always turn out the way you expect them to. Swoosh! The speed at which the blue flare of fire was traveling certainly slowed down, and several flames shot up into the sky, lighting up the dark night. The problem was that, contrary to Bai Zemin's expectations, the torrent of fire continued to move in his direction. Taken by surprise, Bai Zemin unconsciously raised both arms in front of his face hurriedly to cover himself. Bang! A bang that, while inferior to the bang caused when Bai Zemin fell from the sky, was still undoubtedly loud, shook the forest again on the same night and within a short space of time of the previous one. The blue fire was bright enough to illuminate everything hundreds of meters around, and the temperature of the flames was so high that the entire 20 meters around the dragon-like beast began to melt, while rocks began to form small pools of lava inside the crater. Swoosh! Bai Zemin leaped hurriedly and rose high into the sky with his arms still covering the front of his body, mainly focused on protecting his face. Fuck man, Bai Zemin didn't know how many times he had already cursed in just one night. A grimace of pain involuntarily appeared on his face, and as he activated gravity manipulation in reverse on himself and the surrounding area to slow down the falling speed, he looked at his body to confirm his current condition. His fingers were moderately burned. While nothing dangerous, it still hurt a lot. His gloves received severe burns, and it was quite obvious that their durability had dropped to a point where they would not be able to withstand 2 attacks more of that magnitude. As for his bloodthirsty wolf full-body armor rank 2, some minuscule marks could be seen on the top, and especially on the arm reinforcement. Be able to affect even my rank 2 armor, that flame is definitely very dangerous, Bai Zemin thought as a spark of caution was born in his heart. If not for the fact that he had forged equipment of considerably good quality, his entire body would have received burns worse than when he fought the First Order blazing beetle. And if not for the fact that the leather and materials he used to forge his equipment were of the highest category considering that the apocalypse had just begun on Earth, everything would probably have already caught fire or melted into a pile of useless junk. Just because Bai Zemin was basically invincible among First Order existences didn't mean that he couldn't be injured if he wasn't careful. Fortunately, it's merely a first-order beast. If he were a second order, I could have been severely injured, he muttered as his gaze met the monster's cold stare. The dragon-like beast had already stood up, pushing its full height to maximum splendor. The monster was definitely a massive existence comparable to the reinforced iron boar in terms of height reaching over 30 meters. Its colossal height coupled with its terrifying length made the view of the monster no different from seeing a legendary dragon. While Bai Zemin was in the midair, his brain was like a supercomputer analyzing every move and every second of the previous short confrontation. It only took him 2 or 3 seconds to understand the reason why his gravity manipulation didn't work as it was supposed to, which eventually led to him receiving minor burns. The beast didn't give him much time to think either anyhow. Immediately after standing up with a large step, it crossed a distance of 50 meters in the blink of an eye and opened its maw wide for the second time. The fire breath shot out from inside the beast, and in a short time reached Bai Zemin, who, because he was in midair, could not move freely, and thus had no ability to maneuver to dodge the incoming attack. Bai Zemin snorted as he saw the tornado of blue fire flying in his direction, and activated gravity manipulation X-15, plummeting towards the ground and easily evading the attack of the monster. However, learning from his previous experience, just before hitting the ground he activated gravity manipulation again, but this time it was in reverse. The falling speed was drastically reduced immediately, and when his feet touched the ground they barely made any sound, unlike the huge explosion that would have taken place considering his weight multiplied by 15. Seeing that its attack failed to reach the hated human that injured it in such a way, and feeling the lingering pain in the back of its body, the dragon-like beast roared angrily before opening its mouth again, preparing to activate its fire skill once more. Bai Zemin could easily have ended the monster's life if he wanted to. However, since his goal was to train the pros, cons, and limits of the gravity manipulation skill instead of casually killing the monster, he stood patiently waiting for the attack. Besides, he still needed to check whether his previous analysis was correct or not. If it proved to be correct, then he would only do a few more tests on this monster before killing it once and for all. The beast could not activate its skill for the third time right away, and required charging for a full 2 seconds. This was also understandable since its attack skill was surprisingly powerful to the point of melting rocks into lava and changing terrain almost freely. It also explained the reason why its physical body seemed to be so robust and powerful, as well as the reason why its tail seemed to be a deadly weapon. With its tail as a weapon and its body as a shield, it would be incredibly difficult to defeat this creature even while it was charging its skill. After 2 seconds, a third breath of blue fire flew out towards Bai Zemin at full speed. The smell of burning filled the air, and if not for the fact that the grass several hundred meters around had already been swept away by Bai Zemin's initial attack, it would definitely have caused a wildfire. Bai Zemin half closed his eyes and waited. Just when the fire attack was 10 meters in front of him, he didn't even think twice when he activated gravity manipulation to its peak. Rumble! The ground immediately sank, and the earth rumbled slightly. However, the most surprising thing was that the fire breath that was advancing in a straight line like an unstoppable laser was directly dragged to the ground. Bang! Flames burst everywhere uncontrollably one after another. However, these flames that had left the main flare didn't have too much power, so when some of them came close to Bai Zemin, he just casually hit them with the back of his hand. So that really was why, he said aloud with a satisfied expression on his face. Because this monster expels breath from inside its body and continues to bestow mana to the skill until it closes its mouth completely. When I activated gravity manipulation inverted, the only thing that happened was that the flames flying in front flew off into the sky, but the ones coming behind simply continued to charge, while the new ones pushed harder, which overcame the reduced gravity effect. As expected of you, Zemin computer. Lilith's voice sounded from behind him, followed by a round of clapping in praise. Do you want me to spank your ass again, little succubus? He joked in good humor. Kaya so wild, so dominant. Lilith put both hands to her cheeks and shook her head with a big smile on her face. When the beast finally closed its mouth and the fire skill disappeared, smoke rose from the sides of its maw. The beast looked dazed as it saw that its skill did not work as it was supposed to work, and for a moment it seemed at a loss as to what to do next. But seeing its hated enemy standing silently and looking at it calmly, the beast remembered the injustices it suffered and charged again. 3 seconds later, the blue flame shot out once again from its mouth and burned everything in its path with seemingly unstoppable power. Bai Zemin had kept his gravity manipulation skill active by 15 since that way the mana consumption was considerably less, and since he didn't have to make any changes to the power or the way he used the skill, it wasn't necessary anyway. Therefore, when the fire flare entered the range of effect of the skill, the same thing that happened in the previous case was repeated. Once, twice, 3, 4 times. Bai Zemin tried a couple more times to be sure how the skill worked in these cases, to prepare well against fire-type monsters, with sustained skills like the beast in front of him. Just like when he played video games as a kid, Bai Zemin really liked to test his strength and limits with weak enemies, since only that way he would have the ability to fight to his full potential against a powerful enemy, while experiencing as few unpleasant surprises as possible. I guess that's enough for now, he thought with a slight smile, apparently feeling no pain from his slightly scorched fingers. Just as the beast closed its mouth again after activating its skill for the 10th time, a flash of exhaustion flashed through its orange-colored eyes. Because it was a hybrid monster with a powerful magical skill and a powerful body, its optimal combat style was supposed to use both while letting its mana slowly regenerate in the midst of combat. However, from the moment the battle started, the beast had only wanted to turn its enemy into a pile of ashes. Normally this should be the case, but unfortunately, the monster was facing a monster even more bestial than itself, which in the end resulted in it becoming fatigued. Swoosh! Bai Zemin leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and just before he started to fall, he activated gravity manipulation in reverse. Immediately after that, he activated blood manipulation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dragon-like monster did not know when, but suddenly found itself surrounded by a large number of chains formed from its own blood. Even before the beast could react, a dozen thick chains the size of a burly adult man locked around its 4 limbs, its neck, and its mouth was tightly sealed shut. Bang! The chains tightened, and the beast's 4 limbs came together, so that the monster ended up falling heavily to the ground after losing its balance. The beast tried to roar in anger, but the blood chains that bound its mouth only crackled without breaking immediately. The rest of the blood chains that tied it also tightened, and the cracks began to spread one after another at surprising speeds. It wouldn't be strange if the next moment they broke. Swoosh! Just then the wind suddenly trembled, and the beast turned its eyes to look up. In the monster's pupils, just as happened when it was sleeping, was reflected a silhouette plummeting at speeds simply too fast from a height of over 100 meters. After all, the monster was still inside the huge crater. You were a good punching bag, Bai Zemin thanked with a slightly fierce smile on his face as he clenched his fist and punched forward without holding back in the slightest. A fist that, besides containing 371 strength points, also contained the falling speed of over 100 meters boosted by an increased X-15 gravity. Backslash 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 backslash. 3 chaps today, done. Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 302, not as far out of reach as she seems. You have received the soul power of First Order Infernal Scaled Lizard level 49. You have received Strength plus 15, Magic plus 10, Mana plus 6. Phew, Bai Zemin relaxed and let out an exaggerated sigh as if he had just faced the most terrifying beast in the universe. You are exaggerated. You were clearly playing with that little monster. Lilith appeared at his side and joked. What part of this looks small to you? Bai Zemin looked at her dumbfounded and pointed out. This monster is over 30 meters tall, and its body length is practically comparable to that First Order snake I killed earlier, if we add the tail I cut off before the fight started. Lilith looked at him with a teasing smile and said playfully, size is important, no doubt about it, but more important is knowing how to use it, Tilda. Bai Zemin looked at her in blank stare for several seconds before commenting dumbfoundedly, Lilith, have I ever told you that you're a shameless pervert? Oh, you have many times, sweetie Tilda. Lilith smiled cutely and then said in a tender voice, but you don't need to praise me so much, Tilda, just tell me what you want, and maybe you'll get it tonight, Tilda. Cough, cough. Several fierce coughs broke the slight silence that had been born in the surroundings, after Bai Zemin had killed the First Order Infernal Scaled Lizard. I really can't win against your shamelessness, woman, he sighed after calming down. When he heard the tender little voice Lilith spoke with, Bai Zemin had felt his legs weaken as if the strength magically escaped out of his body. He Tilda, Lilith smiled again. She looked like a little girl who had just been praised by her parents, as she looked really happy with Bai Zemin's praise towards her. Seeing her like this, Bai Zemin shook his head and sat on the giant monster's back. Then he looked at his hands for several seconds before calmly commenting, but this statistic health really is something. Look, my scorched skin and burnt flesh started to fall off while the tissues are moving at such a high speed that I can see it with my naked eyes. Lilith put a bit of strength into the tip of her foot, and with an elegant leap brimming with grace, she elevated dozens of meters in a second before landing softly on the lifeless beast's back. She leaned forward slightly and observed the burn on Bai Zemin's hands with a serious expression. With the dim moonlight shining behind her, Lilith truly looked like a goddess of benevolence. This was so even with the sky completely filled with dark clouds, so one could imagine how beautiful she would look with the moon and stars in the background. Bai Zemin lost himself for a few seconds looking at her charming face. No matter what part of her very existence he looked at, he had to admit that he would probably never be bored. From the definition of her fragile jaw to the tip of her small forehead, everything was simply perfect beyond all possible description. Although your health stat is monstrously high considering your current level, you'd better be more careful in the future. Lilith's voice brought Bai Zemin out of his inner thoughts in a second. He quickly looked at his own hands and acted calmly as he said, "Oh, why is that so?" Lilith didn't seem to notice that he was looking at her with unfocused eyes as she continued. From a certain level within the Second Order, some beasts will begin to control their own vicious mana well, while humans will also gain more knowledge about the mana inside their bodies. As a consequence, battles will become a lot more dangerous as the enemy's mana will start trying to corrode you from the inside out. Do you know what this means? Bai Zemin's expression froze upon hearing this. He suddenly no longer felt like worrying about the beautiful woman in front of him. With a deep frown, he said in a serious voice, the affected body and soul will have to work overtime not only to heal the wounds suffered, but also to calm or eliminate the enemy mana attacking from the inside. Yup, Lilith nodded calmly before turning her back to him and looking up at the dark sky above her head. But you don't have to worry about it for now. What do you mean? Bai Zemin asked as he looked at her back. It looked so fragile, so small, so weak. Who knew that in reality, the woman he was looking at right now actually possessed one of the most dreadful strengths in the current universe. However, as he looked at her small back, Bai Zemin didn't know why he suddenly got the feeling that Lilith may not be as strong as she pretended to be nor as out of everyone's reach as he egotistically assumed. As he stared at her jet-black dress swinging gently in the swaying of the cool night breeze, while occasionally catching a small glimpse of her legs that seemed as perfect as crystal ivory, Bai Zemin felt that the woman in front of his eyes probably carries a burden no less than the one he was carrying right now. It may even be even heavier and harsher. Lilith naturally neither knew nor had the slightest notion about Bai Zemin's thoughts. Her gaze was lost beyond the high clouds in the sky, and she said in her always calm and demure voice, "What I mean is, since the Earth is advancing considerably fast and so are its inhabitants, it is likely that the Second Order will not be enough for the beasts and humans to learn to control the mana to use it as a form of indirect attack. While there could be exceptions to this rule, I believe that most will only be able to start doing such a thing from the Third Order onward." Bai Zemin nodded without saying anything more about it. Since that was the case, then there was really nothing to worry about. He hadn't even advanced to level 50 to realize his mission to advance to Second Order, so there was no need to think about such distant matters as the Third Order. Still, it was good to know in advance the problems he might face at any moment. Besides, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable about that strange feeling that suddenly appeared all over him, so he didn't feel particularly eager to talk about such matters either. Perhaps realizing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, or maybe worried about the lack of an answer, Lilith slowly turned around and looked at him before asking in confusion, "Everything okay?" Bai Zemin looked at her and his two dark eyes met her bright red eyes. He hesitated for a moment but finally said firmly, "Lilith, even though I don't know what's so important that you need my help, considering how powerful you are, it definitely shouldn't be easy if even you can't accomplish it. But I promise that I will do everything I can to help you grant your wish." Lilith looked surprised for a moment, and she simply stared at him with a dazed and surprised expression. It was only after a great breeze of wind hit the forest that she finally seemed to wake up and smiled bitterly as she muttered words that even being so close to her, Bai Zemin could not hear. /////. I guess that's enough for now. Bai Zemin stood up and played with his hands for a moment as he checked the inner condition of his body. The slight internal injuries he had suffered after enduring a heavy amount of weight when he activated gravity manipulation X-15 by falling from a great height had already healed almost completely after half an hour, while the wounds on his hands took a little less time to heal completely, only 20 minutes or so. After making sure that there would be no problem fighting a tough battle to the death in case he ran into trouble, Bai Zemin jumped off the beast's body and searched for a soul stone nearby. The large monster's head had exploded into a bloody mess, with flesh and bone fragments flying uncontrollably all over the place after being smashed by Bai Zemin's heavy fist. At that moment the beast had lost the natural mana protection surrounding its body as it was too exhausted after attacking with its magic skill constantly without rest. So, despite its defenses, it could not take even a single fist from him. It was a bit challenging to search for a soul stone in the midst of such a huge mess of blood and flesh, as they were two small objects in comparison. Because the beast's head alone was roughly the size of an average house, one could imagine how disastrous the scene was after such a thing completely exploded. Unfortunately, this time he was not as lucky as when he killed the blue-scaled snake, since the infernal scaled lizard had not formed a soul stone inside it. However, this did not mean that he was empty-handed as he received a red orb. Although Bai Zemin was not interested in normal treasures, he decided to keep it and check the contents of the orb later. It probably meant that the treasure inside was destined for some soul evolver with certain merits. Bai Zemin lifted the giant beast's body after activating gravity manipulation again. But even then, it was not an easy task to lift the monstrous weight of the infernal scaled lizard, as it easily weighed at least 10 times more than the blue-scaled snake. When Bai Zemin arrived at the western gate of the base, he was greeted by a large team of armed men along with several cargo vehicles, and a group of 20 survivors with sturdy bodies, and some of them experienced in controlling machinery. Regardless of whether it was the gunmen or the survivors, they all gasped at the sight of the massive body of the beast in front of them. Unconsciously, they looked at Bai Zemin's body right next to the headless monster and could not help but compare the sizes between the two beings. How could one person lift such a gigantic thing? Everyone had the same doubt. That monster definitely weighed at least 5 times more than a war tank. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that he had reduced the gravity around him and the monster, he definitely wouldn't have been able to lift it. Even with his monstrously high strength, Bai Zemin had not reached that level yet. "Leader," a middle-aged man approached Bai Zemin with a respectful expression and eyes glittering with veneration. After exchanging a few words, the middle-aged man said a bit worriedly, "I'm afraid the crane won't be able to lift the weight of this beast. Besides, even though the trucks were properly modified following Miss Shangyuan's orders and instructions, I'm afraid it might collapse as well. While the wheels of the vehicles had been changed to hard and tough mutated beast bones that were strong enough to support the weight of a monster on the level of the blue-scaled snake, the first-order infernal scaled lizard was on a completely different level. Bai Zemin frowned slightly when he heard this. He definitely hadn't taken that problem into account before, as he believed that trucks and cargo tractors would be enough. Even worse, he hadn't expected that even the crane wouldn't have the strength to lift the weight. While several parts were replaced with mutated beast tendons, which strengthened the machine's grip and endurance, something still needed to be done about the tongs. Because there was a lot of work to be done, as Bai Zemin wanted to move the entire camp to his real base as quickly as possible, many things had to be temporarily put aside to focus on what was most important. This was one of the clear consequences of rushing things too much, as while you may get what you wanted earlier, many things will get lost along the way that could end up giving you a severe headache in the long run. Just as Bai Zemin was about to decide to leave the body there, and then move it himself later when he returned from the forest for the last time, a silhouette appeared in his range of vision. This silhouette was thin and smaller than him in comparison. However, the charming and seductive curves of its body made it clear that it was a woman. Dressed in deep blue armor with a beautiful light blue sword at her waist, Shangyuan Bingzhu approached with her characteristic cold and indifferent expression that seemed to suggest everyone stay as far away from her as possible. Even though she was just walking, her speed was fast enough to close a few meters with each step she took, and from the point of view of the survivors and militants who were just normal humans, it was as if she were teleporting short distances. Backslash 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 303, Lilith and Shangyuan Bingzhu. Shangyuan Bingzhu's distinctive silver-colored hair that most of the time fell free and unrestrained all the way down onto her lower back, at this moment was tied in a high ponytail, exposing her slender neck like that of a beautiful swan that shimmered under the glow of the moon and the artificial light bulbs. The survivors and the armed men stood stunned as they looked at her passing by as if she were a goddess from another world, and it was only after several seconds that everyone finally managed to snap out of their daze before bowing hurriedly in respectful greeting. Everyone knew perfectly well that this beautiful goddess, who was as cold as ice, was basically the second in command just below the highest leader. Technically, she was the real representation of just below one but above all the others. While everyone was stunned, and flashes of lust and desire passed through the eyes of all the men regardless of their ages, the only one who had no visible reaction was Bai Zemin. But how could he react like the other humans? After all, next to him was a woman who was not only more beautiful, but also exuded seductive charm from every pore of her body. In a few seconds, Shangyuan Bingzhu emerged from the walls of the base, and in a few blinks of an eye appeared before Bai Zemin. As she looked him up and down as if studying something, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing here? I thought I saw you walking into your room earlier." Before leaving to the dark forest, Bai Zemin had witnessed with his own eyes as everyone, including Shangyuan Bingzhu, walked off to their rooms to sleep. Considering that it was already past 2 a.m., and it had already been several hours since he left the mansion, everyone should be sleeping comfortably in their beds. Shangyuan Bingzhu finally looked at him with her two beautiful blue eyes and answered his question calmly. "I just couldn't sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night, and since insomnia was stronger than me, I decided to go out to level up. It's just that I didn't expect to meet a commotion on my way to the forest, and only now I know you were here too." "Is that so?" Bai Zemin frowned slightly and felt that something didn't make sense, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Besides, it was also true that Shangyuan Bingzhu had fallen behind with her level due to all the logistical work that needed to be done at the base, so it was reasonable that she would want to take every opportunity to absorb soul power from different creatures. Of course, although Shangyuan Bingzhu had stagnated around level 40, this did not mean that her strength had stagnated by any means. Even putting aside the equipment Bai Zemin forged for her, Shangyuan Bingzhu herself had absorbed a lot of soul power from powerful soul evolvers during the suppression of Kang Rong's forces, gathering at least 50 stat points. "I understand." Bai Zemin finally nodded after thinking things through carefully. "And?" Shangyuan Bingzhu nodded without saying anything else and simply looked him straight in the eyes. After a moment he calmly said, "But anyway, you've come at a good time." "Oh," she raised an eyebrow and looked at him as if hinting him to continue. Bai Zemin explained as he pointed to the corpse of the infernal scaled lizard. As you can see, I've been hunting in the forest for a while now, and this is the second first-order beast I've hunted in the night. The second one was a huge snake that fortunately was already moved to the military area, but this beast is simply too big, and its weight makes it simply impossible for our current vehicles to lift it, let alone move it. Shangyuan Bingzu put an index finger to her lower lip, and while gently tapping with her delicately manicured fingernail, she thought aloud, even if the vehicles could withstand the weight of the monster, I'm afraid the strength of the engines won't be enough. In fact, even though the vehicles were modified, the engines were exactly the same. In Bai Zemin's group, engineers of all kinds were being recruited, but modifying the current technology was by no means simple, and without clear plans or ideas, it was just impossible to get any work done in the short term. Therefore, the power of the current engines was barely enough to move the modified vehicles, let alone modified vehicles weighing several tons. Such a thing was simply an unattainable fantasy dream. That's right, Bai Zemin nodded before calmly continuing. Therefore, I thought that since you also wish to level up, we could both go hunting in the forest. That way we can freeze the corpses with your skill to prevent a beast from touching them, and then, when we finish hunting to our heart's content, return to bring them back to base one by one. What do you think? Sounds good to me. Shangyuan Bingzu practically nodded the next instant he asked the question, slightly surprising him. Perhaps realizing this, she calmly explained, I can't think of a better idea than yours. If one of us had to move the bodies one by one, a lot of hunting time would be lost, and the other's plans would be affected. Decided then. He nodded with a slight smile before turning to look at the middle-aged man and ordering in a deep voice, Zhengxi, I want you all to start dismantling what can be dismantled from this beast's body while she and I go deeper into the forest. If you need more people, simply look for Lu Yan's daughter. She will take care of it. Understood. Zhengxi, the person in charge of this small group of 20 hardworking survivors, nodded. Lu Xiaoyao was basically the person delegated by Shangyuan Bingzu to take charge of the logistics team, so regardless of the time or place, even if she was sleeping comfortably in her bed, she had to work when circumstances required it. Like any high-paying job, the responsibilities were also too great to worry about things like schedules. After giving a few more orders to the personnel, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other for a moment, and as if by prior agreement, they both dashed straight into the dark depths of the forest. In just a second or two, they both completely disappeared from the sight of the workers and the armed men, leaving behind nothing but an explosive breeze of cold wind whipping across the ground on which they were previously standing. Backslash. Why do you want them to start working now? Shangyuan Bingzu asked as she followed Bai Zemin from a distance of fewer than 2 meters. Moving through the forest like a fish moving in the water, he casually replied, I'll probably stay here until dawn since I still need to do some more experiments with the gravity manipulation skill I received after killing that soul evolver named Shan Li. Considering that there are still around 5 hours until sunrise, those 5 hours can be well spent instead of wasted. A group of 1 or 2 dozen people working on the body of the infernal scaled lizard for 5 hours would be more than enough to, at the very least, remove a lot of the beast's scales. Even if they only managed to remove about an eighth of the total, that was better than nothing. The survivors who had experienced starvation were afraid that one day the rations provided by the base government would again be of poor quality or unstable as in the past. So whenever a job opportunity appeared, they were all willing to give their all, even if it meant staying up all night without sleep. In addition, considering that the pay for working a day helping to dismantle the bodies of the beasts was not only a good piece of mutated beast meat, but also being fed properly during that day, there was basically no one willing to decline such an offer. For the survivors of the North Camp, the appearance of Bai Zemin and his group was literally like gods descending on Earth in times of crisis. Shangyuan Bingzu naturally understood everything after hearing the explanation he gave, so she simply nodded with a neutral expression on her face and followed him closely. What Shangyuan Bingzu did not know was that, on the opposite side of Bai Zemin, a beautiful woman was also following him closely. As he moved and jumped between the trees with dexterity, Bai Zemin could not help but look back a couple of times to observe the 2 great beauties following him closely, and was secretly surprised as Lilith and Shangyuan Bingzu were literally as if they were 2 completely opposite beings. Lilith possessed a deep black dress that covered almost every part of her beautiful skin, but outlined her body perfectly. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzu wore most of the time a white dress that came just below her knees and was slightly puffy, but still, could not hide her perfect body. Lilith's hair was as black as the blanket of the night without stars and moonlight. It seemed as if all the light would be swallowed up just by being close to its brightness. Meanwhile, Shangyuan Bingzu's hair was a cold silver color, similar to the rays of moonlight at night, shining like snow lotuses. Lilith's eyes were red like intense fire, and it was as if a flame was constantly burning inside them, while mocking glints could be seen occasionally. On the contrary, Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes were blue like the ice accumulated on the planet's poles that only exuded coldness and distance, while its sharpness seemed to be enough to keep all living things away. Lilith's personality was warm, playful, mischievous, even slightly naughty. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzu's personality was cold, serious, indifferent, and it seemed as if she was a saint who never thought about worldly matters regarding a man and a woman. This was the first time Bai Zemin had the opportunity to observe both women carefully. Although he had had them side by side in the past, this was the first real time he could take a moment to properly appreciate both beauties. Both women were strikingly beautiful, but the charm and beauty they exuded were complete opposites, just like south and north or heads and tails on a single coin. In a moment of careless slippage, he couldn't help but ask in a whisper as he looked at her, "Do you have a sister who is the complete opposite of you?" "Excuse me." Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes widened slightly due to the sudden question, and she unconsciously replied, "My mother only had me." Even she herself did not realize that she honestly answered Bai Zemin's question until after the words left her lips. Bai Zemin was already regretting it when he murmured that question. Although the two of them got along relatively well, and it could even be said that the trust between the two of them had grown a lot, he by no means believed that his relationship with her was close enough to talk about such personal matters. However, little did he expect to receive an answer. When he looked back in surprise, he saw the same stunned and surprised look in Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes. Apparently, even she herself did not expect to answer. Bai Zemin thought silently. But in fact, Shangyuan Bingzu felt her heart flutter fiercely. If someone else were to talk to her about her family, her mood would probably melt to the point where that person would shiver with cold. However, she surprised herself by answering honestly and with no apparent problems. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 304, First Heart-to-Heart Talk. As they moved through the forest, cutting through large patches of dense, thick grass and dodging at lightning speed the trees that appeared in front of them, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu kept silent. Both of them apparently had many things to think about regarding what had just happened. Lilith watched everything from the side without pointing out or commenting on it at all. In fact, there was a faint, seemingly amused smile on her face as she watched the interaction between the two people, which indicated that she was having a good time that could only get a little better if she had popcorn on her. After approximately a minute, Bai Zemin finally broke the silence and said what he thought was correct at the time. "I'm sorry for asking a strange question completely out of the blue. Who in their right mind would ask a strange question like the one he asked just before while they were in an area plagued with danger where the scythe of the god of death could fall at any moment? Probably no one." Shangyuan Bingzu fell silent as she listened to his words of apology. This made Bai Zemin think that she was upset, so he simply decided to stop chatting and focus more on his main goal by coming to this place. However, his assumption proved to be completely wrong soon after when she said in a natural and calm voice, "It's okay, don't worry." Bai Zemin looked back for a moment before nodding his head without speaking and then looked forward again. His footsteps never stopped. More than 40 minutes flew by. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu searched for first-order beasts in a perimeter of over 300 square kilometers around the base, but failed to find anything. During all this time, the two were in seemingly tactical silence, and the only sound they could hear apart from the occasional roar of some beasts or the cold night wind was the sound of their feet gently tapping the ground every time they pushed forward. Bai Zemin was calm on the outside as well as on the inside. He already knew that even hours could pass without meeting a first-order beast. He himself had experienced it before after all. However, apparently Shangyuan Bingzu had not forgotten the previous topic because after almost an hour, she brought it up again. "Why did you ask that question earlier?" she asked with a slight frown. Her gaze was fixed on Bai Zemin's back, brimming with confusion and wariness. Bai Zemin did not look back and answered without thinking too much. I know a person who is very beautiful, somewhat more beautiful than you, but she is basically your counterpart. Her hair is deep black, she wears black clothes, and in contrast to you she is quite playful and mischievous. Right before I just had a flash of that person's image and couldn't help but compare her to you for a second, which led to me unconsciously asking that question. Shangyuan Bingzu inadvertently raised an eyebrow, and a glint of surprise flashed in her bright blue eyes when she heard Bai Zemin's words. Although she was not a fan of physical appearance and mainly focused more on a person's heart and purity, she was aware of how beautiful she was. Even when she was not overly concerned about her physical appearance and only paid attention to what was necessary, her beauty was still dazzling to the point where men old enough to be her grandfather often looked at her with red eyes like those of a beast. Shangyuan Bingzu was clear that her beauty was undoubtedly at the top, and probably few women in the whole world could compare to her. Due to her family background, even if she did not want to, she was often forced to attend important events in the past, so she naturally met with many incredibly beautiful women. Although she stopped attending such events several years ago, Shangyuan Bingzu had basically met with thousands or tens of thousands of women beautiful enough to make men's hearts flutter, but none of them managed to get close to her. Precisely for that reason, she was surprised to hear that Bai Zemin knew a woman who was more beautiful than her. She was not hurt by any means, however. Due to her own experience over the years, she could not help but feel doubt in her heart. Of course, Shangyuan Bingzu did not know that in reality, Bai Zemin was already giving her too much credit by saying, somewhat more beautiful than you. Since although Shangyuan Bingzu was undoubtedly beautiful, she still lacked quite a bit in comparison to Lilith, who even with all her monstrous charm suppressed was still more beautiful. She unconsciously blurted out, "Well, I hate the color black." Bai Zemin was dumbfounded and unconsciously looked at his current outfit. Black armor, black cloak, deep dark brown boots, black gloves, black shoulder pads. The corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times as he said lightly, "Yeah, that's understandable. Considering your personality, I think white and blue suits you better." Although Bai Zemin's words seemed to be praising her, for some strange reason Shangyuan Bingzu felt that he was mocking her. "What do you mean by my personality?" she asked without noticing the slightly grumpy tone that she was using for the first time in many years. "Let me tell you that even though I don't like the color black, dark clothes don't suit me bad at all." Bai Zemin really was at a loss for words regarding the current Shangyuan Bingzu. Where had gone that ever-rational woman whom he had met in the past? Where was that reliable woman with whom even someone like him could relax around? The current her was not much different from any other young adult girl who had left adolescence not long ago. "Don't you know how the title everyone gave you at the base?" he finally asked as stopped his steps to turn around and look at her face to face. Shangyuan Bingzu also stopped almost at the same time and her eyes met his. As for his question, she did not answer anything. How could she not know the title Ice Princess, that normal citizens, militia, and even soul evolvers had secretly given her? Shangyuan Bingzu was perfectly aware of her personality after all. Seeing that she did not reply, Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Well, it's not like this is a bad thing. I know behind my back there are some people who call me a dictator, a mass killer, selfish, cruel, and many other things more. I think the title Ice Princess fits you well not only based on your personality, even your favorite colors and your skill live up to such a nickname." As in any government regardless of the country, there were people dissatisfied with the decisions and the government ruled by Bai Zemin. After all, each mind was a world apart with infinite thoughts and ideals. It was simply impossible for everyone to be happy. Moreover, Bai Zemin was also aware that he was far from being the perfect leader. He was just another human, a young man in his early 20s. However, he was doing the best he could based on the current world situation. Also, he was not forcing anyone to stay in the place he and his subordinates secured. Everyone was free to leave peacefully. But as long as they were under his standard, they would have to obey by hook or by crook. It was as simple as that. As long as those who were in some way or another important to him understood that everything he did was with good intentions, that was more than enough. But even if no one understood, he would probably continue to act this way. After all, this was the kind of being that the existence called Bai Zemin was. "I guess so." Shangyuan Bingzu sighed and rested her delicate back protected by her leather armor on the surface of the trunk of a large tree. She looked at him and asked, "That girl you speak of, could she be your girlfriend?" Maybe it was the fault of the Dark Knight. Maybe it was the dangerous place they were in that forced them to trust each other more. Or maybe it was that Shang Yuan Bingzu's guard was especially low after being protected by Bai Zemin for a full day without him taking the slightest chance to do anything improper. But the mood had lightened, and the atmosphere between the two had become a lot more intimate. She, my girlfriend. Bai Zemin's eyes went wide at the truly unexpected question. He unconsciously glanced over to where Lilith was previously, but was once again surprised to see that at some point, she had disappeared. As to whether she was around or had gone somewhere, Bai Zemin was betting more on the second option since he could not detect her fragrance in the vicinity. Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him and asked in confusion, "She isn't?" Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said a little tongue-tied, "How did you come to that conclusion?" "Just a thought." She shrugged her shoulders with a demure expression. Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head as he said softly, "She's not my girlfriend. She's more like a great friend whom I can trust with all my heart, a person to whom I owe a lot and I hope I can ever reimburse her for it." A flash of great surprise and disbelief shone in Shang Yuan Bingzu's eyes. She was well aware of the kind of person Bai Zemin was. A young man who, although smiling in reality, always kept a respectful distance from everyone, proud and arrogant as to be unwilling to owe anyone anything. But above all, someone who even in his sleep kept a firm grip on his weapons for fear of being stabbed in the back by those who were supposed to be his allies. She did not know who such a person might be. As for Lily, she did not even pass through Shang Yuan Bingzu's thoughts, as although Lily and Bai Zemin seemed to be very close, she did not believe that the two of them had reached such a level of trust. Without knowing why, the curiosity in her heart only grew bigger, and she unconsciously asked another question. "She is a person you have known for a long time?" Bai Zemin leaned his back on the surface of the tree in front of the one Shang Yuan Bingzu was using as a backrest and chuckled as he said, "Not at all, not at all. In fact, she and I met not long before you and I knew each other. Well, perhaps it would be more correct to say it was before you knew me." While Shang Yuan Bingzu would probably assume that he and the mystery girl met a few months earlier, Bai Zemin had no way of telling her that in reality he and Lilith only met a few hours before he and Shang Yuan Bingzu met near the gym. If he did that, then he would have to clarify a lot of things which he didn't want the others to know. Therefore, the little misunderstanding could only stay for now. If Shang Yuan Bingzu stayed fighting alongside him, leveling up quickly, becoming stronger, and neither of them died early, it would only be a matter of time before she and Lilith met. When that happened, naturally many things would become clear on their own. "Before I met you," Shang Yuan Bingzu tilted her head and looked at him blankly. She hadn't realized how comfortably she was talking to Bai Zemin, a young man whom she had met a little over a month ago. No, perhaps she was aware. However, she felt comfortable enough to have a casual, heart-to-heart conversation with him without so many barriers. How long had it been since the last time such a thing had happened? Probably so long that it might be difficult for Shang Yuan Bingzu herself to remember. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 305, What Makes Us Who We Are. Before I met you. Hearing Shangyuan Bingzu's question, who was looking at him with incomprehension written all over her usually indifferent face, Bai Zemin smiled slightly and calmly replied, "You met me that day when the soul record appeared in this planet and the world changed, didn't you?" "Yeah," Shangyuan Bingzu nodded, and a moment later her eyes widened slightly as she finally understood what he meant. "Indeed," Bai Zemin pointed out, "that's why I previously said what I said. Even though you only met me a little over a month ago, I knew you before that." As with Wu Yijin's case, Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin were two people living in two completely different worlds. The situations of both of them and the lives they were attached to differed so much that had it not been for the intervention of a seemingly supreme existence like the soul record, the destiny of both of them would definitely never have crossed. They were like two perfectly parallel lines. While one walked on the right side, the other walked on the left. In between was a seemingly thin line, but so powerful that under normal and natural circumstances it could never be broken. Even if one of them was aware of the existence of the other side, in this case, Bai Zemin being aware of Shangyuan Bingzu's existence, the thought of trying to contact the other side would never be something they would think of. Especially on Shangyuan Bingzu's side, and she was aware of the reason. After all, family background aside, she was basically the brightest star in all of Beijing University. Not only the #1 beauty, but also the highest ranking in terms of grades, and in addition to being the president of the student association, She was basically the representative and voice of every student in the entire institution. Bai Zemin didn't mind the matter too much and continued. The thing is, this girl who caused me to unconsciously ask you if you had a sister opposite you only met with me shortly before I met you. I see, she nodded. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before finally gritting her pearly teeth and saying, if you don't mind, may I ask if you like that girl? Maybe love? Bai Zemin was stunned for a second before bursting out laughing. His laughter was loud enough to attract the monster's attention, but the pressure of two existences that had absorbed the soul power of dozens of first-order beasts, and even a second-order one, was not something a casual monster would dare to challenge. Therefore, even if Bai Zemin laughed until his stomach hurt, it was unlikely that anyone within the area of the forest they were currently in would take the initiative to attack them. Bai Zemin laughed for several seconds, until he finally saw a slight frown on Shangyuan Bingzu's face that slowly forced him to control himself. Sorry about that, he apologized with a big smile before saying indifferently, in fact, to be honest with you, I think that if at some point I were to decide that it is time to start a relationship with a girl, she would most likely be my #1 target. This is because she is the only one who has proven herself worthy of my trust. As for the rest, I honestly don't trust much in declarations of love and sweet words from any woman. There was no shame in Bai Zemin's words. He was also not worried about whether Lilith heard his previous statement. He simply spoke his thoughts and feelings straight and honestly. It was definitely not something to be ashamed about. Besides, it wasn't like he was declaring his love for Lilith or anything similar. All he was doing was explaining that in case he ever had a target to love, that target was already practically written in stone. As to whether or not such a thing would happen, it was yet to wait and see. After all, the future was mysterious and unfathomable. Shangyuan Bingzu remained silent and looked him straight in the eyes. It was only after a long time that she finally said amidst a small sigh, I can feel the caution in your heart. Were you hurt in the past? Although she did not expect him to answer since such matters usually carried a wound that no one wanted to talk about or let others know about, she simply could not help but ask. She felt that perhaps, in that way she would be able to understand many things with relative ease. Bai Zemin's face remained impassive without any change, and his eyes, which were said to be the gates of the soul, did not reflect the slightest emotional fluctuation when he said, Indeed, a girl hurt me in the past. But all that is now all behind. There is no more hatred or pain in me. Actually, if I ever had the chance to meet her in this life, I would most probably thank her for what she did to me back then. I cannot understand your thoughts. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and her hair tied in a ponytail swished gently. Shouldn't you feel anger when someone hurts you or betrays your trust? How do I explain? Bai Zemin raised his head to look at the small glimmers of moonlight that occasionally filtered through the gaps in the dancing leaves, and after a moment he remarked, feeling anger for a while is normal. But I think there's no point in getting angry at something from the past. Come on, our past is what makes us who we are. Unless we ourselves are dissatisfied with our personality, then I don't think we should feel such great anger or hatred toward those who did us wrong. He finally lowered his head and looked her straight in the eye before saying with a slight smile filled with inner peace, I love myself. I am satisfied with the way I am, and I don't see the need to change anything. It is thanks to this way of being that I was able to meet many good people, and it is thanks to the way I am today that I am where I am. To feel anger towards those who formed my current self would be like feeling dissatisfied with myself. Therefore, I don't hate that girl. Shangyuan Bingzu's sky-blue eyes shivered violently, and her breathing stagnated for a second as her mind processed what he had just said. Bai Zemin naturally noticed the huge change in the woman in front of him, and naturally felt the emotional change in her heart through her eyes. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he decided to pretend he didn't see anything and chuckled as he said, Well, even though I don't hate her, it's not like I cherish her either. I'm not such a good person after all. Let's just say that her existence to me is like that of a person you meet on a normal day and cross paths with, glance at once or maybe twice, but then continue on your own way without looking back. Shangyuan Bingzu lowered her head slightly, and her gaze was lost as she looked at her normal grade treasure boots. Bai Zemin knew that she was going through an important moment for her, so he simply stayed in silence as he calmly looked at her, waiting for her to be able to find the answer that perhaps she had been searching for a long time. The wound that Shangyuan Bingzu hid in her heart turned out to be quite deep, as even after more than 30 minutes, she still seemed to be fighting against herself. But Bai Zemin waited. Although time was precious, If his words could help a person who was probably to become his most important general for the rest of his life, then he was more than willing to invest several tens of minutes. He was well aware that many times it was those invisible ties that lived inside our hearts that in the end became our worst nightmares. Nightmares that, without us realizing it, little by little bound us more and more tightly until it reached a point where it became completely impossible to take a step forward. Therefore, it was better to free ourselves from those knots and break the ties as soon as possible. After an unknown period of time, Shangyuan Bingzu finally raised her head to look at him, and Bai Zemin was surprised when he found that those beautiful pair of usually sharp and ice-cold blue eyes were now far softer and even slightly warmer. Even though I can't completely agree with your way of thinking, let me thank you with all my heart. The following surprised Bai Zemin even more. After saying such kind of words, Shangyuan Bingzu actually moved away from the tree on which her body weight was resting and bowed before him. Although it was not a 90-degree bow, that slight bow alone had a value of which probably very few were aware. But Bai Zemin was aware of the value of that slight bow. Because although he did not truly know who the woman named Shangyuan Bingzu was, he did know enough about her to be able to say with certainty that she was an extremely arrogant person and proud enough to feeling disdain towards others. Bai Zemin unconsciously wanted to take a step back, forgetting that there was nowhere to retreat to as behind him was the giant tree. Shangyuan Bingzu only remained slightly bowed for a second or two before straightening up, but when her back finally straightened completely, she looked into his eyes with a faint smile. Her smile was quite different from any other smile Bai Zemin had so far seen on her face. It was a grateful and real smile that came from the bottom of her heart, a smile that contained a bit of unfamiliar but reassuring relief. Seeing the incredibly surprised expression on Bai Zemin's face and how his eyes were wide open as he looked at her as if he was staring at a ghost in broad daylight, she chuckled and unconsciously joked, "Why, you didn't expect someone arrogant and proud like me to ever be willing to bow down?" "Yes, well," unconsciously he nodded and pointed out in slow motion, "besides, I'm a man after all." Shangyuan Bingzu smiled with a hint of bitterness this time after hearing his last words. "You probably think I hate all men, don't you? Well, I can't say I don't feel some adversity towards the male gender in general, but it's not the kind of hatred you imagine. At the very least, I'm someone capable of distinguishing between a good man and a bad man." Good men and bad men, Bai Zemin repeated without knowing what else to say. In the world, there were naturally good men and bad men just as there were also good women and bad women. But who decided who was good or who was bad was oneself. For some, a certain person could be bad, but for others, that same person could be good. Bai Zemin believed that such things varied too much to talk about. However, Shangyuan Bingzu naturally did not think the same way he did. "That's right, good men and bad men." She nodded, and after looking deeply at him for a moment, she said with absolute certitude, "As for you, you are definitely a good man." Bai Zemin's mouth opened very slightly, so slightly that it was imperceptible due to the darkness of the place. His eyes stared at her, but at the same time seemed to be dazedly staring at a fixed point. Bai Zemin was never a person who received many compliments from people other than his family, but this compliment was completely different from any other. Moreover, the emotion with which it was said and the meaning behind it was also completely different. Backslash 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 306, Shangyuan Bingzu unwilling to finish the talk. Putting aside all the compliments or praise that two parents or a sister might say to their son, big brother, Bai Zemin was never a person who stood out too much. In fact, the brightest spot in his life was probably when he was still in high school during his senior years just before he entered college. During that time, Bai Zemin could focus on his studies since there was no need for him to work. So not only were his grades the highest, but he was even the top scorer in the CET after finishing the Beijing University admission exam, achieving a score very close to perfection. Unfortunately, being the top scorer in the CET meant nothing if one could not keep their grades up to par. When Bai Zemin began working to support his own life and give his younger sister the opportunity to live at least a little better, his grades plummeted seemingly unstoppably. While his grades were enough to graduate in the future, he was barely average just above the minimum. As for him being the CET's top scorer, Bai Zemin believed that only the teachers and management were aware of it, but probably they forgot about it as time went by. After all, Every year there was a new batch of incoming freshmen, so this meant that every year there was a new star. What was the point of paying attention to all of them? Leaving aside that golden period of time for him, it could be said that the most praise Bai Zemin received came from Lilith. Genius, never-before-seen talent, future second to none, etc. They were all high praise, there was no doubt about it. However, the praise Shangyu and Bingzu had just given him was by far the most meaningful until now. This was so not because he was really a good man or anything similar. The truly great meaning of those two words was in the fact that the person who said them admitted by herself to have an aversion towards the male gender. How hard was it to praise something or someone you hate, dislike, or simply don't approve of? To do such a thing one had to have a very clear and sober mind, mature enough to know how to separate personal matters, and this was not something that many were capable of doing nowadays. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyu and Bingzu for a few seconds before a faint smile automatically formed on his face. Apparently, I still have a lot to know about you. He shook his head and raised both hands, causing the iron plates embedded in his leather armor to make a slight clinking sound in the middle of the silent night before saying, "To be honest, I never thought to hear such words from the person I had so many clashes with not too long ago." Shangyu and Bingzu's little mouth opened slightly, seemingly stunned by Bai Zemin's words. Memories of the first few weeks of the apocalypse when they were still stuck inside the university campus flashed in her memory, rekindling all the emotions she felt back then, all her past thoughts, and many other things. In the end, a big smile appeared on her face for a moment before she started to laugh out loud. She laughed and laughed to the point where small crystalline teardrops appeared at the edge of her sky-colored eyes, threatening to fall on her beautiful face at any moment, barely contained by her long, perfectly lined eyelashes. Her laughter was not uncomfortable to hear, unlike many loud laughs that practically felt like two sandpaper rubbing together and sending shivers down the spine. On the contrary, Shangyu and Bingzu's laughter was extremely pleasant to listen to. If Bai Zemin had to compare her laughter to something, then it would probably be to the small wind bells that were used as decorations near the windows of many traditional Chinese houses. These small wind bells generated a soft melody during the summer days when the breeze blew that felt extremely good to listen to. Her laughter was like the feeling students felt in their hearts during summer vacation when they were at home, enjoying their well-deserved rest, or when workers came home after a hot day to enjoy sitting on the couch with an ice cream bar while enjoying the calm and silence. After laughing as if she could not control herself for a couple of seconds, Shangyu and Bingzu's laughter gradually softened until she finally managed to speak while gently wiping away the tears in her eyes. She said, still unable to wipe the smile off her face, "Now that you mention it, back then I really didn't like you at all. Oh my, how long has it been since I laughed heartily? I can't even remember it anymore." Bai Zemin forced a smile and said somewhat wordlessly, "Well, welcome to my club." "Excuse me," she looked at him in confusion, still smiling. Bai Zemin coughed and then said in a somewhat awkward voice, "While you didn't like me, back then I thought that. Well, I thought of you as an arrogant little bitch who thought she was the best in the world." Shangyu and Bingzu looked at him dumbfounded. Just as Bai Zemin wondered if he had been too honest with his thoughts and feelings, she laughed again for the second time in less than a minute. "You really are different from the other men I've met before." Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head and sighed. She leaned down once more to rest the weight of her body on the surface of the large tree behind her and said in a calm manner, "When I was little, I was praised in every way you can imagine and probably even more. When my beauty began to blossom at the age of 10, boys up to 5 years older than me began to look me over with eyes that usually someone wouldn't use to look at a small girl. By the age of 14, my body was almost fully formed, and at school or at parties I was being called words that no one in their right mind would say to someone of that age." After a slight pause, she sighed again and continued, "When I reached 18, the number of marriage proposals I received were so many that, to be honest with you, I can't even remember. But I do know that there were definitely enough to fill a small room with pieces of paper and the candidate's name written on them. Even Chen He, one of my best friends and only male friend, started looking at me with love eyes when I was 9, which made our relationship a little awkward." Shangyu and Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin and said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, "I can confidently say that you are the first one in my whole life who, instead of thinking of me as beautiful, charming, lovely, gorgeous, pretty, etc., you thought of me as a person disagreeable to look at. You can be proud of that." "Proud?" Bai Zemin looked at her weirdly and noted, I don't think you should say that to the person who looked down on you without even knowing you well and without even knowing anything about your life. Didn't I do the same thing? Shang Yuan Bingzu smiled slightly and pointed out. I also judged you without knowing anything about you or your life, therefore we are square. Besides, the reason why I think you should be proud is because you, unlike all the men I met so far, don't look at me in a daze or in love, and also don't pretend to appreciate me to get something from me. On the contrary, you say your true thoughts and feelings without hesitation, which for someone like me is very valuable. Bai Zemin looked at her and thought about her words. He tried to understand her by putting himself in her place. If all he received from a very young age were pure praise based solely on his physical appearance or false appreciation based on his family's social status, he would probably also find it very difficult to trust people, more so than it already was for him. Therefore, for a person to appear who fearlessly and without a care in the world spoke about his true feelings without being swayed by emotions such as love and only basing it on the rational side of what they knew, would probably be very much appreciated after all. I see, he sighed and then pointed out, but I think you also have people who care a lot about you. Don't you think that's a good thing too? Shang Yuan Bingzu chuckled and nodded. Indeed, I've also managed to make some friendships, but I'd say the friendship I cherish most is Yijin's. That girl is the only person in this world that I can say with complete confidence that regardless of what happens in the future, she will definitely be honest with me, not because of her friendship with me, but because she is that kind of person. Hearing this, Bai Zemin hesitated for a second on whether to ask anything. However, in the end, he decided not to ask anything as it might not be polite to ask such a question, and it was also not his business to meddle in such matters. But Shang Yuan Bingzu was a person with very sharp eyes, and since she had been looking him in the face at all times, she did not miss that slight hesitation. She seemed to have some kind of unique special ability as she calmly remarked, "You want to ask about Chen He, don't you?" Bai Zemin looked at her with a hint of surprise, and seeing his eyes that seemed to ask how she knew, Shang Yuan Bingzu smiled bitterly and pointed. When you meet so many people of all kinds, and after living for so many years watching your back from those with false smiles, you naturally learn to read the expressions of others. That sounds pretty harsh. Bai Zemin forced a smile and shook his head. Such a life, it was definitely not one he wanted. Regardless of whether Shang Yuan Bingzu had all sorts of luxuries and facilities due to her birth, only now did Bai Zemin understand that not everything for her was all colors and roses. Perhaps, as with everything in this life, when we get something we are also losing something without realizing it. You get used to it, just like everything in this life. Shang Yuan Bingzu shrugged and said as if it were nothing, just as you managed to overcome your own problems, I managed to overcome mine in my own way. I see, that's good to hear. He nodded with a slight smile and then looked at his surroundings. Although he didn't have a watch with him, just based on the approximate amount of time he had spent here with Shang Yuan Bingzu added to the time they spent hunting earlier, it was definitely past 4 in the morning. If they didn't start moving soon, they probably wouldn't be able to hunt anything. Seeing that he was silent and seemed to be preparing to leave, Shang Yuan Bingzu suddenly felt a little anxious in her heart. How long had it been since she had been able to have a heart-to-heart conversation like this with a person? Moreover, that person was actually a man. Even she could not believe what was happening tonight, although she somehow felt that it was only a matter of time before it happened. Therefore, she did not want the conversation with Bai Zemin to end so soon. So her quick mind quickly came up with something that could keep him standing in his place. About your doubt regarding him. Bai Zemin looked at her again, slightly confused at first. However, he soon realized that she was talking about Chen He. It's okay, you don't need to tell me anything about that. He waved his hand casually. Besides, apparently you guys had already talked about this crush in the past. As a third party in the matter, I don't think it's my place to give opinions. But you can at least listen, can't you? She smiled and practically sealed any possible way out. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 307, A Hard-to-Find Woman and a Weirdo. Hearing what Shangyu and Bingzu was pointing out, Bai Zemin could not help but smile bitterly in his heart and remained silent with a somewhat hesitant expression on his face. He really had no intention of interfering too much in other people's private business, as it would be difficult to know if the other person would not take it in the wrong way. Besides, somehow he felt that the further away from the strange friendly relationship between Chen He and Shangyu and Bingzu, the better. However, Bai Zemin could not just cut off the conversation just like that. Not unless he wanted the good relationship that was beginning to form between him and Shangyuan Bingzu to go back to being somewhat stiff like in the past. This was something Bai Zemin did not want. The reason why he did not want such a thing to happen was very simple and without too sage motives. And it was that, since Shangyuan Bingzu would most probably be one of his most powerful and trusted generals, then it was better to have a more amicable relationship than a rigid one where emotions were inclined to change for the worse depending on personal benefits. Seeing that he remained silent and noticing the hesitation in his heart, Shangyuan Bingzu said somewhat awkwardly, "If it bothers you too much, then just forget it." She was really enjoying the moment they were currently having. Shangyuan Bingzu knew that she didn't have to worry about Bai Zemin having ulterior motives towards her, and she also knew that he didn't see her as someone special in his heart by any stretch of the imagination. If such things were taken out of the equation, all that was left was pure friendship, and this was what she was looking for. Although she already had Wu Yijun, with whom she could talk about anything without worries, it never hurt to have someone more there. After all, Wu Yijun was not currently here, and there would also be many more cases where the two women would be separated due to their different missions and tasks as a result of the great power gap between the two. But if Bai Zemin did not want to continue chatting with her, then so be it. Shangyuan Bingzu was a proud person after all. Something like begging was something that wouldn't even cross her mind in a million years. "It's not that it bothers me." Bai Zemin forced a smile and calmly explained, "Look, that guy Chen He, I think you know what's going on in his head too. The man is in love with you to the point where he sees things where there are none. That's why I don't want to interfere in these things, to avoid unnecessary complications." Shangyuan Bingzu furrowed her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. In fact, she was also well aware that Chen He saw Bai Zemin as a kind of rival in love. She sighed and gently rubbed both sides of her head as she said softly, "I really don't know what to do about this matter. I have already rejected him quite firmly 5 years ago, but Chen, he still insists on not giving up even though I clearly told him that I had no intentions of having a romantic relationship with anyone. As if that wasn't enough, he basically sees any man as his enemy. Not to mention you, with whom I recently started to talk more than the usual." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly at her words and unconsciously blurted out, "My condolences." Shangyuan Bingzu's situation was quite complicated if one thought about it carefully. Chen He was a person she had known since a very young age, a guy with whom she shared too many years of her life, and with whom she probably experienced many things. He was someone she could trust, and with whom she could vent her emotions always repressed behind a cold personality and indifferent expression. However, that same person suddenly began to look at her with different eyes, and then openly expressed his apparent love for her. This left Shangyuan Bingzu in a very difficult position because no matter what she did, that friendship they had in the past would never be the same again. If she accepted, then the friendship itself would disappear to become something far beyond. After all, while a couple could be companions with each other, that companionship was different from the relationship between two friends, which was what Shangyuan Bingzu wanted. As for if she rejected him, there was a possibility that the friendly relationship would disappear as well, except that this time it would be forever. However, Shangyuan Bingzu could not simply agree to date a man when her heart felt nothing more than the appreciation a person feels for a friend. Therefore, she had been clear with Chen He, risking that the friendship they had formed over many years of their childhood would be broken. But who was to know that Chen He would actually be stubborn? Not only did the friendship not break, but he stayed by her side whenever possible to prove to her that he was worthy of her. Unfortunately, although the friendship was not broken and did not reach the worst-case scenario, things could no longer go back to the way they were in the past. After all, it was impossible for Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He to act 100%, as if nothing had happened when in reality they were both aware of each other's feelings and thoughts. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him and said with a hint of pleading, "Can't you think up something? Just now you helped me light my troubles a little." "Woman, are you all right in the head?" Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed to himself and said between tears and laughter, "It's not something to be proud of or anything, but just to let you know, I've never in my life had a real romantic relationship with a girl. Do you think someone like that can give you advice in this situation?" Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him in a daze for several seconds before smiling bitterly and shaking her head. "But," Bai Zemin added after some thought, "if you and he have been getting along for many years, why don't you give it a try? I mean, I know many people who started out as friends trying to start a relationship, and at the end of the day they end up falling in love with each other. Who knows, it might be the case for you too as well. Shangyuan Bingzu sighed and shook her head as she said, "What you just said is not something that never crossed my mind. However, it was only a thought for a couple of seconds before I automatically had my mind dismiss it forever." "Why?" he asked in surprise. "I just don't feel it," Shangyuan Bingzu calmly explained. I really tried to imagine myself holding hands with him, but instead of feeling my heart beat stronger or feeling good, all I felt was discomfort all over. The feeling was close to bordering on the disgust I feel when I see the lustful eyes of other men looking at me. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath unconsciously. "What's that?" Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him in confusion. Bai Zemin coughed a couple of times and quickly explained, "No, well, a greeting for the fallen man." "The fallen man," she muttered with a frown before a flash of realization shone in her heart. Shangyuan Bingzu smiled bitterly and said, "I cannot do what doesn't come to me. Unlike many women who may try to casually engage in a relationship with someone, if I don't feel it then I just don't feel it. I won't do something my heart doesn't agree with." Bai Zemin's black eyes glittered with a hint of appreciation and praise as he looked at the woman in front of him. In this new era, in the midst of the 21st century, it was extremely difficult to find a demure woman with Shangyuan Bingzu's thoughts. Much more difficult still was to find such a beautiful woman who thought like this. "Why don't you try to be frank with him?" he proposed, and seeing that she was paying attention to him, he continued, "I mean, it's been a while since you rejected him. Chen-he is probably waiting for an answer now that he got better himself." Shangyuan Bingzu thought about it for a moment with a serious expression before slowly nodding and saying, "Maybe you're right. Chen-he has worked hard to not only learn martial arts and how to handle different kinds of weapons for self-defense, but also worked overtime to close the gap in our grades when we were still students. So maybe he's waiting for an answer." Bai Zemin sighed in his heart and secretly shook his head, even though he said that he knew very well that Chen-he was not going to give up. The reason was very simple. This was that in the current world, the gap Chen-he believed there was between him and Shangyuan Bingzu, that distance between their hearts that he felt could be closed, was born out of the difference in strength between the two of them. Past Chen he could not compare to Shangyuan Bingzu in anything, whether it was qualifications, family backing, personal ability, etc. In everything he was below her. In the present, Chen he was below Shangyuan Bingzu as well. While she had already broken level 40, he had only just stepped into the first order less than half a month ago. Bai Zemin was sure that Chen he believed that the reason Shangyuan Bingzu did not accept him was because she could not accept a man who was inferior to her. "If you really don't want to have anything with him, be sure to make clear the reason why," Bai Zemin added at the end. "Okay," Shangyuan Bingzu nodded. She secretly thought that she should discuss the matter first with Wu Yijun and then would see what to do. Just as Bai Zemin was preparing to say something else, she interrupted. "Don't you want to ask me about my family? I know you've been curious about it for a long time." Shangyuan Bingzu smiled slightly and said with a slightly mischievous tone, "For me to be childhood friends with people like Chen-he and Yijun, my status definitely must not be small. Something like that must be what you think in your head, isn't it?" Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, "You don't need to say anything." "Oh," she looked at him with a raised eyebrow, really surprised this time. He looked at her with a "you understand" smile as he said slowly, "Actually, I'm 90% sure about who you are. That 10% doubt is because of your surname, but that's all." Shangyuan Bingzu stared at him for a couple of seconds before smiling bitterly and saying, "Has anyone ever told you that men who are too smart aren't very popular?" With this, Bai Zemin's slight doubt was completely swept away, and he was now completely sure of the identity of the beautiful woman in front of him. Unconsciously, the image of Lilith flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "Don't worry, a beautiful woman has told me that in the past. I'd like to meet her sometime if possible." She also chuckled and joked. "I'm sure the opportunity will present itself." Bai Zemin nodded with a smile. Seeing that his attitude towards her did not change in the slightest even though he was aware of her identity, Shangyuan Bingzu could not help but stare at him some more. The more she looked at the clearly more handsome face than in the past of the young man in front of her, the more her impression of him improved. He was not treating her with greater respect, nor was he giving her an obsequious attitude, and she could not see the slightest fear in his eyes. Bai Zemin was simply treating her as he had treated her in the past, as he was treating her a minute ago. You really are a weirdo. Shangyuan Bingzu smiled slightly and shook her head. Even though you are aware of my identity, you didn't even have the slightest reaction except for a slight surprise that disappeared as quickly as it came. Bai Zemin chuckled as he heard what she said. He looked at her with an amused look and said composedly, "Did you forget what my goal is and the reason why I am slowly forming my own army?" Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him speechlessly and remarked, "That makes you even weirder. Aren't you afraid? With everything I know about you and the faction you're setting up, it can definitely be a big hit to you if I decide to betray you in the end." Backslash 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 308, Xuanyuan Bingzu. Betrayal. This was an unpleasant word that probably no one in the entire history of the universe ever liked. However, the word betrayal existed precisely because living beings were backstabbers, especially those beings with the ability to think and reason like human beings. Had Bai Zemin ever thought that he might be betrayed? Of course, he considered it many times, and he was also sure that at some point, whether he liked it or not, it was highly probable that at least one person he trusted would definitely betray him. Of course, such a thing might never happen and be nothing more than a bad thought on his part. However, Bai Zemin believed that sometimes it was better to expect bad news rather than good news, since that way he could withstand the blow a little better, thanks to the fact that in a way he already expected something bad to happen, as opposed to what would happen if the blow caught him completely off guard. But although Bai Zemin expected to some extent to be betrayed for personal benefits or ideals, he had no way of knowing who would do such a thing. Therefore, he could only wait passively and prepare secretly. After all, as the leader of a growing faction, it was not good to look doubtful and distrustful of everyone, as it would only make things more difficult for him and for everyone in general. However, if there was one person in his faction who would definitely not betray him, it was Shangyuan Bingzu. Bai Zemin reasoned that way not because he had any special thoughts about her or romantic feelings that blinded him, far from it. The reason was extremely simple, and that was that Shangyuan Bingzu was a woman whose pride was deeply engraved in her bones and soul. Therefore, after hearing her ask him if he did not fear that she would betray him in the future, Bai Zemin smiled faintly and said with certainty, "You will definitely not betray me." Shangyuan Bingzu raised an eyebrow and looked at him with amusement as she said, "Are you sure about that? Do you know that relying too much on someone you've known for less than 2 months could be the cause of your downfall? If I fall for something as stupid as a betrayal, then I would never reach the top in the first place." Bai Zemin pointed and then looked at her with a faint smile, "But as I said, you will not betray me." Shangyuan Bingzu finally couldn't help but look at him with a serious expression and frowned slightly as she said, puzzled, "How can you be so sure that I won't, considering my identity?" "I don't know, I just know you won't." He shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Besides, since you're not using your father's surname, I assume you and he don't get along particularly well, so I doubt you'll go looking for him considering your prideful personality." Shangyuan Bingzu stared at him for a long time before finally sighing and raising both hands in surrender as she said, "Forget it, forget it. I really don't know what goes through your head to think of all those things. Even without me saying anything, you just come pretty close to the reality of things." Seeing that Bai Zemin just smiled slightly without replying, Shangyuan Bingzu suddenly felt curious and couldn't help but ask, "With your analytical skills and intelligence, how come your grades never stood out in college? I really don't understand." While the evolution was making the brain very slowly progress toward what appeared to be a perfect state, it was all based on the individual's brain. Since each brain and mind was an infinite world apart from another, the possibilities were innumerable, and the speed at which each mind evolved also varied greatly. This also meant that, since Bai Zemin could come to such logical and accurate conclusions only based on so little information, his intelligence and mental capacity were already high in themselves. In the past, Shangyuan Bingzu had also pointed this out. But back then, Bai Zemin and she were not particularly close, so he simply responded indifferently and without much interest. Hearing her question, Bai Zemin sighed, and with an extremely complicated expression on his face, he began to narrate part of his past. After several minutes where she only listened while he was the only one to speak, Shangyuan Bingzu's sky-blue eyes struggled to penetrate beyond the darkness of the night into the forest crowded with wild beasts to look at the expression of the young man, who was even younger than herself. "I see." She sighed and looked at him in a new light, For the sake of letting your little sister have an easier life, you practically sacrificed yourself. That's truly remarkable. Bai Zemin waved his hand and said calmly, I don't think it's surprising. My younger sister Ming Qi is 17 this year, and she suffered enough when she lost her real family in a car accident. Since she is now my family, as the elder brother, it is natural for me to do my best to make her happy. Don't belittle yourself. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and looked at him seriously. Do you really think any young man would be willing to practically give up the happiness of the college years, spending hours working just in order to let someone else live happily? If you believe that, then you're naive. Before he could say anything, she smiled coldly and said indifferently, Believe me when I say that even your own blood can casually abandon you as if you were nothing, let alone abandon an adopted person as it is in your case, and that of your younger sister. Bai Zemin looked at her with narrowed eyes, and many things suddenly began to come together. Countless ideas flashed in his mind, theorizing countless reasons why she would say such words in that tone of voice, as cold and indifferent as the frost that had not been melted in millennia. In the end, only one theory proved to be the most feasible. He pointed out, You're talking about your father, aren't you? Shangyuan Bingzu looked deeply at him for a full minute before moving close enough to him to see his face clearly even in the midst of the darkness. Bai Zemin also looked at her and waited patiently. He knew that she would soon open up for him. He didn't have to wait too long, as the next moment she extended her delicate hand forward and said with a faint smile, Nice to meet you. My former name was Qianyuan Bingzu, but because of a certain scum called Qianyuan Wenchen, my not-so-loving father, abandoned my mother and me, I changed my paternal surname to my mother's surname. Qianyuan Wenchen. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart upon hearing that name. Even though he had technically confirmed it before and Shangyuan Bingzu had confirmed it at the beginning of this conversation, it was impossible not to feel surprised when everything was said in clarity. In China, there were two positions that conferred great power to those who held them, practically turning those two individuals into kings who could basically do whatever they pleased in the entire Asian country, and even granted them great power worldwide. These two positions were: 1. The position of Captain General, which gave the man in this position the power to directly command over 1 million soldiers. Whoever occupied this position could not only mobilize infantry on foot, but also had control over several armored infantry battalions composed of battle tanks, assault helicopters, fighter jets, etc. 2. The position of Prime Minister, which gave the man in this position the power to decide laws, rules, control the power of China's armed police forces, and basically control the lives of each and every citizen of the country. Unlike the position of Captain General, the Prime Minister possessed great speaking power in the political world. His words could even provoke wars between nations or cause China and another great power to join together to form a powerful alliance never seen before. Bai Zemin did not know who the person in the position of Captain General was, because unlike the political world, the army was not so much in the news, and considering that he was just a normal college student before the apocalypse, it was natural that he did not know such things. However, he knew perfectly well who the Premier of China was. Wu Jianhong, grandfather of one of the people who was currently part of his faction, Wu Yijin. It should be recalled that Wu Yijin even agreed to support Bai Zemin in his ideal of setting up an absolute dynasty in China and replacing the previous government. However, above Premier Wu Jianhong and the one who occupied the position of Captain General, there was an existence that controlled everything. This person was naturally the president of the country. The president of China not only had control over the army, but also led the politics of the country. He was basically the representation of China itself. As the highest authority, and as the person in charge of leading one of the world's greatest powers, the president of China was also the only person who had his own briefcase, which allowed him to activate nuclear bombs without reporting to the launch base. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu's outstretched hand and reached out to take it gently. To think that a normal person like me would ever have the opportunity to hold the hand of the daughter of the president of a global power like China. He joked as he unconsciously felt her silky skin. Shangyuan Bingzu chuckled and recalled, You also hugged the president's daughter and took her into a room with the door closed. Cough. Bai Zemin coughed and pulled his hand back tactfully. It would take him some time to get used to this teasing Shangyuan Bingzu. He was used to her cold and indifferent self that almost never smiled, so such a turn was too big to take casually. Seeing him behaving in such a manner, her pink lips pursed softly in a faint smile. Even Shangyuan Bingzu herself was surprised to find that it was quite amusing to tease him, who was always calm and indifferent to everyone. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin asked while acting casually, "So, your father abandoned you and your mother when you were a child?" Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and explained in a slightly mocking voice, "Surely you know the cliché about the maid who sleeps with the master, right? Well, congratulations, now you can say that you know someone who was born from that cliché." Bai Zemin's expression did not change, focusing solely on her words and trying to understand the kind of life she lived. "My mother was just a maid who worked part-time at Chunyuan Wenchen's summer mansion. However, she was very beautiful from an early age, so it was natural to attract looks. In the end, she and that man had a secret relationship, which would eventually have a consequence." Shangyuan Bingzu said with slight self-deprecation in her voice, "That consequence naturally is me, an unwanted, undesired daughter and a bastard who would never get anything." After a slight pause, she continued, "Even though Xuanyuan Wenchen brought up the idea of getting an abortion to my mother, she immediately refused, saying that she wanted to have me no matter what. Besides, my mother was very smart and had gathered evidence of her romance with him, so if anything happened to her or me, all of China would find out that the president was having an extramarital affair. Since he was a man who was always under the spotlight of the whole world, that scum naturally didn't have the courage to do anything bad to my mother, so eventually she gave birth to me. Backslash 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 309, Shangyuan Bingzu's Past. As he listened to the story of Shangyuan Bingzu's past, the commotion inside Bai Zemin's heart only grew more and more for every sentence that came from her lips. "After I was born, my life was not as simple, nor was it as bright as the daughter of the man with the highest authority and greatest power in all of China should have enjoyed." Shangyuan Bingzu seemed to mock herself as she narrated her past. "While that man gave me his surname, that was all I had. My mother and I were sent directly to the other side of Beijing Central District on the orders of that scum's wife, and I basically grew up without a parental figure. Since the central government was located between Changping District and the surrounding districts, Shangyuan Bingzu's mother should be around that area if she was still alive. Of course, even though my mother and I were thrown into a corner like a trash bag, Xuanyuan Bingzu was still Xuanyuan Wenchen's daughter regardless of whether she was a bastard daughter or not." Shangyuan Bingzu explained with a composed expression on her face. "Therefore, it could be said that many high society people approached me at a young age to try to get my favor. However, my mother was treated as if she was a lowly prostitute only seeking power, when in reality she never asked for anything." "Fuck the love." Bai Zemin could not help but spit out those words. Shangyuan Bingzu smiled slightly and nodded before continuing. "When I was growing up, I naturally didn't understand all of this, however. When I finally reached old enough to realize that my mother was suffering, the hatred in my heart towards the man named Xuanyuan Wenchen reached such an intense level that my chest hurt just thinking about his name." In the end, Shangyuan Bingzu's voice was indifferent and did not seem upset or hateful toward her father, the man who abandoned her as if she had no value. "It was around that time when all men began to look at me differently, even one of my best friends." Shangyuan Bingzu seemed to have lost herself in old memories as her eyes looked slightly unfocused as she narrated. "Gradually, my mother's health began to deteriorate as she worked very hard to give me the best education possible and to make sure I lacked nothing. Although I was the daughter of the president of China, we never really received anything from him because his wife made sure that no one gave us much help. Therefore, our family consisted of a weak small girl and a woman who had no choice but to become strong." With slight coldness in her voice, she continued, "However, even when some people like Yijin's family or Chen He's family tried to help us, my mother refused. She wanted to show everyone that women could also stand on their own without depending on any man. And she succeeded. She raised me perfectly." Shangyuan Bingzu was not only incredibly beautiful, her demeanor, her movements, every gesture she made, the elegance with which she behaved at the table, her distinguished personality like that of someone superior, her extremely high intelligence, her capacity for understanding and adaptation, her personal strength, etc. Everything was excellent beyond all words. In fact, were it not for Bai Zemin knowing a monstrously talented woman like Lilith, he would undoubtedly have to call Shangyuan Bingzu the most talented woman he had ever met in his entire life. "Looking at the current you, I must say that your mother did a job worthy of being called a work of art." He sighed and praised from the bottom of his heart. "In the end, she proved that women are not inferior to men in any way." "Thank you." Shang Yuan Bingzu smiled faintly and continued. "However, even though she succeeded in her goal, she never received even a simple nod from the person she truly loved. In the end, my mother simply lived for me and by me, like an empty shell." Love was a very powerful but double-edged weapon. It was an emotion that could strengthen a person to the point that in the course of just a few hours he or she could become someone completely different. At the same time, love was an emotion that could sink someone to the bottom of the ocean, never to rise again. In the case of Shang Yuan Bingzu's mother, she was a pitiful woman who, if it were not for her beloved child, would probably have decided long ago not to continue to exist. When I turned 12, I decided to change my last name to remove any trace of that man from me. In fact, if it were not because it is not possible, I would even like to tear out every last fiber of genetic code from me that represents him," Shang Yuan Bingzu said coldly. "As I observed my mother's suffering, as I remembered my scum of a father, and as I gradually realized that all men always looked at me in a similar manner, I began to feel disgust for the male gender. My aberration for men reached its peak when I even disdained to disdain them." Bai Zemin forced a bitter smile into his heart. He still accurately remembered Shang Yuan Bingzu's gaze the first time they came face to face during the first day of the apocalypse when the world changed. She continued, "In the end, I also wanted to prove my mother's point to everyone. However, unlike her, I wanted to show everyone that women can be even superior to any man." With a self-deprecating smile, she pointed out, "I wanted to make the man known as Qun Yuan Wenchen lose everything. I wanted to make him regret making my mother suffer so much as to spend every day of her life in sorrow. Therefore, I worked really hard to improve myself in all aspects without deviating and thinking about things that girls my age usually do. However, how could it be so easy to take down the most powerful man and family in all of China? Even though I knew it was just wishful thinking on my part, I decided to live with it and for it. A 23-year-old girl wanting to take down the president of China. That was naturally impossible. Even if it wasn't impossible, it would probably be easier to ascend to the heavens than to accomplish such a feat." Shang Yuan Bingzu was the person with the highest grades at Beijing University, one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world. However, so what? Even if she graduated with a perfect record in the end, she would end up working for a good company, or maybe she could have opened her own company. But that was all. Money was important, no doubt, but money could not buy real power unless one possessed enough capital to buy an entire country. It was simply impossible for her, a young adult basically on her own, to bring down the man with the most power in the whole country, of one of the most powerful and dangerous countries in the world. Even if Chen He claimed to love her, even if Wu Yijin was her best friend, they were both just young people in a big and powerful family. It was impossible for their elders to start a takeover just because they asked them to. Besides, even if Chen He and Wu Yijin ever took charge of their families, Bai Zemin did not believe that both of them were really willing to sacrifice everything for Shang Yuan Bingzu. But such a thing was simply impossible. In a patriarchal country like China, it was impossible for a woman to take the position of prime minister, so Wu Yijin could never control the Wu family regardless of how much love his grandfather felt for her. As for Chen He's Chen family, unless his grandfather or someone else had a great rank within the army, they were too weak to try to oppose a person on the level of Qun Yuan Wenchen. After all, Chen He's father was just a regimental commander whose rank in the army was colonel. That sounds like a tough target to hit. Bai Zemin sighed and looked at her with a bit of pity. He had really judged the woman in front of him, without even knowing anything about her life. Tough to hit? In the end, it was just an impossible one. Shang Yuan Bingzu smiled bitterly and nodded. Soon, however, her eyes shone brightly and her bitter smile turned into a sardonic one. But that was before. Times are different now. Bai Zemin looked at her with slight surprise for a moment before realization dawned within him. A faint smile appeared on his face and he nodded. Indeed, times are different now. If it was in the past, Shang Yuan Bingzu's dream of overthrowing the president of China, his father, could probably only remain as an eternal dream that would most likely never come to a successful conclusion. However, things were now completely different. The unknown entity that called itself Soul Record, a seemingly all-powerful entity capable of controlling the legendary energy known as mana, had arrived on planet Earth. Animals turned into terrifying beasts that ran rampant and uncontrolled. Most humans could not withstand the mono wave, and turned into mindless zombies that just wandered without an apparent goal on Earth. Even plants mutated. With the society collapsing, China was no longer what it was a month and a half ago. Even if Qun Wenchen was strong, so what? Even if he had entire armies at his disposal, so what? At the end of the day, it was no longer the firearms one controlled that mattered, and while numbers helped, they didn't mean the absolute. Under the influence of mana and soul power, humans now gained the ability to endlessly evolve to levels never dreamed of before. With humanity evolving into entities known as soul evolvers, the rules could no longer remain the same even if one wanted them to. Soul evolvers were the new rulers of this world, and of this new era that had only just begun. Coincidentally, that young adult who longed with all her might to bring down the man who abandoned her and her mother as if they were trash turned out to have become an extremely talented and powerful soul evolver. Before, her dream might be just that, a dream. But now, that dream would not necessarily not come true. Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes, which were always as cold as ice, suddenly burned as an intense flame ignited in her soul. Do you remember my second request yet to be mentioned? Bai Zemin nodded. Naturally, he remembered how she had told him that, in case she joined his conquests, he would have to accept 2 conditions from her. The first condition was already promised by him, but the second was still a mystery. However, Bai Zemin somehow already knew what she wanted. If it was before tonight, my second request to join you would have been for you to hand over Qun Wenchen's head to me, Shangyuan Bingzu said with a tinge of murderous intent in her voice. Surprisingly, her murderous intent soon disappeared, and then she said with a mocking smile on her beautiful face, "But you know what, you're right. Doing that in the end would be no different than showing that I am dissatisfied with myself, and I love myself. Therefore, I have decided to change my second condition." If Shangyuan Bingzu wanted the head of the president of China to join his faction, then Bai Zemin would accept without hesitation. After all, his faction and the former government of China were destined to be enemies, so killing the highest authority was something he would probably have to do at some point. However, now that he knew that the man was her father, things were a bit awkward for him since regardless of how much she hated her father, since they now had the possibility of living forever, it was hard to know if that hatred would persist for all eternity. If Shangyuan Bingzu, as the years went by, realized that her hatred for Qun Wenchen would disappear, then she would regret it for all eternity, and such a thing was not something Bai Zemin wanted. Putting aside the fact whether he cared for her as a friend or not, she was basically his right hand at the moment, and until he had the strength to fight alongside Lilith, Shangyuan Bingzu would continue to occupy that position for a long time. Besides, there was also the matter of her mother. Shangyuan Bingzu's mother might be resentful, but Bai Zemin did not know that, if she were still alive, her love for the man she had met in her youth still persisted. Fortunately, Shangyuan Bingzu changed her mind. Although judging by the coldness in her eyes and the mocking smile at the corner of her lips, Bai Zemin felt that Qun Wenchen would probably prefer death to the future she had planned for him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 310, 3-Second Order Beasts. In one of the forests of the Yanking district, two shadows were running in the darkness as they dashed in irregular patterns at speeds impossible to follow properly with the naked eye. The wind no longer whistled and basically howled fiercely as the branches of the trees shivered furiously. Leaves that were barely clinging to the branches near to the top, which were the ones receiving the most wind, simply flew uncontrollably through the air or were barely struggling to hold on. Apparently it's going to rain soon. A male voice that was neither too deep nor too soft, and was more on the magnetic side capable of attracting, as if by magic, broke the natural silence. Thankfully more wooden shelters were built. The shadow closely following the first one responded. The second shadow was clearly thinner and smaller no matter which way you looked at it. Moreover, its voice was soft and ethereal, seeming to merge with nature like a melody coming from the heavens. These two shadows were naturally Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu, who after having a long conversation where they both became close enough to call each other friends, decided to set out to hunt first-order beasts, not only for the monster meat, or their useful materials for forging and construction, but also to absorb the soul power they had gathered so far in order to raise their levels to new heights. Each had enough confidence in the other to share their experiences, so that from a certain point of view, They could be considered quite close friends, and not just a leader and his subordinate. This was especially true for Shangyuan Bingzu, since it was her life and her background that she usually kept to herself, and very few knew about. After all, Bai Zemin's life had been much more normal and simple compared to her life, which was marked by political affairs and many other things. While neither of them said it out loud, in their hearts they knew that they could trust each other considerably. In fact, it was probably that after all they had been through and lived so far, Shangyuan Bingzu could have almost complete trust in Bai Zemin. Even then, I'm afraid some unfortunate ones might die. Bai Zemin sighed without stopping his steps. Shangyuan Bingzu was silent for a moment and then said indifferently, "We have already done all we can. We have even bestowed a lot of mutant beast meat to improve the physique of those who were in malnourished situations or whose bodies had become too weak. Whether they die or not, then we can't be blamed for it." "I guess you're right," he replied calmly. Just like Shangyuan Bingzu said, they had already done their best. Each person should be responsible for themselves. Bai Zemin and the other top faction leaders had no obligation to take care of each and every survivor's life. The fact that they were doing what they were doing was already something that should be appreciated. Approximately 20 minutes later, icy raindrops began to slowly fall from the clouds. Although the thick crowns of the giant trees basically acted as a protective layer and prevented the vast majority of raindrops from reaching the ground inside the forest, it was simply impossible to stop each small drop from slipping through the leaves and branches. After some time, a raindrop finally reached Bai Zemin in the middle of his run. Although the weak drop of water was crushed and destroyed by the pressure of the wind due to the high speed at which he was moving, a moment was enough for his skin to feel the coldness of the water falling from the sky. "This winter, I'm afraid it will be dangerous," Shangyuan Bingzu noted as drops of water gradually began to fall on her hair, face, and armor. "Forget about this winter. If humanity fails to get used to these freezing nights when we are supposed to be in spring, it will already be a great achievement if 5% manage to survive," Bai Zemin said calmly. Neither of them said anything else, just concentrating on moving faster while extending their senses as much as possible in search of a soul power of sufficient quality to attract them. They were like two hunting dogs instead of humans. Another proof that humanity could never go back to what it was in the past. "I found one." Bai Zemin suddenly paused for a moment and pointed forward. Shangyuan Bingzu's boots slid along the ground until she finally stopped beside him. She looked in the direction he pointed and frowned slightly. "Deeper into the forest." She sounded somewhat worried. Bai Zemin nodded and reasoned. "That beast is probably trying to complete its last requirements to evolve to second order. Give it a try to sense it yourself as well." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded silently and closed her eyes as she focused her soul power to sense the soul power of the being several kilometers in front of her. After several seconds, she opened her eyes again and nodded. "In fact, even though this beast's soul power is thick and rich, it is definitely a first-order existence. I can't feel mortal danger from it." "Yeah," Bai Zemin nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Let's go hunt it down. It's probably one of the few we'll be able to hunt before the sun rises." "Are you sure?" Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly and said in a somewhat worried voice. "That's quite close to the central area. I'm worried that there might be some second-order monsters there." If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't let her voice slip out like that. She would probably camouflage everything with coldness and indifference, just like she had been doing since a young age when she had no choice. However, after having a heart-to-heart conversation with Bai Zemin, she no longer cared so much about things like this. "If there are any second-order beasts, then even better." Bai Zemin smiled faintly, and without waiting for a reply, he dashed into the depths of the forest. His black eyes glittered with fervent desire for battle. He wanted to test how strong he currently was, and for that he needed an enemy qualified to take at least one hit from his greatsword, something that a first-order beast could not accomplish. Shangyuan Bingzu rolled her eyes and muttered a few words under her breath before hurriedly pursuing. Both of them disappeared in a matter of a few blinks. //. The central area of the forest was completely different from the outer perimeter and the inner perimeter. The weeds in this place grew wildly, reaching up to 2 meters in height at worst, and the toughness of those fine grasses that in the past could be cut casually had reached a point where even a kitchen knife would probably break before it could chop them in two. The number of trees was much smaller in comparison, however. Their heights were at least 50% higher, and their trunks were so wide that even if 20 adults joined hands to try to go all the way around them, they would not necessarily be able to succeed in the feat. Along the way, the duo of Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu was attacked by some mutant plants that could only survive by camouflaging themselves with the environment. These plants were not even first-order existences, so even though they were sometimes forced to stop, as these plants sometimes got entangled in their feet, it was not a challenge for two monsters like them to destroy them and then continue on their way. Approximately 5 minutes later, just as they approached the area where the beast Bai Zemin had sensed was, a thunderous explosion shook the surrounding. Bai Zemin's face changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzhu stopped abruptly, and her beautiful fairy-like face turned slightly pale as she felt the power contained behind the shockwave. That was the clash between two second orders, she exclaimed in shock and apprehension. Shangyuan Bingzhu had experienced firsthand how powerful second-order creatures were. Even she, who was frighteningly powerful among first-order beings, could not fight against the archaic bear back then. After absorbing a tiny bit of the second-order archaic bear's soul power, Shangyuan Bingzhu naturally understood a little more about the soul power of this kind of terrifying existences. Therefore, she was able to quite accurately distinguish between the soul power of a first-order being and a second-order being. Just based on the power contained in the previous shockwave, she was almost completely certain that two second-order beings were fighting 2 or 3 kilometers ahead. "What do we do?" She looked at Bai Zemin waiting for an answer, but was surprised to see a sly smile on his face. "What are you planning to do?" she asked, a little apprehensive. "You know, sometimes even we can make mistakes," he replied mysteriously, and then said with a hint of confusion, "That beast we sensed earlier is actually already a second-order creature." Shangyuan Bingzhu gasped when she heard this. If what he said was true, then didn't that mean there were 3 second-order beasts up ahead? Bai Zemin looked at her and said calmly, "It's very likely that this beast we confused earlier is barely level 50, recently advancing to second order, or what?" she pressed on. "Or otherwise, that beast must be a kind that uses cunning to attack since its overall strength actually isn't very high," he reasoned chillingly. "Cunning or not cunning, second order is second order." Shangyuan Bingzhu shook her head and pointed out, "If your guess is correct, then there must be at least 3 second-order beasts fighting up ahead there. Just one archaic bear was enough to bring us to the edge of the abyss once, let alone what 3 similar beings can do. We should back off." "Back off?" Bai Zemin chuckled, and a glint of cunning shone in his black eyes. "Why don't we better go and kill them all?" "Bai Zemin, you're stupid or mentally," Shangyuan Bingzhu scowled at him, but just as she was speaking suddenly thought of something and her blue eyes lit up. "You, really what a despicable person." Bai Zemin shook his head and said with a determined look, "This is the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. I don't know about you, but I plan to survive until the end regardless of what I need to do." "Well, it's not that I don't like that way of thinking." Shangyuan Bingzhu giggled softly and looked at him sideways. "Let's go then." Bai Zemin did not reply. His body transformed into a whirlwind, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, being followed by her closely. In just a few blinks of an eye, the distance between them and the battlefield was closing closer and closer. Boom! Boom! Bang! The closer they got, the louder the explosions became and the earth shook harder. It was as if 2 mythological beasts were fighting for supremacy in the middle of the mutant forest. Instead of moving closer, after reaching a distance where they could already make out the flashes of light coming from the distance in front of them caused by the skills of the beasts fighting each other, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu jumped swiftly between the branches of the trees, and in a matter of seconds soared several hundred meters high. Standing on the top of a tree, Bai Zemin's dark cloak danced fiercely and uncontrollably as his hair became disorderly due to the strong wind from the heights after losing the natural protection of the forest. Shangyuan Bingzhu was no different. Her silver hair danced uncontrollably, giving her always neat appearance a wilder and more seductive look than usual. However, neither she nor he seemed to care about any of this. Both of their startled eyes focused on the battle scene unfolding about a kilometer ahead. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 311, Terrifying Confrontation Between the Second Order. Roar! Roar! Two earth-shaking roars echoed from the center of the battlefield, used by the two Second Order Evolver beasts. causing the surrounding trees to shake and terrorizing the beasts that were several kilometers away, but could still hear the wrath coming from two of the supreme lords of the forest. In the middle of a clearing with a diameter of about 1.5 kilometers, two huge beasts were engaged in a fight to the death. The resulting shock waves alone were enough to kill a normal human being countless times, even if they did not approach close to the center area. The earth was torn to shreds with cracks spreading like dragons across the ground. The width of the cracks had reached a size that even a normal vehicle could easily slide into them. Right in the center of the clearing was an area that was devoid of any destruction, and it seemed that the two terrifying beings facing each other were deliberately trying to avoid that area, as it differed greatly from the rest of the field. Even the trees near the area were untouched, indicating how careful the two beasts were being about whatever was there. From the top of a thick branch of a huge tree, Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes trying to take advantage of the dim moonlight to see what was hiding there. Unfortunately, from a distance of 1 kilometer, it proved to be impossible for him to clearly make out whatever was there even when the area was not completely dark. Since he could not check the area that the two beasts were trying to avoid, Bai Zemin turned his gaze and focused on the two beasts that were fiercely fighting each other. One of them was a huge 8-meter-tall ape that was coated with a large mass of fiery red fur and ripping muscles. Its claws swung endlessly as it slashed at its enemy, and its fists made the earth rumble every time they fell. The other beast was actually a white tiger with blue patches. The beast was only half the size of the ape, about 4 meters tall. However, its 4 legs were powerful enough to move at terrifying speeds to the point where its enemy's attacks had difficulty reaching it. Both beasts had varying degrees of injuries. The giant ape had several cuts all over its body, and Bai Zemin could make out stains of dried blood stuck to its fur. Meanwhile, the white tiger looked like it had received some kind of powerful attack, as there was a large burn right on one of its sides where burnt flesh and scorched skin could be seen. The two beasts fought with their lives on the line. With bloodshot eyes, refusing to admit defeat or turn around to make a tactical retreat, both evolved monsters clashed with everything they had, making use of everything within their reach. Shangyuan Bingzhu shuddered as she watched the battle from a near distance. Her blue eyes were wide open, shining under the faint silver glow of the moon. Really two monsters, she muttered to no one in particular. Boom, boom. Each blow of the giant ape flattened the earth, and its power was definitely more than enough to crush a tank and turn it into a pile of steel scrap. Even more incredible, although the beast was gigantic and looked too corpulent, it was actually fast enough for Bai Zemin to barely keep up with its movements. Bai Zemin was sure that if one of those punches hit him, he would definitely not come out unscathed, and several of his bones would be pulverized in a heartbeat. But the one Bai Zemin was most afraid of was not the giant ape with insane strength. His real fear was the white tiger. Bai Zemin's natural agility was 292 points, but if you added the extra 40 stat points he had in agility thanks to his various equipped treasures, the total immediately rose to 332 points. This meant that he was 33 times faster than the average person before the evolution. Such agility was already surprisingly high. However, even he could only see a flash every time the white tiger burst out with its phantom speed. Boom, boom. As the giant ape's fists destroyed everything in its path, the white tiger stomped the ground beneath it and turned into a white shadow, gracefully dodging each of the opponent's attacks. Bang, bang. The surrounding air exploded every time the feline beast made use of its speed. As if that wasn't enough, the white tiger even managed to leave several bloody wounds all over the giant ape's body before backing away and then attacking again. Bai Zemin's face turned completely serious as he tried to follow the white tiger's movements. He knew that if it was him, instead of that robust and powerful-looking ape facing this tiger, then his head and neck could be separated in a matter of seconds. Regardless of how strong he was, if he couldn't even react to the incoming attack then, it would only be a matter of time before the enemy found an opening in his defense. "We have to take out the white tiger first," he stated in a low voice. Even though they were about a kilometer away, the second-order beasts had definitely perceived them. The only reason they could still relax was because two of the beasts were in a state where they could not afford to be distracted, while the third beast was waiting for the opportunity to hunt two prey that looked much more appetizing than two apparently weak humans. Shangyuan Bingzhu nodded earnestly. She gave him a sidelong glance and asked, "How confident are you?" Bai Zemin thought about it for a moment, and after analyzing pros and cons, calmly said. "If it comes to killing one of them, then I am 100% confident that I can finish off that tiger as long as my attack reaches it." "What about the ape?" Shangyuan Bingzu asked hurriedly. "The ape," Bai Zemin narrowed his eyebrows and frowned. "Difficult. I don't know if I can kill it with a single hit." Shangyuan Bingzu looked towards the battlefield and sighed. What a terrifying regeneration. The white tiger flashed at lightning speed. Its speed was such that Shangyuan Bingzu could only see something blurry moving all around. Slash, slash, slash. The white tiger slashed with its claws, again and again, leaving numerous blood wounds on its enemy's body. However, the giant ape was undeterred and continued to punch tirelessly. The beast seemed to know that if one of its attacks hit its hated enemy, it would be enough to tip the scales of victory to its side immensely. As new bloody wounds appeared revealing red flesh, the wounds caused by the white tiger's claws earlier began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was the flesh beginning to close the wound, but the blood was drying up as if a volcano were burning inside the ape's body, causing scabs to form, which helped seal the wounds even better. The white tiger soon began to lose its patience, as suddenly jumped backwards to widen the distance between itself and its enemy. The ape did not chase and looked at the white tiger with bloodshot eyes, as it exuded two thick columns of steam from its nose. The two beasts looked at each other for a moment before the white tiger made the first move. The beast opened its jaws wide, revealing two rows of white teeth accompanied by two upper fangs that shone coldly against the moon's reflection. "It's activating its special skill," Shangyuan Bingzu pointed out as she subconsciously tensed and prepared to erect a barrier of ice in front of the two of them. "The time is probably approaching," Bai Zemin whispered as his gaze went between the white tiger and the giant ape. Flash. A flash of white light suddenly appeared in the center of the white tiger's wide-open mouth. The white light soon began to spread out of the beast's mouth, and in a few blinks, its entire body was covered by a bright white flash that illuminated everything within 300 meters around the creature. The giant ape did not stand still as well. The nearly 10-meter-tall beast roared with its head pointed skyward, and its deep red hair suddenly began to glow brighter and brighter. The temperature around the ape increased explosively in a matter of seconds, and the ground beneath its feet melted into a pool of lava. In just a couple of seconds, the white tiger had turned into what appeared to be a beast covered in white flashes similar to small lightning snakes, while the giant ape looked like a fire golem whose flame soared high into the sky and repelled the darkness. Roar! The two beasts roared at the same time, and their roars joined to form one of a magnitude never before seen. As if by prior agreement, both second-order existences became two lines as they charged forward. With the intention of crushing the other and emerging as the winner, the white tiger in the form of a white flash and the giant ape in the form of a fiery fireball approached and closed the distance in just an instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated for miles with the shock center at its core. The shockwave caused all the surrounding trees up to 300 meters near the central site to be directly ripped up by the roots and sent flying all over the place. The earth shook and sank under the pressure as the first-order beasts and those unclassified shuddered in their areas despite the distance. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the center of the explosion. The two beasts that were surrounded by the chaotic energy generated by the clash between two powerful skills were barely visible as two black dots amidst the flashing light. Shangyuan Bingzu had no choice but to place both arms in front of her as cover, and as her hair danced uncontrollably, she could barely keep one of her eyes open, not daring to be completely in the dark in the middle of such a dangerous place. "What a shocking power," Bai Zemin muttered as his defensive cloak flapped behind his armor. However, despite him saying those words, the emotion in his black eyes was as vivid as the big smile on his face. No matter how you looked at him, he definitely looked like someone excited to try rather than someone frightened by something dreadful. Soon the shockwave slowly subsided, and the dust slowly settled. As the sound resulting from the destruction still lingered in the surroundings, the white light covering the white tiger's body dimmed, and the yellow flame burning on the giant ape's body began to lose its power. The two beasts came into view once again. However, this time none of the two were in as good a condition as before but had taken a large enough amount of damage where a third party with sufficient power could benefit. The white tiger's violet eyes flashed with a tinge of fatigue as it looked at the giant ape. At the same time, the giant ape's wild and seemingly savage gaze also calmed down, and the pain became obvious as its bestial face contorted horribly. Amidst the darkness in the distance, a large number of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared looking in the direction of the battlefield. In the monster's pupils, the silhouettes of both exhausted and wounded beasts were reflected. Slowly, emerging from the darkness hidden among several trees and bushes several meters high, a huge spider approximately 3 meters high with 8 long legs advanced. Backslash 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 312, Irregular Part 1. As the giant ape and the second-order white tiger looked at each other with eyes brimming with fatigue, but with no intention of backing down, waiting for the opportunity for the other to let its guard down a bit to launch a fatal attack, the two beasts sensed someone whose soul power was considerably weaker than both of them. The problem was that, while both beasts were stronger, that was under normal conditions. The second-order white tiger had half of its body scorched, and almost all of its beautiful white fur had been turned to ashes, while burns of a terrifying degree plagued its body. On the other hand, the second-order giant ape was not much better off than the white tiger. The beast was covered in blood from head to toe, and its terrifying natural regeneration ability did not seem to be working as before, since its wounds only continued to bleed steadily, while flesh frozen into white ice cubes could be seen beyond. Both beasts seemed to have control over completely opposite elements, so they were both strong and weak against each other. The mutated spider emerged from beyond the darkness and stood as it stared with its wide, bulging eyes at the two wounded beasts. Its horrifying mouth was slightly open, so that sticky saliva was constantly dripping onto the ground. The giant ape and the white tiger immediately became alert and jumped back. Together with the spider, the three beasts formed a triangle as they looked at each other with murderous intent. Behind, a few hundred meters away, that small patch of land was still perfectly protected. Whatever was there, it was obvious that it was responsible for the appearance of these 3 second-order beasts. As spider, seeing the giant body with countless fine hairs standing upright, looking at those glowing eyes that seemed to reflect countless times the same image, and seeing those long sharp fangs with dripping green drool, Shangyuan Bingzu immediately turned pale as a sheet. Bai Zemin's face changed noticeably, and only now did he remember what happened some time ago in the mutated forest when the army of mutant spiders appeared. The problem was that unlike back then, where he could have paved a bloody path by himself, the current situation was completely different. Bai Zemin might have the ability to take on 100,000 unclassified enemies, but he definitely did not arrogantly believe that he had the ability to take on 3 second-order beasts by himself. "You can't faint." He hurriedly grabbed onto her shoulders and shook her to look him in the face. Shangyuan Bingzu jumped in fright at the sudden swing and unconsciously tried to break free. However, her strength was much lower than Bai Zemin's, so her initial efforts were to no avail. After realizing who the person who was grabbing her was, and seeing the serious face of the young man a short distance away from hers, she finally stood still even though her face was deathly pale. "Wu Yijin told me what happened to you when you were younger. Besides, I hate spiders too." Bai Zemin looked deeply at her and said with a serious expression, "However, you can't faint here. Do you hear me? If any other second-order beast appears or my attack fails, then it will be difficult for me to protect myself, let alone protect you." Fainted. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and said with lingering fear, I'm sorry. I really can't do anything about spiders." Bai Zemin frowned tightly. The fact that a spider appeared out of all possible creatures was something he definitely did not expect. After thinking about it for a moment, he calmly said, You ride on my back and wait." Shangyuan Bingzu did not hesitate and gladly accepted his offer. Since it was not the first time she had ridden on his back, nor were there few times the two of them had been forced to have physical contact, she had no rejection towards him. Less so now that she was aware that he didn't see her in any lustful way at all, far from it. "What are you going to do?" she asked after settling onto his wide back. Even though it wasn't too comfortable due to his huge sword being in the way, she somehow felt much safer now, and her fear unconsciously receded enough to allow her to speak naturally. "Since things are like this, I have no choice but to make some changes to my initial plan." Bai Zemin looked down at the battlefield and noticed that the spider seemed impatient and about to make its move. "Sorry," Shangyuan Bingzu sighed. In the end, she became a burden to him again. She seemed to keep embarrassing herself. "Everything's fine." Bai Zemin shook his head. "I'll kill that spider first. That'll make you feel better and be able to fight, but you'll have to help me hold that tiger back for a few seconds. Do you think you can do it? Hold back an agility-type second-order beast. Shangyuan Bingzu wanted to say that such a thing was impossible for the current her. However, since the situation they were in was mainly because of her, she gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "Even if I can't, I will definitely do it." Bai Zemin was satisfied with her answer and nodded. "Good answer. Besides, you probably won't have to worry too much about the tiger's speed by the time my attack falls." "You mean?" Shangyuan Bingzu suddenly thought of something, but before she could ask more, Bai Zemin dashed into the distance. He unhesitatingly activated his second-order lightning movement skill to receive a boost of 70 agility points, and then used the second activation of the skill to create 3 clones that possessed 10% of his overall power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 clones set off in different directions under the direct command of the main body and charged towards the outer perimeter of the forest. Although their movement speed was incomparable to the real Bai Zemin, they were still fast enough to reach the outer perimeter in a short time. Bai Zemin himself rushed at a much higher speed than his clones, disappearing in a few blinks of an eye, appearing and disappearing in the middle of the dark forest amidst the dense foliage. With his movement speed pushed to the maximum possible, he could cover a kilometer in roughly 5 seconds. The problem was that he could only sustain this movement speed for a couple of minutes before falling down unconscious due to the explosively fast loss of stamina. After reaching the outer perimeter of the forest, Bai Zemin began to slaughter all the beasts he encountered regardless of their levels. His passive skill, originating from his unique class Blood Berserker, Blood Will, began to slowly but surely charge up. After charging the skill to 20%, Bai Zemin timed that the first activation of lightning movement would soon run out, so he would have to spend 40 stamina points again if he wanted to activate the skill a second time. Sweating uncontrollably, he dashed back into the depths of the forest. On the way, he crossed paths with his clones, who were close to reaching the outer perimeter. Shangyuan Bingzu noticed that Bai Zemin's breathing was extremely labored, and his black hair was beginning to stick to the sides of his face due to the accumulated sweat. She did not take long to realize that this was the result of excessive stamina loss in a short time. "Little brother Zemin, calm down and think with a cool head. Don't let the panic get the better of you or it's all over." Lilith's soft, soothing voice rang in his head. Bai Zemin blinked in confusion without pausing. When Lilith's voice sounded in his mind again, "You could have summoned the clones when you reached the outer perimeter of the forest." Bai Zemin's pupils shivered when he heard this. The second activation of lightning movement consumed 1 stamina point per clone every second. In short, Bai Zemin not only lost 40 stamina points to gain 70 agility points, but he had also lost at least 200 stamina points so far, since the consumption of 3 clones was equivalent to 3 stamina points per second. However, Lilith was right. This happened because Bai Zemin was too nervous and could not think things through clearly, leading him to act imprudently. Regardless of how powerful he was, regardless of how many survivors revered or hated him, and regardless of how smart and calculating he might be, at the end of the day, Bai Zemin was just a 20-year-old young man. With all the burdens he carried on his shoulders coupled with the enormous pressure of having to face 3 second-order beasts, it was simply impossible to ask him to act as if nothing was going on. After all, Bai Zemin was a flesh and blood human being as well. Fortunately, Lilith helped him realize that he was actually not as calm and composed as he appeared to be. Otherwise, the consequences could have been very heavy when the time came to fight the second-order beasts. Bai Zemin took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes became sharp as the blood flow inside his body slowly began to become stable. Bang! He said nothing, and increased the speed at which he advanced even more, becoming a flash of blue light that flickered in the middle of the darkness. Floating high in the sky, Lilith's gaze seemed to be able to go beyond the treetops. As she watched the young man in black armor and the young woman in blue armor on his back, a smile formed on her red lips and she murmured, "That's why taking care of kids is such a headache." She didn't seem too disturbed no matter how one looked at her. ////. When Bai Zemin finally reached the vicinity where the 3 second-order beasts were, he felt earth-shaking explosions and roars, along with terrifying shrieks that sent shivers down his spine. "They are already fighting," Shangyuan Bingzu muttered. "It will soon be our turn. Get ready yourself too." Bai Zemin jumped up and activated gravity manipulation in reverse, soaring hundreds of meters and gently landing on the treetop they were on before. Shangyuan Bingzu said nothing and nodded silently. She closed her eyes and began to adjust her state. Regardless of whether Bai Zemin could kill the second-order spider fast or not, she knew that she had to fight no matter what, and that was what she was going to do even if she had to face one of her greatest fears. Bai Zemin took out a bottle of blood he had in the leather pouch tied to his waist and casually tossed it into the air. He then activated second-order blood manipulation, and the blood belonging to a first-order blazing beetle glowed as if it were a precious gem. The blood floated in the air and twisted constantly. As if countless hands were pulling at them, the blood turned into thousands of thin threads that soon began to merge together, spinning in midair and slowly taking a new shape. Bai Zemin had his eyes closed, and as the lightning from the clouds illuminated his face, a slight frown could be seen. He didn't seem to be aware that the rain was getting heavier and heavier, or he simply couldn't be bothered to get soaked at the moment. In his mind, he tried to picture the whole forging process, every detail, every tool, every material needed. Little by little, he as a blacksmith, his skill blood manipulation as a hammer, and blood as a material, merged to slowly give shape to what appeared to be a huge 3-meter-long trident. Meanwhile, blood will, 28% 50%. Blood will, 30% 50%. Blood will, 35% 50%. His 3 clones finally began to do their job. Backslash, 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 backslash. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 313, Irregular Part 2. Although Bai Zemin's clones only contained a basic 10% of his total power, that 10% could by no means be underestimated. Considering how monstrous Bai Zemin's stats were, that 10% was more than enough to practically overwhelm any enemy below the First Order. Since the clones were using the outer perimeter of the forest as a hunting ground, there wasn't much chance of a First-Order beast appearing in it. If it was unclassified beasts, Bai Zemin believed that his clones could take care of it without any problems as long as they did not appear in large groups. After all, his clones could only use pure physical strength without any active or passive skills. One had to remember that Bai Zemin's skills were deeply engraved in his soul with runes. His clones did not contain part of his soul, they were just an extension of one of his skills. In just a few seconds, blood will reach the maximum possible, and Bai Zemin hastily canceled the second activation of lightning movement, resulting in the 3 clones disintegrating into a bunch of small flashes of flickering light. In just a few minutes, Bai Zemin had lost a terrifying 325 stamina points out of his total 443. Mental exhaustion was completely overwhelming him, and were it not for his willpower, he would definitely not be able to continue performing such an arduous task as the one he was doing now. On the other hand, while Bai Zemin was carefully shaping his attack weapon, Shangyuan Bingzhu finally finished adjusting her mental state as best as possible and opened her eyes again. Seeing Bai Zemin working hard with a frown, Shangyuan Bingzhu's stare became complicated. Ignoring the fact that the rain had soaked her entire body in armor, she looked at the battlefield and took a deep breath as she watched the giant spider in the midst of a deadly battle. It took all her courage and willpower not to turn around and run away from the place right then and there. At this point, the battlefield had completely changed due to the sudden appearance of a third second-order beast. The ferocious giant ape had been trapped by the mutated spider Silk and was currently roaring furiously as it pounded with its fists and used its claws to try to break out of its cocoon. The silk threads broke with some difficulty, but before the beast could feel some relief, several new layers of threads began to surround it. The mutated spider jumped all over the place as it swung its long legs to propel itself through the trees. Circling around the giant ape, the spider spat silken threads again and again from its mouth, seemingly calmly and unhurriedly. For each new layer of thread the mutated spider spat out, the giant ape's misery only became even greater than it already was. The white tiger as a second-order beast was naturally a bit more intelligent than the other mindless beasts. Therefore, after seeing the mutated spider attack the ape, the tiger took the opportunity to rest and recover as much energy as possible. Unfortunately, the tiger did not get much rest as after a miserable roar, the giant ape fell heavily to the ground after being suffocated by the toxin contained in the spider's poisonous threads. Just as the mutated spider was about to lunge forward and deal the final strike, the white tiger burst forth at a frighteningly high speed and slashed with its claws with the intention of dismembering the giant insect's body. However, just as the white tiger leaped into the air and was about to reach the mutated spider, its body hung in mid-flight and swayed slightly before coming to a stop. Thin and practically invisible threads of spider silk surrounded the white tiger's body. Obviously, the mutated spider was no fool, nor had it forgotten its other opponent. The creature had been cunning enough to leave a trap around the entire battlefield as it ran around and tried to suppress the giant ape. Under Shangyuan Bingzu's frightened and surprised gaze, the mutated spider swung on one of its silks with ease and opened its maw wide before taking a ferocious bite out of one of the white tiger's legs. Roar! The white tiger roared in pain and swung with all its might as it unconsciously activated its skill. Bang! The silken threads broke out, and the mutated spider was forced to scurry back as a thin layer of white ice formed on one of its front legs. The spider squeaked ominously as it looked at the tiger, as if it were looking at a delicious prey, but did not dare to casually charge as it knew that its actual strength was in reality far lower. What the hell? Shangyuan Bingzu muttered with wide eyes staring at the spot where the mutated spider had bitten. The left foreleg of the white tiger that had been bitten by the mutated spider immediately took on a greenish hue, but even more surprisingly, a kind of vine began to grow from the beast's flesh. The vine began to fiercely twine itself around the white tiger's leg as if it had a will of its own, and even though the white tiger was constantly freezing the vines, its skill was no longer as powerful as before because the beast was exhausted after such an exhausting fight for so long. So the vine growing from its flesh seemed to be able to resist for quite a while longer. The mutated spider seized the opportunity and launched itself full speed ahead, easily reaching 200 km/h. With a powerful leap, the spider appeared right in front of the white tiger preparing to take another bite, this time being more daring and aiming for the neck. Seeing that it was in trouble, the white tiger hastily jumped and narrowly dodged the attack. However, with one of its legs being held back by the vine coming out of the wound caused by the mutated spider, the white tiger did not manage to escape unscathed, as the spider managed to inflict several bloody wounds using the sharp hairs on its legs. Just as the mutated spider seemed to have everything under control and was about to chase, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the forest. All the beasts within a relatively close distance stopped dead in their tracks and shuddered as they looked with a tinge of fear in their eyes into the depths. The mutated spider quickly turned its body, just in time to see that at some point the giant ape had managed to break out of the silken cocoon that imprisoned it. A flame burned furiously on the giant ape's body as the beast stared at the mutated spider with bloodshot red eyes. After a mighty roar and a boom, the giant ape made perfect use of its powerful limbs to charge towards the mutated spider at a speed of over 300 km/h. The eyes of the mutated spider flashed with a hint of fear, and it hastily retreated while spitting out silken threads with the intention of stopping the giant ape. However, as the extremely tough threads approached the flames burning at high temperatures on the beast's body, they were incinerated to nothing. Swoosh! Just when it seemed that the mutated spider was in trouble, the white tiger seemed to see an opportunity for revenge as it swooped down on the insect and slashed ferociously with its right claw. The white tiger's giant claw severed one of the mutated spider's middle legs with total ease, causing it a great deal of damage in the process. Green liquid splashed everywhere as the severed half of the leg flew through the air. The mutated spider let out a terrifying shriek as it used its silk to swing into the distance in an attempt to escape. After seeing that things seemed to have turned out worse than it expected, the mutated spider that knew it was naturally weaker than the two beasts before it decided to flee immediately without even a second thought. Even as it retreated, the spider did not forget to expel several threads of silk behind it to buy some time for its retreat. After all, its speed was a lot slower than that of the white tiger and a raging giant ape. However, apparently the mutated spider's worries didn't seem to be too necessary, because, after chasing for a couple of seconds, the white tiger and the giant ape stopped and looked back. When they saw that patch of land still intact, and with no signs of destruction, hesitation shone in the eyes of both beasts, and they stopped in their tracks almost as if by prior agreement. ////. On the other hand, Bai Zemin was finally finishing the process of forming a weapon, using his second-order blood manipulation skill. Normally, forming a sword, spear, or any other weapon with blood would only take him a few seconds since he was much more agile and dexterous after he evolved his blood manipulation. However, this case was different. After all, what Bai Zemin was about to launch was by no means a normal attack. On the contrary, it was his most powerful and terrifying attack. Since the weapon he was about to use as a catalyst needed to have a constitution tough enough to withstand the power of a third-order skill, Bai Zemin needed time to shape it into a weapon that would not be destroyed in mid-flight. About a minute or two later, Shangyuan Bingzu noticed that the mutated spider was about to break away. Although she felt a little relieved, she also felt that it was a pity that Bai Zemin did not finish in time. Just then she felt a big fluctuation of mana beside her and hurriedly turned her head. "Done?" she asked with expectation in her voice, as she looked with a sparkle of surprise at the weapon in Bai Zemin's hands. "Phew," Bai Zemin sighed as a flash of exhaustion flashed in his dark eyes. Not only had he spent over 300 stamina points in total, but he had just now consumed the 220 mana points that were obligatory for the blood weapon. The drain was immense in a matter of 5 minutes. However, as he looked at the blood trident whose length exceeded 3 meters, a satisfied look appeared on his face as he nodded. "Done." Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the blood trident with surprise, as instead of being a weapon created by blood, it appeared to be a real weapon forged by real steel. Every visible detail showed the care and dedication Bai Zemin put into creating this weapon. Bai Zemin looked down at the battlefield just in time to see the mutated spider running into the distance. His eyes flashed coldly, and before Shangyuan Bingzu could react, he hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist and stomped on the tree branch on which he was standing. Bang! The branch broke into pieces as Bai Zemin, with the beauty in his arms, soared into the sky, amidst the flashing lightning of the imminent storm. Shangyuan Bingzu was about to say something when Bai Zemin's voice interrupted her. "Sorry, but bear with it for now." Even though he said just that, she didn't say too much either and simply nodded as she allowed herself to be pulled into the clouds by the firm hold of the young man beside her. Bai Zemin activated gravity manipulation in reverse as Earth's gravity threatened to drag him back to the ground, and his ascent speed that was beginning to slow seemed to gain a little extra momentum. With his right arm stretched out to the side to the maximum, Bai Zemin half closed his eyes as he looked at the mutated spider running under the glare of the lightning that illuminated the night. With a smooth backward motion, he then threw the blood trident with all his might while activating his most powerful attack skill to date, Crimson Blood Judgment. However, apart from this, Bai Zemin activated yet another skill. Just as the trident escaped from his firm grip, he activated Gravity Manipulation X15. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// reward cause yesterday. Thanks a lot to all those who used their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 314, Irregular Part 3. Bang! The trident seemed to break through all possible barriers as more than 20 mock cones appeared across the night sky. At the same time, a thin crimson line of fire seemed to join the heavens with the earth just before a powerful explosion shook everything for over 50 kilometers around. The earth shattered, the trees were swept away. The beasts that were 3 kilometers around the impact would have been annihilated, had it not been for the fact that only the kings of this forest lived in the central area. Bai Zemin's face changed, as he realized that he greatly underestimated the effect his 386 strength points, plus a 15 times gravity increase, would have on Crimson Blood Judgment. A huge sphere of fiery red fire grew from a small luminous point to a degree where it swallowed everything within a kilometer like a raging flame beast. The top of the fire dome reached over 200 meters high, and the heat alone made Bai Zemin feel how his rank 2 armor seemed to have difficulty keeping up. Shangyu Bingzu hurriedly activated Ice Maker unconsciously and formed several ice barriers in front of both of them. However, each ice wall only managed to resist the heat for a moment before melting into nothingness. I can't hold it back anymore. She had no choice but to shout for her voice to be heard amidst the explosion. My ice skill can't contain this flame. Bai Zemin didn't need her to tell him that. What a joke. Shangyu Bingzu's skill was probably still first order, but he not only cast a third order skill, but the power with which the Blood Trident charged skill was powered by a gravity multiplied by 15 times. If a first order skill could stop a third order skill powered by another powerful peak first order skill, then it would be the biggest joke of the year. Not to mention the fact that Bai Zemin's strength stat had also been added into the equation. Just as the last ice barrier erected by Shangyu Bingzu was about to be destroyed, and the flames to consume them, Bai Zemin turned his body with difficulty and kicked with all his might. Bang! The powerful kick that contained every point of his total strength caused the ice barrier, already weakened by the oncoming flames, to burst into a million tiny fragments that a second later were engulfed by the rising flame. The body of Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzhu shot out in the opposite direction of the huge fire dome that was growing with seemingly no sign of stopping. In just a few seconds, the fire dome reached 500 meters high, and everything within 5 kilometers was burned to ashes. Just a moment before their bodies were engulfed by the flames, the broken bronze bell flew out from inside Bai Zemin's armor and released a magical barrier that covered both him and Shangyu and Bingzhu in his embrace. The magical barrier shuddered, but endured long enough for Bai Zemin to have time to activate gravity manipulation in reverse to fall like a parabola in the opposite direction of the rising fire hell. From the distance, alarms rang inside the base, and the armed troops began to become busy. Trucks and all vehicles modified to survive the apocalypse were mobilized towards the west end, and every soul evolver was ordered to move towards the northwest walls in preparation for possible combat. Within 10 minutes, the west side was crawling with over 600 men armed with machine guns, vintage rifles, snipers, pistols, and other firearms. In addition, more than 400 soul evolvers whose levels ranged from 2 to the highest level being first-order existences were also on the scene wielding all kinds of weapons. Xuanyuan swords, crocodile tooth sword, magic wands, light rapier. There were even some who used sharp and powerful bones or teeth of evolved beasts as weapons. Among the crowd, Lu Yan had a serious expression as he looked towards the center of the forest. Although the fire cupule slowly disappeared, the roars of the beasts inside the forest were so terrifying that every soul evolver and armed man present shuddered in fear. In that forest there were definitely hundreds of thousands and even millions of beasts. If they were all charging now, there was only destruction awaiting for mankind in this base. Next to Lu Yan was his #1 trusted man, and one of the most powerful soul evolvers in the entire base, Yan Tu. Yan Tu's expression was also terribly serious, and the muscles of his body tensed to the max as he wore a suit of armor constructed from the materials of a first-order beast that he himself had killed in the past. In his right hand was a mace made of bone that weighed at least 450 or 500 kilograms. This was his main weapon at the moment. Next to them were also Evangeline, Nangong Lingxin, and Kang Lan. The 3 women had extremely grave and tense expressions on their faces. As for Nangong Yi and Fu Zufeng, they were both in charge of suppressing the disturbances inside the base. With such a huge commotion, it was simply impossible to expect that all the survivors would obediently stay indoors waiting for possible death. Since the explosion went off in the distance, even though it was at least 100 kilometers deep in the forest, the earth shook slightly even inside the base, and the flare of fire that rose more than half a kilometer high was visible even from a distance in the middle of such a dark night. There were many survivors who went crazy and began to assault, beat, kill, and those more insane even began to sexually abuse others. Lu Yan knew that such a thing could happen at any time, and if they didn't deal with it quickly then the base would fall from inside even if the forest beasts didn't attack. Therefore, he kindly asked Nangong Yi and Fu Zufeng to take a team of 50 soul evolvers to wipe out the internal chaos. "What do you think that is?" Nangong Lingxin asked apprehensively. Her honey-colored eyes looked up at the flames dancing in the sky that even after 20 minutes had not been extinguished despite the storm, and the lingering fear in her heart seemed about to drive her mad. "This is the first time I've seen something like this," Yang Tu replied in a hoarse voice. Evangeline remained silent and seemingly indifferent. However, from the way she was holding onto her magic-grade treasure dagger, it was obvious to anyone that her heart was not as calm as her expression on the surface. According to what the guards who were on duty said, the leader and Miss Shangyuan went into the forest several hours ago. Lu Yan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Apparently, the leader had managed to hunt 2 powerful huge beasts before going deep with Miss Shangyuan, and so far they have not come out again." Although no one said anything, as they recalled the explosive power of the fire dome, everyone felt their hearts sink into an abyss of frozen ice. The fact that Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzhu had disappeared into the forest just the same night that such a devastating attack happened definitely did not look like a good omen. "I'm afraid that both of them might have met a beast that is too powerful," Lu Yan sighed and did not continue. However, even though he did not continue, everyone knew what he meant by his words. Nangong Lingxin and Kang Lan's faces turned pale, especially Kang Lan's face. Both women had entrusted everything and bet their lives on Bai Zemin becoming the new hegemon of this lands. However, None of them believed in their hearts that Bai Zemin would be able to survive such a terrifying attack. As for him being the cause, neither of the two women thought so. Although Kang Lan had seen Bai Zemin incinerate a small forest just before leaving the university back then, the magnitude and difference in power between that attack and this one was like wanting to compare the brightness of a light bulb against the natural brightness of the sun. There was simply no place to compare. What a pity, Evangeline sighed and shook her head. Even though she wasn't particularly close to Bai Zemin or anything, she liked the way he was. Not only he was not evil nor did he use his power to casually abuse whomever he pleased, but he also retained a great deal of his humanity, unmoved by the power that evolution bestowed upon him. He had even gone so far as to think about the future of the children, who at this moment were no more than a burden to most of the leaders since they could not work and only consumed valuable food. Besides, Evangeline herself had attached great hopes on the young man with black hair and eyes. However, she was not naive enough to think that a human being could launch such a powerful attack and cause such far-reaching destruction. Unconsciously or not, practically everyone felt that Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu should have died after facing off against a powerful beast. Liu Yan felt complicated inside. Although he felt that it was a pity that a talented, powerful, brave, and intelligent young man like Bai Zemin died just like that since even Liu Yan himself had high hopes on him. He actually also felt a little joyful since this way he could at least have a chance to regain his power as a leader and perhaps obtain that subclass he lost a few days ago. Just then, however, someone exclaimed loudly, "No, he definitely did not die." Everyone looked toward the source and saw Kang Lan shaking her head again and again. The young woman's face was as pale as a sheet, but her dark eyes held a glint of certitude that left many not understanding where her confidence came from. Even though I don't want any of them to die either, if he and Shangyuan Bingzu were inside that forest, it is unlikely that they would survive unless they were in the opposite direction of the explosion. Nangong Lingxin reasoned and sighed with a complicated glint in her seductive eyes, but being honest, it's too much to be a coincidence. Such an attack happens just as he and she sneak into the forest, I'm afraid. If I said he didn't die, then he didn't die, Kang Lan said firmly and looked at everyone as she said in a clear voice. Bai Zemin bestowed to me and Kai Jingyi a subclass called Loyal Follower, which makes us his dependents. This subclass allows me and her to use 5% of his total power at times when our lives are in danger. Since that subclass is still latent in my status window, I refuse to believe he's dead. Subclass? Everyone looked at Kang Lan with wide eyes filled with surprise. This was the first time many of them had heard about subclasses. In fact, Evangeline and Yan too were the only first-order existences among those present, and even though they both had their classes, this was the first time they heard the term subclass. Subclass? Liu Yan muttered and looked at Kang Lan in disbelief. The leader has the ability to bestow a subclass that grants 5% of his power to others. How strong was Bai Zemin really? None of those present were aware. However, just from what they had seen, and from what he had demonstrated, his overall strength had definitely reached a frighteningly high degree. To those who had seen the attack where Bai Zemin annihilated all the troops led by Wang Zedong with a single wave of his hands, controlling hundreds of blood spears, he was basically the graphic representation of a superhuman. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 315, Irregular Part 4 last. Even if it was only the 5% of his total power, the person capable of utilizing that 5% would definitely receive great security for their life. Therefore, everyone looked with a tinge of envy at Kang Lan. She confidently said, "Therefore, I refuse to believe that he died no matter what." This time no one said anything. Although they did not know whether what Kang Lan said was true or not, the truth was that she was the person with the highest rank among those present. More so if Bai Zemin had trusted her enough to grant her such a valuable subclass. Kang Lan took her radio and ordered, "To all team leaders, pass my order. All troops move back 2 kilometers and fire the flares at 10-minute intervals." The different leaders of each team or squad passed the order to those below them, and soon they all retreated 2 kilometers back, creating some distance between them and the forest. Bang, 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 bang. Several light flares flew into the sky and exploded, joining the lightning to illuminate everything within 2 kilometers. From afar, several wild beasts could be seen peering out of the forest as if they were hesitating while occasionally looking into the depths. One of the beasts finally couldn't take it anymore, and after roaring charged towards the exit. Like dominoes falling one after the other, the beasts behind also roared and charged towards the exit of the forest, unwilling to stay there any longer to wait for death. Although it was not all the beasts that charged, and it was only a tiny part of all the beasts inside the forest, at least 5,000 beasts charged towards the little more than 1,000 humans. There were wolves, there were wildcats, there were tigers, there were lions, there were elephants, etc. All kinds of beasts charged like a stampede. The earth rumbled, and the lightning in the sky roared as it illuminated the fierce expressions on the faces of the monsters that ran towards the clear minority of humans with the intention of crushing them all. Chief Lu, you take over from here. Kang Lan passed the command to Lu Yan. After all, she had no military knowledge to command such an important operation. Lu Yan said nothing and waited. Even though there were around 5,000 beasts attacking, and they were all close enough together for the bullets to hit them even from over a kilometer away, the power of the shot would be greatly reduced and would probably not be enough to end the lives of those with especially tough skin. 700, 600, 500 meters. Fire at will, Lu Yan roared and raised his own light machine gun as fired with uninterrupted bursts. The armed men, who were already frightened to the point where they were on the verge of collapse, finally let go of all their fears when they heard the command. Each of the 600 or so men raised their guns and fired furiously as they stared at the incoming beasts with bloodshot eyes. The sound of gunfire joined the already chaotic situation, and all silence disappeared in its entirety. As tongues of fire and metal rained down on the beasts, many of them were filled with holes in a second, before falling heavily to the ground to not get up again. Those at the front took the worst of it as they immediately became sieves and collapsed in their own pools of blood. However, although hundreds were slaughtered in a few moments, the tide of thousands of beasts did not seem to fear in the least. On the contrary, they fought more fiercely to charge forward. When one beast fell, another immediately took its place, and when that one fell, a different one appeared. Moreover, the bullets could not kill them all. Among the crowd, there were some snakes with tough scales, elephants with rock-hard skins, and other creatures with defenses powerful enough to resist the firepower the base had. Every time the bullets hit them, just bounced off uselessly, leaving only faint white marks and causing pain that only served to enrage the wild beasts even more. When the beasts finally reached within 200 yards, at least a few thousands had fallen to never stand up again. Armed troops retreat. Soul evolvers step forward. Lu Yan shouted and immediately discarded his light machine gun and drew a sword clearly forged from some kind of unnatural material from his waist before charging forward without visible fear. Faster than him, Yan too stomped hard on the ground and leaped tens of meters into the air in the blink of an eye. As his body began to fall right in the middle of the crowd of beasts, he activated his second-order gigantic skill and increased the size of the mace in his hands to 3 times its original size. Although the power behind the weapon increased, Yan too could still wield his mace as if it were the same as before he activated his skill. With a powerful swing from the top to down, Yan too powerfully smashed his bone mace against the ground. Boom! The earth shook and dust rose up. But more terrifying, over 100 nearby beasts were turned into blood mist, while a dozen of those weaker ones in the far reaches of the shockwave flew into the air with missing limbs. Right behind him, Evangeline charged through the crowd of beasts with elegance. Her agility allowed her to get in and out with ease without even suffering the slightest scratch despite being surrounded by hundreds of enemies. The dagger in her hands was like an unstoppable whirlwind, and when it seemed to cut once, at least a dozen beasts were cut into several pieces. Wherever Evangeline went, all the other soul evolvers and gunmen could see were lines of hot blood rising into the sky and splattering everywhere as the beasts roared in pain before collapsing lifelessly. Kang Lan didn't take too long to join in the fun as well. She was much more direct than the other two and simply charged forward while swung her magic staff. Several magic circles flashed around her body and the staff's soul stone lit up. Next, a thick purple mist surrounded her, and wherever she walked by the beasts immediately collapsed without even having time to roar. Although the range of the purple mist was only 3 meters with her as the center, it was definitely terrifying to see dozens of beasts falling lifelessly one after another with no apparent injuries. Nangong Lingxin was probably the least elegant of them all, but still extremely brave. She activated her skill magic barrier in front of her body and rushed forward. A 2-meter-tall wolf howled and charged towards her while swinging its giant claw. However, Nangong Lingxin remained indifferent and continued to press forward. Bang! The claw of the wolf, which was a level 23 beast and one of the most powerful among the current beasts, powerfully slammed into the magic barrier. The magic barrier did not even flinch, and Nangong Lingxin continued to press forward, pushing the wolf several meters. Just as the wolf was about to stand up once again, Nangong Lingxin created a second magic barrier right on top of the beast's body and slammed towards the ground mercilessly. Boom! The ground rumbled, and Nangong Lingxin deactivated the second barrier as she dashed into the distance. When the rainbow barrier disappeared, the wolf was nowhere to be seen. All that was there were a pile of blood, broken bones turned to dust, and torn skin completely smashed against the ground. Backslash. Back in the forest, a few minutes before the beasts started attacking the humans. Bai Zemin landed carelessly on the ground several kilometers away, rolling on the dirt uncontrollably. Shangyuan Bingzu was not much different from him as she also rolled beside him. However, she was at least being protected by his embrace, so it could be said that she was a little better off at least. As both of their ears still dipped horribly from the thunderous sound of the explosion, they slowly stood up and looked at the blaze of crimson fire that seemed to want to devour everything. Shangyuan Bingzu's little mouth opened slightly, and she looked forward in a daze. Her inner feelings out of control, and her ability to think seemed to have gone flying away for a few seconds, as she found it hard to believe that a human being would ever be able to cause such massive destruction. But she was not the only one surprised. In the skies, Lilith looked stunned at the scene before her eyes, and shock was visible on every part of her seductive face. How can this be possible? She muttered to herself. Forget initial second order. Lilith believed that even a level 100 existence on the verge of breaking third order would definitely not come out unscathed from an attack of such magnitude. The reason for her surprise was that all this was caused by a first-order existence. Even though she already knew that Bai Zemin was powerful, even though she knew that Bai Zemin would one day achieve great things, the speed at which he was growing was completely out of her original estimation. It wasn't about levels, it wasn't about order at all. It was about the fact that each one of Bai Zemin's skills seemed to complement themselves in a frighteningly high manner. It was precisely that which caused this whole disaster. Everything was getting out of control. At the same time, Bai Zemin opened his eyes, and his face constricted in pain as several messages flashed across his retina at the same time. You have obtained the soul power of second-order poisonous bloom spider level 51. You receive strength plus 80, agility plus 152, health plus 70, stamina plus 251, mana plus 102, magic plus 105. You have leveled up and reached level 47. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and have reached level 48. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and reached level 49. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. Bai Zemin already expected the second-order mutated spider to die with a single strike. After all, it was simply impossible for a beast that had just broken through the second order to take his most powerful attack. He was so confident. As he felt his body grow stronger, and his stamina and mana recover to their maximum again and even more, a joyful look flashed in his eyes. However, little did he know that this was just the beginning. You have obtained the soul power of second-order Ice Light Tiger level 73. You receive strength plus 190, agility plus 285, health plus 100, stamina plus 201, mana plus 183, magic plus 180. You have leveled up and reached level 50. You receive 2 status points to distribute freely. You cannot level up to level 51 before obtaining your second class and advancing to second order. All soul power acquired during the evolution process will be recorded and calculated once you have successfully advanced to second order. You have received the title Irregular. Irregular, an existence that should not exist. You exceed the growth rate of your own world. Once a year you can open a door to an unknown lower world whose state of evolution far exceeds your own. The rate at which your world evolves increases explosively for fear of being destroyed by you. Possible evolution paths are being calculated taking into consideration all soul records absorbed up to. Bai Zemin could no longer pay attention to any message as his mind had currently gone blank, while he looked at the title he had just received without even looking for it. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Thanks a lot to all those who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 316, Level 50. The title Irregular was literally as if the whole world was crying and begging Bai Zemin to get out of here. For what other reason would it give him the possibility of opening a gate to an unknown world once a year so that he could leave? However, after thinking it more carefully, Bai Zemin realized that it was not so simple. His thoughts were too naive. Okay, he was an anomaly. This was a fact that he had gradually come to accept. Considering that usually every intelligent existence in the universe only gets 2 stat points to distribute among stats for each level up, one could imagine how difficult it was to obtain a large power boost unless one wished for death and sought to face higher level beings. Higher level equals more stat points. This would consequently lead to the existence with less stats dying. At least that was the general pattern and trend. However, there were also some rare existences that could fight by skipping levels, and some even more special ones that could fight against beings that were in a higher order than them. As for Bai Zemin himself, he could probably have his own scale of power at this point. When he was an unclassified existence, he killed with a single attack a first-order existence, and now that he was a first-order existence, he managed to kill with a single attack a second-order existence that was above level 70. No, he didn't just kill a second-order existence. He killed 2 second-order existences with a single attack and destroyed several kilometers along the length and breadth of a mana-mutated forest. If all this was taken into consideration, it was nothing unusual for him to receive such a rare title. However, the world definitely did not want to throw Bai Zemin out of there. After all, although his existence represented an enormous danger, the world was also benefiting from him. The evolution of the entire Earth would accelerate, which would consequently lead to the beings that inhabited it also growing faster than normal. Instead of saying that the Earth wanted Bai Zemin to leave, it would probably be more correct to say that the Soul Record was opening a new door for him. If Bai Zemin stayed on Earth, with his current growth rate, he would definitely end up being stuck for years waiting for third-order or fourth-order beasts to appear. After all, in the past, he could previously fight against second-order existences, let alone the current him who would have received a boost of roughly 70% in his overall stats. However, by suddenly gaining the possibility of opening a gate to another world, the fear of having to wait years for the other living beings on Earth to evolve could be partially ignored by Bai Zemin. Of course, there were many things to analyze about the strange skill of the rather unique title he had just acquired, but this would be for when everything calmed down a bit. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he felt the inside of his body. More specifically, he focused on his soul. If Bai Zemin visualized the human body as a vase, then the soul would be the water inside. Only when the two joined to form a perfect team could the rose, which would be the representation of the life, continue to exist. At this point, his soul was something vaguely visible to him. His soul was like a quantity of liquid that circulated through every part of his body, tirelessly nourishing and strengthening it. After absorbing such a monstrously high amount of statistics, that liquid inside his body became noticeably thicker than before. Its quality improved, its purity increased, and there was even a slight radiance in the center that he could not comprehend. These were all changes that probably all sentient living beings in the universe had ever experienced or would experience at some point. It was also very plausible that, at higher stages, it represented the path of evolution that one would walk for the rest of one's life. Unfortunately, the current Bai Zemin was only a first-order being who had only just reached the peak of his stage regardless of how strong he was. He squirmed in pain for several minutes as his body was reshaped to fit his much stronger soul. He felt his flesh being cut and then regrown. He felt his muscles being torn again and again to grow stronger. He felt his bones seem to crush and then reform with a stronger quality. It could be said that this was the first time Bai Zemin felt this. Although in the past he had also experienced it when he acquired a huge amount of stats after killing his first-ever first-order enemy while he was just a level 15 unclassified existence. Back then, the pain he felt had made him indifferent to more pain, and the exhaustion had made him faint as soon as the battle concluded. Therefore, this was the first time he had experienced firsthand what it felt like to receive an abrupt and unexpected boost out of nowhere. The rain continued to fall nonstop as lightning crackled through the clouds. The sound of thunder together with the roar of the mutated and evolved beasts running in fear throughout the forest created an extremely suffocating atmosphere capable of driving even the bravest man on Earth crazy. As the violet-blue light of the lightning struggled to illuminate the world, the huge dome of fire that had risen more than half a kilometer high slowly began to recede. However, the heat of the crimson flames that composed it was high enough to cause all the raindrops that fell a kilometer or two around it to vaporize even before they touched the ground, transforming into a great cloud of steam that rose silently into the sky to merge with the dark clouds that covered the stars and the moon. Shangyuan Bingzu's leather armor was soaked, and due to its special freezing characteristic, a thin layer of ice had formed on and around the surface. Her silver hair was completely wet, losing its luster and giving it a darker appearance compared to when it was dry. She brushed away a strand of hair that had stuck to her left side cheek and looked at the young man next to her, who appeared to be in a great deal of pain as his eyes were closed and his teeth clenched. While she was close to 24, this young man was barely 20. While in other parts of the world, a difference of 4 years was no big deal, in a country like China 4 years was quite a considerable age difference. Therefore, to her, Bai Zemin would be similar to a junior that if on normal university days he had any doubts, she as the senior would usually have to help and answer for matters of morals and respect. However, it was impossible for her to look at Bai Zemin as someone junior. His determination, his actions, his prowess, most of his decisions, his strength, all were far beyond what Shangyuan Bingzu could ever have expected to see in a person not only of his age, but of any age. Bang! A flash of lightning followed by a rumble of thunder illuminated the area of the forest they were in, and during that brief flash of light, Shangyuan Bingzu thought she understood a little bit of the reason why a beautiful, kind, clever, talented, and with a great backstory person like Wu Yijin turned out to be attracted to the person she had in front of her. Just at that moment, Bai Zemin finally opened his eyes, and a small sigh escaped from his lungs. Looking next to him, he saw Shangyuan Bingzu looking at him calmly, and he gave her a faint smile as he said in a somewhat stiff voice, "Well, apparently, I killed the spider." "You killed the spider." Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him weirdly, and the corner of her mouth twitched once or twice. She said a little wordlessly, "Just the spider." "Well," Bai Zemin coughed and added, "I might as well have accidentally killed the tiger." "And I knew it," look shone in her eyes as she said with a raised eyebrow, "and you almost killed us too." Cough, cough. Bai Zemin coughed softly once more and said quietly, "About that, to be honest with you, I don't know what happened. This is the second time I've used that skill, but its power is something completely different from what I remember." Even though he knew it was probably his fault for activating gravity manipulation X15, he didn't say it out loud and kept it to himself. After all, Crimson Blood Judgment was one of his most powerful trump cards, and the fewer others knew about the skill, the better for him and everyone else. Shangyuan Bingzu sighed and shook her head without commenting on it. She actually thought for a moment that they were going to die there when she saw the fiery dome that seemed to want to devour everything approaching them. Fortunately, the worst did not happen thanks to Bai Zemin's life-saving treasures as well as their skills, his body control, and his quick reaction. Otherwise, both of their bodies would probably have turned into ashes at this point. As if realizing something, she suddenly asked, "By the way, that giant ape also died?" Bai Zemin shook his head and calmly replied, "That giant ape had an innate skill of fire. I'm afraid it must have survived the impact and the remaining flames weren't enough to kill it. Still, I refuse to believe that it came out of something so huge intact." As the huge sphere of blazing crimson fire reflected in her sky-blue eyes, Shangyuan Bingzu unconsciously nodded. She also didn't believe that anything could come out of such a terrifying attack like this unscathed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the huge fire dome had finally been suppressed. The fierce storm raging in the area had managed to mitigate the fire and the scattered flames, which prevented the forest from going up in flames in its entirety. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other, and without the need for words, they rushed into the depths of the forest once again, and hopefully, for the last time tonight. They had both had enough for today. Backslash, backslash, backslash. What a pity. As he knelt on his right leg, Bai Zemin sighed as he stroked the white bones in front of him. These bones were shaped like a feline, and from the aura they exuded definitely belonged to a second-order beast. Since Bai Zemin only received the message from the soul record informing him of the absorption of the white tiger's soul power, it was obvious who the owner of this skeleton was. "I'm sure it would have been good forging material." Shangyuan Bingzu understood what he meant and could not help but smile bitterly. Except for the bones, the flesh, the blood, the fur. Everything of the white tiger was either turned into a pile of scattered ashes or had evaporated. Something is something. Bai Zemin shook his head and stood up. He would take the bones with him when they left this place. After looking around the corpse of the white tiger for a while, Bai Zemin found what he was looking for. His eyes lit up as he saw 3 treasure orbs, a skill scroll, and even an ancient sheepskin scroll. Back then, right after defeating the Second Order Archaic Bear after an extremely tough battle to the death, Bai Zemin managed to obtain an ancient scroll made of what appeared to be sheep or goatskin. This scroll actually contained the prescription for creating a new kind of gunpowder called magic gunpowder, that in the future would definitely be the basis of mankind's new weaponry. Therefore, he was incredibly excited to see that he had obtained a second sheepskin scroll, and hoped to get a recipe, or something similar this time as well. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// who use their golden tickets to vote for BW. Chapter 317, Lesser Energy Generator. Bai Zemin rushed over and was immediately disappointed, and he saw the color of the treasure orbs. All three were yellow orbs. The yellow orbs represented magic-grade treasures. Unconsciously or not, Bai Zemin was actually hoping to obtain at least one light green orb, which would represent an epic-grade treasure. However, after careful thought, he realized that it was quite normal not to obtain an epic orb this time. After all, unlike his battle against the archaic bear, where Bai Zemin had basically done most of the work, this was especially not the case against the Ice-Light Tiger. While they were both second-order beasts and, in fact, the Ice-Light Tiger was several levels higher than the archaic bear, the tiger had actually been severely injured after its fight against the giant ape and the second-order mutated spider. What Bai Zemin had done was simply to strike the fatal blow. In fact, it was already surprisingly good that he obtained so much soul power, and that was probably because the mutated spider had died first, so he ended up absorbing its deserved portion as well. Regardless of the reason, Bai Zemin felt a lot better after thinking about this. How about we keep these and look at them later? We can divide them up depending on our needs and fighting styles, he pointed out as he looked at Shangyu and Bing Zhu. However, she shook her head gently and said calmly, "No need, you keep all of them." Anyway, I didn't do anything here. That was what Shangyu and Bing Zhu meant. No matter how much she wanted such treasures, Shangyu and Bing Zhu had her own principles and rules to follow as well. She would not feel comfortable taking something undeserved. If she had participated in the battle, no matter how slight her contribution was, she might not refuse it. But since that was not the case, things were different. Bai Zemin naturally understood what she meant, but he also had his own thoughts on the matter, so after a moment's thought he proposed, "If all three are treasures I do not yet possess, then I will keep them all. If there are any that I already have, then you can have it. How about that?" He already had some magic-grade treasures on him, and since he couldn't have two exactly the same since the attached stats or skills didn't stack, then he might as well give it to someone else instead of letting them gather dust uselessly inside his backpack. Shangyu and Bing Zhu was currently his most powerful fighter, and if Bai Zemin wanted her to be of use to him in the future, then not only did he need to prevent her from dying before she grew up, but he also needed to help her as much as possible. Besides, since they could currently consider themselves as friends or something similar, then he didn't feel bad about it by giving her something that wouldn't be of any use to him anyway. After a moment's thought, Shangyu and Bing Zhu really could not find a reason to say no to Bai Zemin's words. Besides, if she continued to refuse, she might end up looking like a pretentious woman acting humble even though in reality her inner thoughts were different. "Okay, let's do as you say then." Seeing her finally give in even though she clearly looked hesitant, Bai Zemin nodded without saying anything and put away the three yellow orbs in his bag. After putting away the treasure orbs, Bai Zemin picked up the skill scroll dropped by the white tiger, and the information naturally flowed to him. Luminous Ice Armor, second-order active skill, level 3, uses the power of the purest frost to form a tough and resilient magical defense around the user's body. The armor can block magical attacks to some extent depending on how high the user's magic stat is. While Luminous Ice Armor is activated, magic spells of skills lower than first order are automatically repelled with no effect. Secondary effect: decreases agility by 10%. Consumes 30 mana points to activate and 1 stamina point for each active minute. The skill has a duration of 10 minutes and needs 6 hours of cooldown before it can be activated again. It was a considerably good skill. Not only did it mitigate damage from enemy magic spells, but it even made the user immune to all magic below first order for 10 minutes. In addition, the mana and stamina consumptions were not excessively high either. However, it was not at all suited to Bai Zemin's combat style. But even if it were, before breaking through to the second order, he wouldn't be able to learn new active skills at all. You still have room to learn active skills, he asked as he looked at Shangyu and Bingzu. She used ice-based skills, and somehow this skill scroll suited her fighting style. Unlike Bai Zemin, who sought to overwhelm his opponents in seconds, Shangyuan Bingzu was quite the opposite and aimed to be able to resist and exhaust her opponent before finally finishing them off. Since that was the case, this skill would indeed shine brighter with her. I still have room for 2 more, she unconsciously replied. The next instant, however, she realized what Bai Zemin was going to do and was about to refuse when he threw the scroll towards her. The information of the skill appeared on her retina, and her words caught in her throat. That skill is no good for me, and even Kang Lan, who is a pure mage, won't want it. Bai Zemin's voice immediately drew her in, and as she looked at him, she realized that he was looking at her as well. Kang Lan walks a path of poison and healing instead of defense. That skill will only end up taking up space in her soul. Bai Zemin was sure of this because Kang Lan had previously told him that she aspired to be able to melt the attacks of her enemies with her toxic poison someday. Therefore, he knew that she would reject this skill regardless of how powerful it was, given that learning it would mean deviating from the path she had been walking so far and aspired to. Otherwise, he would definitely have given it to her rather than Shangyuan Bingzu. As for Kai Jingyi, she would probably run away from the skill the first instant the agility reduction came into her eyes. She aspired to be fast. How could she bind herself to a skill that made her slower? Therefore, she did not even cross Bai Zemin's mind. The same applied to Fu Zufeng and Zhang De. Fu Zufeng was similar to Kai Jingyi, while Zhang De's agility was already considerably low to begin with. If more weight was added, the man probably wouldn't even be able to take 2 steps in the future. In the end, Shangyuan Bingzu ended up keeping the skill Luminous Ice Armor. She learned it on the spot, and the thought of giving it to Wu Yijin did not even appear in her head as Bai Zemin was giving it to her, and she believed that it would be disrespectful to do such a thing. Finally, Bai Zemin bent down and picked up the antique sheepskin scroll. Lesser Energy Generator, Construction Plan. A completely renewable energy generator with no harm to the world or the living things in it. A message with an extremely long description appeared in Bai Zemin's retina, and his mind trembled when he finally finished analyzing all the information in the content. This, a power generator. Bai Zemin was jumping for joy inside as his heart pounded like crazy as he realized what the construction plan in his hands represented. How could he not be aware that the energy humanity was currently using was not a viable path? Sure, electricity still worked and mankind could take advantage of that so as not to lose their vision to any great extent during the night. However, it was only a matter of time before the power finally stopped working. The Soul Record had arrived on Earth almost a month and a half ago. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, most of humanity ended up becoming mindless zombies, and the factories and reservoirs that need human support to function naturally came to a halt. How long would the accumulated energy to produce electricity last? Bai Zemin did not know with certainty. However, he, like everyone else, was fully aware that it would definitely not be long. But with the construction plan in his hands, all that could be solved. Of course, things were not that easy. After calming down from his initial great excitement, Bai Zemin frowned as he saw that it would take 1/3 order soul stone as a core or 1,000 second order soul stones to fill up some of the energy needed for the generator to work. 3rd order soul stone. Dream on. Bai Zemin hoped he wouldn't meet a 3rd order existence anytime soon, but even if he did, who could guarantee that he would obtain a soul stone in the hypothetical case that he emerged victorious? As for 1,000 second class soul stones, Bai Zemin had only one of those. As for the remaining 999, only fate knew when he could have such a huge wealth like that when he didn't even have that many 1st order ones. But the matter of the soul stones was not the only problem. To build the generator also required some special materials that Bai Zemin had never heard of, let alone seen. It even needed the bones of a 3rd order beast. Apparently, as with the formula for the magic powder, the matter of the power generator could only be put aside temporarily. When she saw him snap back to his senses, Shangyuan Bingzu asked curiously, "What's wrong? Your expression went from happy to bitter in such a short time. She had been watching him silently, so she noticed clearly how he seemed to travel from heaven to hell with a single step. Therefore, she felt curious about the scroll in his hands. Look for yourself. Bai Zemin passed the construction plan to her with a bitter look. After reading and analyzing the information, Shangyu and Bingzhu went through exactly the same emotions that Bai Zemin experienced a few moments ago. She forced a bitter smile and shook her head. It's a good thing, but we won't be able to use it for a while. We can only gather carbon and the like to use as energy during that time. I doubt the electricity will last more than a month or two from now on. Bai Zemin nodded, and just as he was about to say something, an idea occurred to him and his eyes lit up. He looked at Shangyu and Bingzhu and asked in a stiff voice, "Hey, don't you think that thing can also be used to move cars?" Shangyu and Bingzhu's expression froze when she heard this, and for a moment she stood there, stunned and staring at him. After a moment, she smiled bitterly again and shook her head as she muttered, "Really? Now I understand what it's like to have a great treasure in your hands but not be able to use it. It feels like those movies where the main character possesses an incredibly powerful weapon, but for some particular reason can't unleash its full power." Oil was a non-renewable energy, and it has been known for many years that it would one day run out. However, now that the distilleries had stopped working, the amount of fuel available was even more limited. Therefore, sooner rather than later, all petroleum-based means of transportation would cease to move forever. At that time, mankind would need other means of transportation or a new source of energy. Now Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzhu had found a possible source of energy. Unfortunately, it could not yet be used. Fortunately, they still had time. With bittersweet feelings in his heart, Bai Zemin moved forward to search for the corpse of the second-order mutated spider. ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////